Chapter 1, Creating and Destroying. Ashfall was 16 years old and had a ritual. Not that he planned it, it just happened. Like brushing your teeth before sleep or checking your phone the moment you open your eyes. It was part of him, like the color of his hair or that habit of biting his lip when something was on his mind. Every night, when the noise of the street faded and his apartment fell silent, Ash opened his laptop. He entered the site. And he wrote. He had started in school, with a notebook covered in craft paper that he hid under the mattress. Later, it was a blog that no one read, but he liked having it. Then forums, then larger platforms where people left stars and comments. And although the websites changed, what was inside was always the same. An idea would explode in his head and wouldn't leave him alone until he got it out. That week, the culprit had been Shadow Slave. For days, Ash had been ruminating over a character who barely appeared in the original story. An ordinary guy, no special powers, who survived because he was more stubborn than the rest. He invented a childhood for him, a way of speaking, a little gesture he made when he was nervous. He gave him a name that sounded good, always starting with the letter A, like him, and made him walk through dark scenes, making decisions that were sometimes right and sometimes not. 3 nights writing until his fingers hurt. 3 nights deleting entire paragraphs and starting over. And when he finished, he read it all. Twice. Aloud the second time, to catch errors. And he liked it. That was rare. Normally, the moment he pressed publish, something would break. The story he had loved while writing became foreign, as if someone else had written it. He would start finding flaws, then more flaws, then a mental list that grew and grew until it covered everything else. And there was the button, waiting for him, with that little red light that said delete. But not tonight. Tonight he had liked the story from beginning to end. Ash published it and stared at the screen. 10 minutes. 20. When the first comment appeared pretty good, he smiled like an idiot. He poured himself a glass of water. Looked out the window at the cars passing by. Went back to his chair. It is good, he murmured, reading his own text again. Yeah, way better than before. He kept reading. And at some point, without him being able to explain exactly when or why, something changed. It wasn't that it was bad. It wasn't that there were serious errors. It was just that it could be better. The initial dialogue could flow more smoothly. The final fight could have more tension. The character, whom he had created with such care, could have a deeper motivation. It wasn't self-loathing. It wasn't, I'm a shitty writer. It was simply his brain working the way it always worked. This can be better, and if it can be better, why settle for this? Ash sighed. I'll make the next one longer, he said, as if the character could hear him. More scenes. More development. Click. Delete story. Are you sure? Sure. And he went to sleep with a clear conscience. Dash. The next night, Ash opened his laptop and found himself facing the empty form. Well, he said, rubbing his eyes. Let's start over. It wasn't drama. It wasn't an existential crisis. It was just his routine. Like when you're assembling furniture and one piece doesn't quite fit, and you decide to take the whole thing apart before continuing, even though the piece is barely noticeable. You'd rather do it right or not do it at all. Ash stretched his arms over his head and felt his back crack. Outside it was night, but inside the monitor's light painted his face blue. Everything normal. Everything normal, until he felt cold. Is it winter already? He asked no one, looking toward the window. The window was closed. But the room was filling with mist. Ash blinked. Rubbed his eyes. The mist was still there, coming from nowhere, seeping through cracks that didn't exist, thickening as if the air itself was turning solid. What? He didn't get to finish. The mist touched him. It wasn't like when normal mist brushes your face on the street. It was as if something recognized him. as if thousands of cold fingers traced his skin at once. Ash tried to step back, but the ground was no longer where it should be. He sank. He couldn't find words to explain it afterwards. It was as if gravity changed its mind, as if reality softened and he fell through. The monitor, the chair, his room, everything vanished into a grey whirlpool. He tried to scream, but the mist filled his mouth, his lungs, some place deeper than lungs. He fell. He fell for seconds or for years, he didn't know how long. And when something solid finally struck his back, a voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Aspirant. It wasn't a human voice. It was many voices layered over one another, ancient and new, whispers and thunders simultaneously. All combined into a single voice that whispered inside his head. Welcome to the spell of nightmare. Ash coughed. Spat out mist that tasted of metal and the memory of something he hadn't lived. Prepare yourself. A silence that weighed like stone. For your judgment. With those final words, Ash could only curse in silence as one thought crossed his mind. I'm really being sent to that world. Note, you're probably wondering, what the heck? Another shadow slave story. Yes, it's another shadow slave story. Why did I write it? Just because. Besides, I was bored and had been mulling over this idea for days, so I thought, why not? And here it is. I could definitely update the King of Monsters story, but that one started a long time ago. I don't want to update it because I made a lot of mistakes and did some crazy things while writing it. In short, it's just a reminder that we learn from our mistakes. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. This story will be different from the other one. For starters, the protagonist won't be powerful from the beginning, nor will they have another voice in their head. And I'll try to make it more coherent. In the end, if I'm not happy with it, I'll just stop posting it, or maybe delete it, whichever comes first, I guess. Well, this is getting too long. Leave your comments, they encourage me to keep writing. As always, 2 chapters a day. Chapter 2, Caravan Guard. Ash's first thought was, I'm alive. His second was, where the hell am I? His third was, why am I walking next to a wooden wagon? Ash blinked. Looking down, he curiously observed the same mist, yet it felt completely different. It was thinner, less hungry. It floated slowly, carried by a gentle wind. He looked around. They were crossing a dirt path between mountains. To his right, about 5 or 6 meters away, there was a steep drop into a huge precipice. The wagon moved pulled by 4 horses guided by the driver. Ash assumed he was in a caravan. Then he looked at his attire. Simple armor, made of leather. At his waist rested a sheathed sword, its weight made him lean slightly to one side. He could hear footsteps beside him. Another man, young, perhaps around 17 or 18 years old. He wasn't the only one. Ahead, there were 5 with better armor riding horses. Besides the knight or guard at his side, there were 2 others behind. 9 in total. Ash took a deep breath. Rune. The air before him swirled. Letters of light, not golden, not white, but that ancient grey he now recognized everywhere, began to trace themselves in the void. They weren't stable lines. They flickered like candles in the wind. But they were there. They were real. Ash Reed. Name, Ashfall. True name. Rank, aspirant. Attributes, nothing, spark of divinity, shadows, soul. Aspect, apparition. Aspect description, like an apparition, your body is not your own. An apparition can only instinctively sense where to go. Memories. Echoes. Ash stared at the last line. He had absolutely nothing. Well, it wasn't that he had nothing. Rather, within his soul, he possessed no memories. He remembered that memories were recollections of weapons that once existed and the nightmare spell had recreated, granting them to awaken upon killing nightmare creatures. That's why they were called memories. If he wanted a memory, he would have to face nightmare creatures. The idea fascinated him while also terrifying him. He sighed. He had written a Shadow Slave fanfic and had to read the novel, so he knew how everything worked. Or well, a good part of it. Ash, while walking silently attentive to his surroundings, took stock of his overall situation. Somehow he had been sent to the world of Shadow Slave, through that mist that appeared out of nowhere in his room. When he regained consciousness, he was falling until he ended up in his first nightmare. He didn't know what that meant and doubted he would understand it soon. He could only give his maximum to survive. His aspect wasn't useful. Beyond simply giving him a kind of intuition about where he needed to go, nothing else. All he possessed was the sword, the leather armor, and nothing else. The caravan advanced for a while. Ash looked at the grey sky that had never seen sunlight. Slowly it darkened, signaling the arrival of night. Ash heard a strong voice come from the front. Halt! We'll rest here tonight. Continuing now will be dangerous. The voice was strong and clear, with an unmistakable tone of command. The caravan positioned itself on a flat part of the path, an elevated area easily defensible beside the huge rock wall. Ash watched as the knights, as well as the people wearing armor like his, began to prepare everything. He curiously observed some oil lamps with a blue light, placed every few meters forming a circle. The mist swirled at knee height, dense as milky water. To his right, the cliff dropped into a familiar grey abyss with no visible bottom. To his left, the mountains rose as far as the eye could see. Nice place, he murmured. No place is nice in the misty mountains, responded the soldier at his side. Here you only survive, if you're lucky or if the gods decide so. Having said this, the man walked away with a serious tone. Ash was left alone. He looked around for a moment before walking a bit to explore. The other guards, because that's what he was, he suddenly understood, that was his role here, had also gotten down from their vehicles. Men and women in thick clothing, simple weapons, cautious expressions. Ordinary people. People who were just trying to move supplies from one point to another without dying in the attempt. People who looked at him as if he were one of them. Hey, a woman called him from the wagon ahead. She looked about 40, premature grey hair, an axe hanging from her belt. You. The one with the stupid face? Yes. Are you new? I hadn't seen you before. I'm new, yes. The woman nodded, as if that explained everything. Listen, newbie. This is an active mist zone. The beasts come out when visibility drops. If you see the mist suddenly thicken, don't wait for orders. Run toward the lamps. The lamps scare off most of them. But if you hear voices or familiar figures, don't hesitate and prepare for battle. This mist is deceptive and many die from its tricks. Thanks, said Ash. For the advice. The veteran nodded and walked away. Ash looked distrustfully at the mist licking his boots. He sat down leaning against the wheel of a wagon, sword crossed over his legs. Night fell quickly in the mountains, and with it the cold became sharper. The other guards conversed quietly around the blue lamps. Some ate dry rations. Others simply stared at the mist in silence. Hey, newbie. He lifted his head. The young man who had walked beside him during the day was there, with a leather bag in his hand. Aren't you eating? I'm not hungry. The boy shrugged and sat down next to him. He was maybe 17, maybe 18. Acne on his cheeks. Fingers stained with something that looked like grease. I'm Kale, he said, biting into a piece of hard bread. Third trip. Ash. Weird name. Thanks. Kale chuckled. He chewed in silence for a while. Is it your first time in the Misty Mountains? Yes. It shows. You have that look of I don't want to be here, but I also don't want it to show that I don't want to be here. Ash didn't know how to respond to that. Look, Kale said, lowering his voice. The veterans give you useful advice, but I'll give you the real advice. See those lamps? Ash nodded. The blue light scares off most beasts, yes. But what no one says is that it also attracts them. The older ones. The ones that have already learned that behind the light there's flesh. The silence stretched uncomfortably. Thanks, said Ash. For the real advice. Don't mention it. Just don't freeze up when the moment comes. Kale got up, shook the crumbs from his pants, and left. Ash kept staring at the blue lamps. The light flickered. The mist was still there, dense as milk, crawling slowly along the ground. He drew his sword a few inches from the sheath. Common steel. No runes, no shine, no history. A weapon made to kill normal things in a world that had stopped being normal long ago. He sheathed it again. All right. Let's review the attributes I possess, thought Ash, eating the food even though he wasn't really hungry. Night closed completely over the misty mountains. Ash again invoked the runes, but this time only focused on his attributes. Attributes: Child of Nothing, Spark of Divinity, Shadows, Soul. Child of Nothing attribute description: Nothing recognizes you as one of its own. Spark of Divinity attribute description: Your soul carries the scent of divinity. As if someone had lightly touched it long ago. Shadows attribute description: You have an affinity with shadows, allowing you to see in darkness. Soul attribute description: Your soul is strong and difficult to destroy, granting you great resistance to soul and mental attacks. I see, thought Ash, reading the description of his attributes. He still didn't understand the Spark of Divinity attribute or what it really meant, however he was grateful not to possess the fated attribute moving invisible threads to make him go through enormous hell. But Ash, despite all this, still didn't have the faintest idea how he could pass his first nightmare or what he was supposed to do. Killing them all was simply impossible, there were too many, and he felt that wasn't the objective. His aspect gave him a kind of sensation that he should leave this place, as if something wasn't right, but he still didn't know what exactly. Damn, if only I had more information, thought Ash, looking at the blue lights provided by the lamps placed in such a way that they surrounded the camp in a semicircle. Ash dismissed the runes and instead felt a kind of shift. Looking beyond the lights of the lamps, he sensed a feeling that made him shudder. The sensation of cold and terror he felt when touched by the mist hours before. Suddenly, the leader's voice was heard. Everyone, quickly prepare for battle. After he said that, a thunderous noise sounded everywhere and nowhere at once. Falling in front of the lamps, several of them flew out from the strong gust of wind, and the others began to be hidden by the dense mist that started to surround the entire place. Damnation, thought Ash, drawing the sword from its sheath, his fingers clenched tightly around the hilt and his heart beating rapidly in his chest. A roar escaped from the dense cloud of mist that froze the hearts of most, and a few tense seconds later, figures wrapped in mist appeared, lunging at everyone at once. Chapter 3: Mist Creatures. The night exploded into chaos. The blue lamps lay extinguished or had been torn from their positions, and the mist rushed upon the camp like a hungry beast. Ash couldn't see more than a few meters ahead. Everything was grey, dense, suffocating. Then he saw them. Figures emerging from the mist. They weren't human. Not entirely. They had vaguely anthropomorphic shapes, as if someone had tried to sculpt people from mist and had failed miserably. Their bodies swirled and shifted constantly, arms stretching and thinning, heads appearing and disappearing. But they had eyes. Tiny points of dim, cold light, staring with a disturbing intelligence. Mist spawn, Ash thought, though he didn't know where he'd gotten that name. He simply knew it. As if the mist itself had whispered it to him. Take up arms, the leader shouted from somewhere in the darkness above their position. The knights were the first to react. Ash saw one of them, a man in plate armor mounted on a nervous horse, charge at 3 of those creatures. His sword traced a silver arc through the mist, and one of the figures dissolved with an agonizing shriek. But the other 2 leaped onto him, and the horse fell with a heart-rending whinny. Further ahead, another knight fought dismounted, backed by 2 mercenaries. Their swords danced in the gloom, but the creatures were fast, elusive. A mercenary fell, his cry cut off abruptly as the mist engulfed him. Ash heard curses. Cries of rage and fear. Damn it! Fall back! Fall back! I can't see, I can. Then, a wet sound. Something falling to the ground. Silence. Ash was paralyzed. His sword trembled in his hand. His feet seemed nailed to the ground. His mind, the same one that had written hundreds of pages about battles and heroes, was blank. Empty. As if someone had flipped a switch. This is real, he thought. This is real. They're going to die. I'm going to die. This is Ash. A hand grabbed his shoulder and shook him violently. Ash turned his head and saw Kale. The young man's eyes were wide with terror, his face smeared with something dark that Ash didn't want to identify. Snap out of it, idiot! Kale yelled, shaking him. If you stand still, you die. You die. Do you understand? And then Ash saw it. A figure emerging from the mist directly toward him. A spawn. Its cold eyes stared fixedly at him, and from its formless body emerged what looked like an arm ending in a claw of solid mist. Kale let go of his shoulder and stepped in front. The arm claw pierced through Kale's side. The young man opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Just a trickle of blood. His eyes met Ash's for a fraction of a second before he fell to his knees. Ka. Kale. Ash whispered, his eyes widening as the smell of blood hit him. The young man's body crumpled to the ground. And something inside Ash broke. But it wasn't his will. It was the fear. The fear shattered into pieces, and what remained underneath was cold. The spawn was upon him now. Its claw raised to repeat the motion. Ash didn't think. He simply acted. His sword, that common steel blade, moved upward with all the strength he could muster. It wasn't an elegant movement. It wasn't a refined technique. It was a desperate, clumsy, savage strike. The blade met some resistance. And then it pierced through. The spawn let out a shriek that pierced Ash's ears, and its body dissolved into swirling grey mist. For an instant, there was silence. Then, the voice of the status whispered in his head. You have killed a latent beast, mist spawn. Ash stared at the empty space where the creature had been. His chest heaved violently. The sword still trembled in his hand. Kale lay at his feet. He wasn't moving. Under the gaze watching the 17-year-old youth making his third journey through the misty mountains, he had given him real advice and had sacrificed himself to save Ash's life even though he didn't need to. Now he was dead, all because Ash had frozen with fear. His fingers tightened around the sword's hilt. But there was no time for lamentations. Another roar resonated in the mist. More figures approached. Ash raised his sword. And for the first time since he'd arrived in this infernal world, his hands didn't tremble. He was angry. He would not die at the hands of those mist creatures. He would survive until the end. Later, when the battle ended or at least when the first wave subsided, Ash found himself sitting against a wagon wheel, staring at the blade of his sword covered in a greyish residue that was slowly evaporating. A mercenary approached. An older man, with a scar crossing his face. He offered him a canteen. Drink, he said. You did well, in the end. Ash took the canteen with trembling hands. He took a sip. The water was warm and tasted of metal. I'd never wielded a real sword before, Ash said quietly. The mercenary looked at him strangely. What? But if I bought replicas, Ash interrupted, not looking up from the sword. Straight swords, curved swords, things like that. I collected them. I practiced in my free time, just swung them around like an idiot. He fell silent. The mercenary said nothing. He just nodded slowly, as if that explained something that didn't need explaining. Well, now you have a real one, he said finally, pointing at Ash's sword. And you killed one. That's more than many can say for their first time, and much more than many survive. Don't blame yourself for those who died, kid. That'll only eat at you. Just focus on surviving. Ash didn't respond. He looked toward where Kale had fallen. His body was no longer there. Someone had moved it. Or the mist had claimed it. He didn't know which of the two options was worse. The mercenary walked away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Ash clenched his jaw. It won't happen again, he promised himself. Never again. But deep down, in that cold, empty place he now inhabited, he knew promises meant nothing in the misty mountains. Here, you only survived. And he had just learned that lesson in the worst way possible. Minutes passed. Or maybe hours. In the mist, time lost all meaning. Finally, when the attacks ceased and the creatures retreated into the depths of the mist, the survivors began to gather. The flames from the still functioning lamps cast dancing shadows on faces marked by exhaustion and terror. Ash stood up with effort. His legs barely supported him. The sword, which moments ago had felt light as a feather driven by adrenaline, was now leaden. He walked towards where the others were congregating. He counted them mentally as he approached. 25. There had been 25 at the start of the journey. 7 knights in their gleaming armor and the rest mercenaries hardened by years of working the caravans. People who knew what they were doing. People who had survived the misty mountains before. Now there were 17. 8 less. 8 people who had been alive an hour ago, who breathed, who talked, who cursed and prayed and shivered from the cold just like him. Now they were memories. Names Ash would never know. Faces the mist had devoured. Kale was one of them. Ash clenched his jaw and pushed that thought away. Not now. He couldn't afford to think about that now. The caravan leader, a tall man with broad shoulders and a salt and pepper beard, stood on a supply crate so everyone could see him. His armor was dented and his face had a fresh cut on his cheek, but his voice remained steady. Listen up, he shouted, and the murmur of the survivors died down. I know we lost people. I lost 2 of my best men myself. But if we stop to mourn them now, we'll join them before dawn. No one said anything. No one dared to contradict him. The mist will keep attacking, the leader continued. This isn't over. Those were just the first ones. The weakest. If we want to see the sun, he paused, a bitter grimace crossing his face, or whatever passes for sun in this damn place, we need to set up a guard and reposition the lamps. He pointed to the knights who were still standing. You, with me. We're going to recover whatever lamps we can and set them in position. The rest. His eyes swept over the group of mercenaries, pausing briefly on Ash. Maybe he noticed something in his gaze. Or maybe it was just coincidence. The rest will prepare positions. Those with more experience, up front. The new ones. Another pause. The new ones will stand guard with the others. Learn fast. It's the only way not to end up like those we lost. Ash felt the weight of those words. Learn fast. Or die. The leader jumped down from the crate and began giving orders. The knights followed him towards the camp's periphery, where fallen lamps lay on the ground, some broken, others still smoldering with an ember of blue light. A mercenary approached Ash. It was the same one who had given him the canteen. The one with the scar. You, he said. With me. Ash nodded. He didn't ask where they were going. He didn't ask why him. He simply followed the man. He led him to a point on the camp's perimeter, right where the road began to curve towards the precipice. The mist was less dense there, but he could still feel it caressing his boots, hungry, waiting. "We'll take turns," the mercenary said. 2 hours each. "You watch that way," he pointed toward the curve in the road. "I'll watch the precipice. If you see something, don't shout. You don't want to attract more of those things. Just make a signal. Like this." He raised his hand and snapped his fingers twice. A sharp sound, barely audible. "Understood. Understood." The mercenary looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded, as if he'd seen something he liked. "I'm Dren," he said. "You must be the new one they were talking about." "Ash. Well then, Ash. Welcome to the worst night of your life. If you survive, tomorrow I'll tell you what a really bad night is like." Ash almost smiled. Almost. Dren took his position, his back to the precipice, staring into the grey abyss. Ash stayed where he was, his gaze fixed on the curve of the road. The mist swirled. The silence was absolute. Behind him, he could hear the sounds of the camp, spoons against tins, low murmurs, the occasional crackle of a lamp. In front of him, only mist. And within the mist, something that breathed. He didn't see it. He didn't hear it. But he felt it. His sole attribute, perhaps, or that strange intuition his aspect gave him. Something was out there. Waiting. The hours passed slowly. Nothing attacked. When his turn to rest came, Ash lay down against a wagon, but he couldn't close his eyes. Every time he tried, he saw Kale. His face. The moment the claw pierced him. "If you stand still, you die." Ash opened his eyes and stared at the grey, eternal, starless sky. "I won't stand still," he thought. Never again. Chapter 4, Basic Information. Morning arrived like a whisper. There was no glorious sunrise, no rays of sun piercing through the clouds. Simply, the grey sky became a little lighter. The mist, which during the night had been a dense and suffocating presence, thinned until it became a translucent veil floating lazily at knee-height. For the first time since the attack began, Ash could see beyond a few meters. The dirt road stretched out before them, skirting the precipice. The mountains rose to their left, imposing and silent. There were no signs of the night's creatures. As if they had never existed. As if Kale had never existed. Ash shook his head. He couldn't afford to think about that now. "Move out," the leader shouted from the front. "Keep your eyes open. The mist may be thinner, but that doesn't mean it's safe." The 17 survivors began to move. The knights mounted their horses, those who still had horses, at least, and the mercenaries positioned themselves on the sides of the wagons. Ash took his place, walking beside the wooden wheels, the sword at his waist constantly reminding him of what had happened. But he couldn't stop thinking. He needed information. He needed to understand where he was, what these mountains were, what the goal of this nightmare was. In the world of Shadow Slave, nightmares weren't random. They had a purpose. A trial. A challenge he had to overcome to awaken. No trial was impossible, after all, the nightmare spell delivered judgments, not sentences. And he had no idea what his was. He looked ahead, searching for Dren. The scarred mercenary walked a few meters ahead, next to another survivor. Ash quickened his pace until he caught up. "Dren." The man turned his head. He looked at him with tired eyes, but said nothing. He just waited. "Can I ask you a question?" Ash said. "You already are." Ash blinked, confused for a second. Then he nodded. "You're right. What I want to know is, what exactly are the Misty Mountains?" Dren raised an eyebrow. They walked in silence for a few seconds before he replied. "That's what you want to know, huh?" he asked, and Ash nodded. "I don't know if this is the best time for history lessons, but I guess there's nothing better to do while we walk." He shrugged and began to speak. No one really knows what these mountains are. Well, no one alive, at least. What we do know is that the mist wasn't always here. One day, a long time ago, centuries, some say it appeared out of nowhere. It just arrived. And it never left. No one tried to discover where it came from. Ash asked. Of course they tried. Entire expeditions ventured into the mist looking for answers. Explorers, scholars, adventurers, even awakened, those with abilities and all that. You know how many came back? Ash shook his head. None. Well, almost none. A couple of madmen showed up years later, completely insane, saying they had seen things. Things that shouldn't exist. Things that, Dren paused, and his expression darkened. Well, it doesn't matter. The point is, the mist stayed, and with it came the creatures. The spawn, Ash said. Spawn, yeah. That's what some call them. Also mist beasts, specters, shadows, everyone gives them their own name. But they're all the same, they come out of the mist, kill everything they find, and when the mist retreats, they disappear with it. Ash nodded, processing the information. And last night, those were the weak ones. Dren let out a dry, humorless laugh. Weak? No, kid. Those were younglings. Cubs. The true beasts of the mist, if you ever see them, no lamp will save you. No sword will protect you. All you can do is run, and pray the mist loses you before they find you. Ash felt a chill run down his spine. So, we were lucky. Lucky, yet. Or maybe they were just testing us. Seeing if it was worth sending something bigger. Dren looked him directly in the eyes. Listen, kid. Last night you killed one. That's good. But don't get overconfident. The Misty Mountains don't forgive arrogance. And they don't forgive weakness either. If you want to get out of here alive, you have to learn fast. And you have to learn well. I will, Ash said, with more firmness than he felt. Dren nodded, satisfied, and moved ahead to rejoin the other mercenaries. Ash slowed his pace, letting the caravan continue while he hung back, thinking. The creatures last night were the weak ones, he reflected. The younglings. And they still killed 8 people. 8 people. 8 lives. One of them, a 17-year-old kid who only wanted to help him. Ash clenched his fists. But he couldn't get distracted. He needed more information. He needed to understand what the goal of this nightmare was. In the novels he had read and written, nightmares always had a purpose. A central challenge. A trial that had to be overcome to awaken. What was his? Survive the Misty Mountains? Reach the main camp with the supplies? Or was there something more? Something he hadn't seen yet. He walked in silence, his mind working at full speed. He remembered his aspect, apparition. An instinctive intuition towards where he should go. Was that a clue? Did the nightmare want him to follow that intuition? To trust it? But, towards where? He looked around. The road continued skirting the precipice. The mountains rose implacably. The mist floated meekly at his feet. And then he felt it. That sensation. The same one he'd had when the mist first touched him. The same one he'd felt during the night, when something watched him from the darkness. Someone was watching him. Ash stopped. His hand instinctively went to his sword's hilt. His eyes scanned the landscape, the road ahead, the precipice to the right, the mountains to the left, the mist. Nothing. There was nothing. But the sensation persisted. A presence. A weight in the air. As if the mist itself had eyes, and those eyes were fixed on him. Hey, kid, the voice of one of the mercenaries snapped him out of his trance. Something wrong? Ash blinked. He looked at the man, a young mercenary, barely a few years older than him. "No," he said. "No, it's fine. Just thinking." The mercenary looked at him strangely, but said nothing. He just shrugged and kept walking. Ash followed suit. But he didn't stop feeling that gaze. That presence. That something watching him from the mist. And as he walked, he couldn't help but wonder, what was it? A creature? A larger, more powerful spawn, waiting for the right moment to attack? Or was it something else? Something related to his arrival in this world. Something related to the mist that had brought him here. The void recognizes you as one of its own. The attribute. Child of the void. What did it really mean? Ash kept walking. The caravan advanced slowly but steadily. The grey sky remained grey. The mist remained mist. The morning passed without incident. The road became narrower in some stretches, forcing the caravan to slow down. In others, it widened enough for two wagons to advance side by side. But always, always, the precipice was there. Always, always, the mist accompanied them. Ash used the time to observe his companions. The knights were the best equipped, with metal armor and quality weapons. The mercenaries were more varied, some carried swords, others axes, others bows. Most had the look of people who had spent their entire lives fighting. And then there were the wagon drivers. Common people. People who didn't know how to fight. People who depended on the guards to survive. Like him. 8 dead. 8 people who were no longer there. And among the survivors, the tension was palpable. No one spoke more than necessary. No one laughed. No one joked. They just walked in tense silence. Ash knew he couldn't afford that fear. Fear had killed Kale. Fear had paralyzed him. If it happened again, he wouldn't survive. He had to be stronger. He had to learn. He had to. The sensation returned. That gaze. That presence. Ash turned his head sharply, searching through the mist. Nothing. But it was there. He knew it. He felt it. Something was following him. Something he couldn't see but could feel. He could feel an analytical gaze, as if he were being analyzed layer by layer. Ash felt a chill on his back. For now, he could only wait until he found a way out of his first nightmare. Chapter 5, Illusions. The first day after the attack passed in tense calm. The caravan advanced without stopping more than necessary. They only made brief halts so the horses could rest and the men could eat something quickly before resuming the march. No one wanted to spend another night in the misty mountains. No one wanted to be there when the mist thickened again. Ash walked in silence, the sword always within reach. During the daylight hours, the mist was more benign, almost harmless. But he couldn't forget that sensation. That invisible gaze that followed him from somewhere within the haze. Sometimes he would turn abruptly, hoping to find something. There was never anything there. But the sensation persisted. The second day dawned the same as the first, grey sky, thin mist, silence. Ash was beginning to think that maybe they could reach the main camp without further incidents. Maybe the creatures had been sated with the 8 lives from the first night. Maybe. Halt, the leader shouted from the front. Something's coming. Ash didn't hesitate. His hand went to his sword and his eyes scrutinized the mist. At first he saw nothing. Only the grey haze, moving lazily. Then, the forms began to emerge. But they weren't like those from the first night. Those had been vaguely humanoid figures, formless bodies of mist with cold eyes. These were different. They were specific. A man a few meters from Ash let out a gut-wrenching scream. He had fallen to his knees, staring fixedly ahead, at something Ash couldn't see. No, no, it can't be. You're dead. I killed you. Another mercenary began to tremble, backing away while shaking his head. Mom, Mom, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. And then Ash saw it. In front of him, emerging from the mist, there was a figure. A woman. She wore a white robe stained with blood. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were two bottomless black pits, and on the side of her head, her blonde hair was stained with dried blood. And she was smiling. "Son," said the figure, with a voice Ash knew. A voice he hadn't heard in years. His mother's voice. "Why didn't you come to see me? I was waiting. I waited for you so long." Ash felt the world stop for him and his body go numb. His mother. It was his mother. The same clothes she had worn the day of the accident. The same blood. The same empty smile. "Come with me," the figure whispered, extending a pale hand. "Come with me and everything will be fine. We can be together again. Like before." Ash took a step forward. His mind, somewhere very deep, told him this wasn't real. That his mother had died years ago. That this was a trap. But his heart wanted to believe. He wanted to believe that his mother was still alive. "Kid." Dren's voice jolted him like a whip crack. "Don't look at those things. They're illusions. They just want you to let your guard down," the veteran shouted forcefully, apparently having snapped out of his own trance. Ash blinked. The image of his mother was still there, extending her hand, smiling. But he no longer felt anything. "Why?" he thought. "Why don't I feel anything?" The answer came immediately, cold and clear as mountain water. His attribute. Soul. Your soul is strong and difficult to destroy. Possesses high resistance to mental attacks. The illusions didn't work on him. Ash raised his sword. The figure of his mother tilted her head, confused. The smile faded. "Don't you want to be with me?" she asked, and for an instant, Ash almost felt pity. "My mother died years ago," Ash said, in a voice that didn't tremble. "You're just a monster in disguise." Ash said it in a low voice, barely audible. Ash took a breath. And then he charged forward. The figure dissolved into mist before his sword could reach it, and from the haze emerged the true form, a mist spawn, just like those from the first night, but larger and much more tangible. Behind him, chaos erupted. The mercenaries fought against forms that only they could see. Some attacked empty air, shouting insults at non-existent enemies. Others were paralyzed, trapped in their worst memories. The knights, the most experienced, had managed to overcome the initial impact and now fought against the true creatures, their swords dancing in the mist. "They're not real," one of them shouted. "The illusions can't hurt you, but the real ones can. Fight." Ash had no time to look. The spawn in front of him was already attacking. He remembered the first night. He remembered the clumsiness of his movements, the fear that paralyzed him, Kale's death. Not this time. He dodged the first blow. The mist arm grazed his side. He counterattacked with a horizontal slash, but the creature moved with surprising agility, stepping back. Ash didn't stop. He advanced, sword raised, seeking the weak point he had discovered in his first battle. The spawn had neither flesh nor muscles. They were beings of mist given form. Their body was an unstable structure held together by something Ash didn't quite understand. But when he cut them, his sword met resistance. A deep gash in the creature's torso. From the wound flowed a thick, grayish liquid that dripped down the spawn's body before evaporating into the air. The creature shrieked. A sharp, piercing sound that made Ash grit his teeth. But he didn't stop. He struck again. And again. And again. Each cut released more of that grey liquid. The spawn moved slower, its arms losing consistency, its form becoming blurry. Finally, with a last slash that pierced its core, the creature dissolved into swirling mist. The voice of the spell whispered in his mind again. "You have killed an awakened beast, Mist spawn. You have obtained a memory. Ash froze. A memory? His mind reeled. A memory. A weapon, an object, something he could use. Something that could make the difference between life and death in this hell. But the emotion lasted only a second. Something struck his side with the force of a battering ram. Ash flew several meters through the air. The world spun around him, the grey sky, the mist, the dirt ground, the sky again. His back hit something hard, a rock, perhaps, or the side of a wagon, and all the air left his lungs. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, pain radiating from his ribs. For a moment, the world became blurry. He heard footsteps approaching. Quick footsteps. Hungry. He looked up. Another spawn lunged at him, larger than the first, its cold eyes fixed on his throat. Ash tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. The pain was too intense. The impact had robbed him of breath, of strength, of everything. No, he thought. Not again. I can't die like this. I can't. A figure stepped between him and the creature. Dren. The scarred mercenary charged the spawn with his axe, the metal sinking into the misty body. The creature shrieked and turned toward him, forgetting Ash for a moment. Get up! Dren shouted while dodging a blow. Get up or I'm leaving you here. Ash clenched his teeth. The pain was still there, but adrenaline was beginning to take effect. He moved one arm, then the other. He fumbled for his sword, which had fallen a couple of meters away. He found it. He stood up with effort, his ribs protesting, the world still spinning. But he was on his feet. Dren was still fighting the spawn. It wasn't going well. The mercenary was skilled, but the creature was fast, and its blows were beginning to open gaps in his defense. Ash didn't hesitate. He ran toward them, ignoring the pain, ignoring the fear, ignoring everything except the need to kill that thing before it killed Dren. The spawn didn't see him coming. Ash leaped, the sword raised with both hands, and drove it with all his strength into the creature's back. The impact made it stumble. Dren seized the moment to sink his axe into its chest. The spawn dissolved into mist. The two men stood panting, looking at each other. Dren had a cut on his arm and his breath was ragged. Ash probably had a cracked rib or two and a bruise the size of a fist on his side. But they were alive. Good one, kid, Dren said between gasps. But don't stand still after killing one again, understood? Ash nodded, too breathless to respond. Regaining his breath, he could hear the sounds of the battle. Dren, after resting a moment, stood up gripping the handle of his weapon. We need to rejoin the battle, the veteran said. Ash, who had regained a bit of his breath, nodded, gripping the handle of his sword. Ash nodded, gripping his sword's handle tightly. The pain in his ribs was still there, sharp, but he could bear it. He had to bear it. Dren had already thrown himself back into the fray, his axe tracing deadly arcs against another spawn that stalked a fallen mercenary. Ash followed him, his legs moving with a determination he didn't know he possessed. Around him, the battle was a nightmare chaos. The knights had formed a defensive circle around the wagons, their swords dancing in the mist. But they weren't only fighting the visible creatures. Ash saw one of them thrust at empty air, shouting someone's name, his face contorted by fury and pain. The illusions still attacked their minds, even as their bodies fought. The mercenaries were scattered. Some fought shoulder to shoulder with the knights, their weapons bloodied with that greyish liquid that slowly evaporated. Others lay on the ground, motionless. Dead or simply paralyzed by terror, Ash couldn't tell. And then there were those who had fallen prey to the illusions. A man, the same one he'd seen before, remained on his knees, crying, embracing the void as if holding someone. A female mercenary laughed hysterically while stabbing the ground over and over, shouting something about demons and guilt. Ash looked away. He couldn't afford distractions. A spawn lunged at him from the left. Ash dodged it by inches, rolling on the ground and rising just in time to block the next attack. The impact reverberated through his arm, but he didn't yield. He remembered what he'd learned in his first battle. The weak points. The unstable structure. He counterattacked. His sword found the creature's side, opening a deep wound. The grey liquid gushed out, and the spawn shrieked, staggering. Ash didn't give it time to recover. He struck again and again, until the creature dissolved into swirling mist. Without stopping, he looked for Dren. He found him a few meters away, fighting two spawn at once. The veteran was holding his own, but he was retreating, outnumbered. Ash ran toward him. The first spawn didn't even see him coming. Ash's sword pierced its back, and it vanished before hitting the ground. The second turned, its cold eyes fixed on the new enemy, but Dren used the distraction to sink his axe into its head. The two men stood panting, back to back. "How many more?" Ash asked, his voice hoarse. "Too many," Dren replied. "But they're retreating." "Look." Ash looked. He was right. The remaining spawn were slowly withdrawing into the mist, their forms fading into the haze. The knights pursued them a few steps, but the leader shouted the order to stop. "Let them go. Regroup. Tend to the wounded." The battle was over. Ash let himself fall to his knees, his sword resting on the ground, gasping. The pain in his ribs was unbearable now that the adrenaline was wearing off. But he was alive. Still alive. Around him, the survivors began to move. Some tended to the wounded. Others searched among the fallen, hoping to find someone they knew. Wails and crying filled the air. Dren dropped down beside him, releasing his axe and massaging his injured arm. "Damned creatures," he muttered. "Smarter every time. More human." Ash didn't respond. He just nodded, looking at the mist. The sensation was still there. That invisible gaze. That something watching him. But now, after the battle, after having killed two spawn and obtained his first memory, the fear was different. It was no longer a paralyzing fear. It was a fear that kept him alert. A fear that kept him alive. "Dren," Ash said, his voice barely a whisper. "Thank you. For saving me. Again." The veteran looked at him for a moment. Then he let out a dry, humorless laugh. "Don't thank me, kid. You saved me too. Twice. We're even." Ash nodded slowly. "But don't get used to it," Dren continued. "In the Misty Mountains, blood debts are paid quickly. Very quickly. Tomorrow you could be dead, and me too. And then it won't matter who saved who." "I know," Ash said. And he meant it. He knew it because he had seen it. 8 dead the first night. God knows how many today. Death was a constant companion in this place. A shadow that walked beside him, waiting for the right moment to claim him. But not today. And not tomorrow. He would survive. It was a promise. Chapter 6, Change of Plans. The silence that followed the battle was heavier than any scream. Ash walked among the survivors, counting them mentally as they gathered around the leader. There were 10 now. Of the 25 who had begun the journey, only 10 remained. The veteran knight, the leader, whose name Ash still didn't know, stood on a rock, his armor dented and covered in that greyish residue left by the spawn. Beside him, another knight, younger, with a pale face and an arm wound that someone was hastily bandaging. The veteran woman, the same one who had given him advice about the lamps the first night, leaned against a wagon, her bloodied axe resting on her knees. She had a distant look, as if she were still seeing something others couldn't. And then there were the mercenaries. Dren, of course, with his scar and stoic expression. 4 others, faces Ash vaguely recognized from the days of travel. All wounded. All exhausted. All alive, for now. Ash leaned against the wheel of a shattered wagon, observing the disaster around him. The wooden wagons, which had transported supplies for days, were overturned, destroyed, some reduced to splinters. The provision crates lay open, their contents scattered on the ground, trampled during the battle. We won't be able to carry all this, Ash thought. Not even half. The leader confirmed his thoughts a moment later. Listen, he said, his voice grave but firm. The situation has changed. We cannot continue as before. The survivors looked at him in silence. These attacks are getting stronger. The creatures are smarter. More organized. If we continue like this, we won't reach the camp. None of us will survive. A murmur ran through the group. No one said anything aloud, but Ash could see the fear in their eyes. The same fear he felt, no, that everyone felt. So we change the plan, the leader continued. We'll take only the essentials. Food, water, weapons. Whatever fits in our packs. The rest, we leave behind. Leave the supplies, one of the mercenaries asked, incredulous. That was our entire cargo. The reason for this journey? The reason for this journey was to reach the camp, the leader replied coldly. And supplies are useless if we're dead. The mercenary clenched his jaw, but said nothing more. We'll move fast, the leader continued. Without the wagons, without the weight, we can advance much quicker. If all goes well, in one day we'll reach the safe zone. The mist doesn't reach there. We'll be safe. And if it doesn't go well? Asked the veteran woman, not lifting her gaze from her axe. The leader looked at her for a moment. Then may the gods protect us. The silence that followed was absolute. Rest for an hour, the leader ordered. Tend to your wounds, eat something, prepare your packs. Then, we move. And we won't stop until we reach the camp. The survivors nodded and slowly dispersed. Some sat where they were, closing their eyes. Others began rummaging through the remains of the wagons, looking for something useful to carry. Ash stayed where he was, observing. One day, he thought. Just one day. If we can survive one more day, we'll be safe. But inside, a voice told him it wouldn't be that easy. Nothing in this damned place was easy. Hey, kid. Ash looked up. Dren stood before him, holding out a canteen. Drink, he said. You look pale. Ash took the canteen and drank a mouthful. The water was warm and tasted of metal, but at that moment it tasted like glory. Thanks, he said, returning it. Dren nodded and sat down beside him, leaning his back against the shattered wagon. How are your ribs? He asked. They hurt. But I can walk. That's all that matters. They sat in silence for a moment, watching the mist. The sensation of being watched was still there, but Ash had learned to ignore it. Or at least, not to let it paralyze him. Dren, Ash said. Do you think we'll make it? The veteran looked at him for a moment. Then he let out a dry laugh. I don't know, kid. But I'm going to try. It's all we can do, isn't it? Try. Ash nodded slowly. Try. Yes, that was all they could do. He then remembered the spell's voice. The memory. In the chaos of battle, he had completely forgotten about it. He closed his eyes and concentrated, summoning his runes. The air before him swirled, and the grey light letters began to form. First, his attributes. Then, his aspect. And finally, a new line that hadn't been there before. Memories, Mist Blade. Ash held his breath. A memory. I have a memory. He focused on that line, and a new description appeared before his eyes. Memory, Mist Fang. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory level, I. Description, forged from the essence of a mist spawn, this weapon retains part of its ethereal nature. It is said that those who wield it can sense the presence of the mist before it appears. Or perhaps it is just the imagination of the dying. Enchantments, Ethereal Edge. Ethereal Edge enchantment description: this blade can pierce physical defenses with ease, as if the mist itself guides it. Ash's eyes widened in shock. A weapon. He had obtained a weapon. Without a second thought, he summoned it. He watched as small sparks appeared in his hands for a brief moment, and the next second he was holding a long sword. It was a curved blade sword, of a greyish color that reminded him of the mist itself. Its hilt was simple, wrapped in dark leather, and at the base of the blade was a small gem of the same grey color that seemed to glow faintly. Ash held it for a moment, feeling its weight. It was light. Lighter than he expected. Almost as if it weighed nothing. "What is that?" Dren's voice startled him. Ash turned his head and saw the veteran looking at the sword with curiosity. "It's something I found," Ash said, not knowing how to explain it. Dren raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask further. In the Misty Mountains, people learned quickly not to ask unnecessary questions. Ash stored the sword, which disappeared with a thought, something he found quite curious. He knew the sword was many times better than his simple steel sword. With this blade, he could cut through the mist spawn more easily. An hour later, just as the leader had ordered, the survivors were ready to depart. Each carried a pack with the essentials: food, water, bandages. Weapons, of course, always in hand. The wagons were left behind, along with the supplies they couldn't carry and the bodies of those who hadn't survived. Ash looked one last time at the makeshift camp. The remains of what had been a caravan. The corpses that no one had had time to bury, so they had thrown them over the slope into the mist-covered void. Kale is among them, he thought. And I don't even know where he fell. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to look forward. "Move out," ordered the veteran leader. And the 10 survivors began to run. They ran for hours. The mist enveloped them, but now, Ash could feel it differently. Not as a threat, but as a presence. Something that watched him, yes, but also something that recognized him. Child of the Void, he remembered. The Void recognizes you as one of its own. Did that mean the mist also recognized him? That this was why the illusions didn't work on him? Why he could sense the creatures before they attacked? He didn't know. But he was determined to find out. If he survived. When he survived. He corrected the thought as his feet pounded the ground again and again, moving away from death, moving toward life. Or at least, toward what he hoped was life. In the Misty Mountains, you could never be sure of anything. Chapter 7, Misty Path. 3 hours. 3 hours of non-stop running, with the mist biting at their heels and exhaustion weighing more than any armor. The 10 survivors advanced as best they could, some faster, others slower, but all driven by the same primal instinct: survive. Ash felt each step like a small death. His ribs protested, his legs burned, his lungs begged for air that the mist seemed to deny him. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Stopping meant dying. Dren ran beside him, axe in one hand, breathing labored but steady. The veteran had a resilience Ash envied. He seemed made of something harder than flesh and bone. Ahead, the veteran knight led the group, his armor clanking with each step. The prematurely grey woman followed close behind, her axe also at the ready. The other mercenaries, 3 of them, plus Dren and Ash, brought up the rear. 10 souls lost in the mist. And then, the mist responded. "Halt," the knight shouted, raising a fist. "They're surrounding us." Ash didn't ask how he knew. He simply accepted the truth as the forms began to emerge from the haze. Spawn. Dozens of them. More than he had seen in the previous 2 attacks combined. They weren't just latent creatures, Ash could distinguish several of larger size, more solid, more real. Awakened beasts. Perhaps even one of a higher rank. "Form a circle," the knight ordered. Cover each other's backs. The 10 positioned themselves back to back, a small island of humanity in a sea of mist and monsters. Ash drew his sword. But then he remembered something. The memory. He summoned Mist Fang. The greyish sword appeared in his left hand, its weight almost non-existent. A short sword in one hand, and in the other. It wasn't a style he had ever practiced, but at that moment, any advantage was welcome. The spawn attacked. Chaos erupted. Ash barely had time to process what was happening. His body moved on instinct, one sword tracing defensive arcs while the other sought openings. And it worked. Mist Fang pierced through the creatures as if they were made of, well, mist. Its ethereal edge cut through their natural defenses with astonishing ease. A latent spawn fell to his sword. Then another. An awakened beast lunged at him, and Ash raised his sword instinctively. The grey blade sank into the creature's chest, and it dissolved with a shriek. You have killed an awakened beast, Mist Spawn. The spell's voice echoed in his mind, but Ash had no time to celebrate. Already another creature took its place. Beside him, Dren fought like a demon. His axe reaped spawn with deadly efficiency, his face a mask of absolute concentration. The veteran seemed born for this. The knights also held their own. The leader and his younger companion formed a wall of steel and determination, their swords dancing in the mist. The veteran woman, despite her age, fought with a blood-chilling ferocity. But the other mercenaries. One fell. Then another. Their screams were cut short abruptly as the mist claimed them. Ash couldn't look. He couldn't afford that distraction. Every second he looked away from his own fight was a second that could cost him his life. Minutes passed. Or hours. Time meant nothing in the mist. When the last spawn fell, when the battle finally ended, Ash found himself gasping, barely able to stay on his feet. Blood, if that grey liquid could be called blood, covered his clothes, his swords. And the blood of those creatures dripped from his chin, from his arms, from every part of his body. Around him, the landscape had changed. The bodies of the spawn slowly vanished, returned to the mist from which they were born. But there were also other bodies. Human bodies. Of the 10, only 5 remained. Ash counted, again and again, hoping to be wrong. But the number didn't change. There were him and Dren. The veteran knight, wounded but alive. The grey-haired woman, leaning on her axe, gasping. And the younger knight, sitting on the ground, with an empty expression on his face. 5. Damn it, Dren muttered, falling to his knees. Damn it. No one said anything. There were no words for that moment. The veteran knight was the first to move. He approached the fallen, one by one, looking for any sign of life. He found none. We have to keep going, he said, his voice hoarse. We can't stay here. We'll attract more. Let us rest, the veteran woman said. Just a moment. Please. The knight looked at her for a moment, then slowly nodded. 5 minutes. Not one more. The 5 sat where they were, too exhausted to move. Someone passed a canteen. Someone else shared a piece of hard bread. Small gestures of humanity in a place that seemed to have forgotten it. Ash closed his eyes for a moment, letting his breathing calm. The pain in his ribs was unbearable, but he no longer cared. He just wanted to rest. He just wanted to. No, he thought, forcing himself to open his eyes. I can't fall asleep. Not here. He looked around. The mist was still there, dense, implacable. But something had changed. The sensation of being watched was more intense than ever. As if all the eyes of the mist were fixed on him. We have to move, he said, standing up with effort. Something isn't right. The others looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Dren asked. I don't know. But we have to go. Now. The veteran knight studied him for a moment, then nodded. The kid's right. Get up. We're leaving. The five set off, leaving behind the bodies of their companions. Ash didn't look back. He couldn't. Dash. They walked for hours. Or maybe it was minutes. In the mist, time still made no sense. And then, they attacked again. But this time it was different. The spawn emerged from the mist as before, but their attack was strange. Uncoordinated. As if they weren't really interested in fighting. Ash killed two with his sword before realizing something was wrong. The other four survivors also fought, but the spawn retreated as soon as they received a blow, falling back into the mist instead of pressing the attack. What's happening? The young knight asked, his voice trembling. No one answered. The spawn withdrew completely. A moment later, the mist began to dissipate. Ash blinked, incredulous. For the first time since arriving in this place, he could see beyond a few meters. The grey sky was still grey, but now he could make out the horizon. The mountains. The road stretching ahead. And at the end of that road, in the distance, he saw lights. The camp, the veteran woman said, her voice barely a whisper. It's the camp. The five stared at the lights for a moment, not daring to believe it. Why did they retreat? Dren asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. They had the advantage. They could have killed us. The veteran knight slowly shook his head. I don't know. But I'm not going to question it. Go. Run. The five began to run towards the lights, towards safety, towards life. Ash ran, but he couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. The spawn had retreated. The mist had dissipated. It was as if something, or someone, had decided to let them go. And as he ran, he felt that gaze once more. That invisible presence that had followed him from the beginning. But now, for the first time, he felt something else. He felt truly uncomfortable, as if something wasn't right but he couldn't exactly tell what. What the hell? Ash thought, as his feet carried him toward the camp. He didn't know. But he was beginning to suspect something unpleasant was about to happen. He could feel it. His intuition guided him toward the camp, but that gaze became more intense with each passing second. Chapter 8, End of Hope. The lights of the camp drew slowly nearer, but the closer they got, the more the discomfort grew in Ash's chest. It wasn't just the sensation of being watched. That had become as familiar as his own breathing. It was something deeper. Something he couldn't explain with words. His intuition, that strange guidance his aspect gave him, that silent voice that had led him here told him something was terribly wrong. That he should turn back. That he should run in the opposite direction and never look behind. But it also told him to keep going forward. That the camp was his destination. That he would find answers there. The contradiction was driving him mad. He walked in silence, his feet moving on inertia while his mind fought a war against itself. Beside him, the other four survivors advanced with the same weary determination, driven by the promise of safety that the camp's lights represented. I don't understand, Dren suddenly said, breaking the silence that had settled among them. The spawn, why did they retreat? Ash looked up. The veteran had his brow furrowed, his gaze lost in the mist surrounding them. They had the advantage, Dren continued, more to himself than to the others. They could have annihilated us. We were 10, exhausted, wounded. And suddenly, they left. As if something had called them. The grey-haired woman, walking a few steps ahead, shrugged without looking back. Maybe they lost interest. It happens sometimes. The mist creatures are unpredictable. I've seen stranger things in my years in these mountains. No, said Ash. The others stopped and looked at him. What do you mean? Dren asked, raising an eyebrow. Ash slowly shook his head, his eyes fixed on the camp's lights that seemed ever closer but also stranger. In the previous attacks, they didn't retreat, he said, his voice low but firm. They killed everyone they could and only left when there was no one left. The first night, 8 dead. The second, just as many. And then, today, they walked away as if they were being called. As if they had another objective. The gray-haired woman frowned, an expression of concern crossing her face for the first time. What are you suggesting? She asked. I don't know, Ash admitted. But something isn't right. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. The veteran knight, who had been listening in silence as he led the group, stopped and turned toward them. His armor was dented, his face marked by fatigue and loss, but his eyes still held that authority that had kept him alive all these years. Whatever it is, he said calmly, we're here now. The camp is in sight. There will be safe. And if something is happening, there will get answers. Ash wanted to say something more, wanted to scream that something didn't fit, that the camp's lights seemed dim, somehow. But the words got stuck in his throat. Because the knight was right. The camp was there. It was the only option they had left right now. The 5 kept walking. 40 minutes later, the camp's walls rose before them. They were imposing structures, designed to withstand the onslaught of the mist creatures. Made of wood reinforced with metal, they rose about 8 meters high, and every few meters, blue flame oil lamps cast their cold, protective light over the mist. Ash had heard about those lamps during the journey. They were the reason the camp was safe. Their light, created with a mixture of alchemy and awakened essence, kept the creatures at bay. It was a shield against the mist of the misty mountains. But something was wrong. The lamps were still lit. Ash could see their bluish light flickering atop the walls. But the mist was inside the camp. The mist tendrils crawled through the air, allowing them to see no more than a few meters ahead. It was evident that the mist had claimed the camp as its territory. And yet, there it was. Ash felt his heart stop for an instant. This isn't right, Dren murmured, voicing what everyone was thinking. The veteran knight said nothing. He simply approached the great wooden and metal door, placed a hand on its surface, and pushed. The door opened with a groan of rusty hinges. It was ajar, as if someone had rushed out and hadn't had time to close it. The veteran knight hesitated for an instant. Then, with a determination Ash could only admire, he crossed the threshold. The others followed. The interior of the camp was a nightmare. Bodies. There were bodies everywhere. Ash stood paralyzed, his eyes scanning the scene unable to truly process it. Knights in dented armor lay on the ground, their swords still in their hands, their faces frozen in expressions of surprise and terror. Mercenaries, those men and women hardened by years of fighting on the caravans, were scattered like broken dolls. Civilians, those who had sought refuge in this place, lay beside the tents they would never inhabit again. All dead. All covered in that thin layer of grayish residue left by the spawn. Damn it, Dren whispered, and for the first time since Ash had known him, his voice trembled. The gray-haired woman clenched her fists so hard her knuckles turned white. Her jaw tightened, and Ash could see tears in her eyes that she refused to let fall. That's why they retreated, she said, her voice barely a whisper laden with cold, deep rage. The damned creatures, they were attacking the camp. They let us live because this was their real objective. They used us as a distraction, or we simply weren't worth it. But how? Asked the young knight, his face as pale as the mist surrounding them. He trembled visibly, his eyes scanning the bodies unable to settle on any. There was an ascended protecting this place. 50 awakened. Trained people, strong people. How could they? The veteran knight didn't respond. He simply looked around, processing the magnitude of the disaster with an expression Ash couldn't interpret. Resignation? Pain? Or simply the emptiness of someone who has lost too much to keep feeling? At that moment, a sound reached their ears. Distant, but unmistakable. The clash of steel against something. The battle, the veteran knight exclaimed, and for the first time in hours, something like hope shone in his eyes. There's still fighting. Someone's still alive. Without hesitating for an instant, he ran toward the source of the sound. The young knight followed without thinking, his loyalty stronger than his fear, his pain, or anything else. Ash, Dren, and the grey-haired woman stayed where they were, frozen for an instant. And then, the mist moved. It wasn't a subtle movement. It wasn't that lazy crawl they'd seen upon entering. The mist exploded around them, becoming dense, almost solid, and from it forms began to emerge. The spawn. Dozens of them. Awakened beasts, their forms more solid than ever, their contours defined as if made of something more than haze. They were larger than any they had faced before. Faster. Their eyes, those cold points of dim light, shone with disturbing intelligence. And all of them were staring at them. To hell with this! Dren shouted, raising his axe with a speed that belied his exhaustion. Ash didn't need to be told twice. He summoned his sword, the common blade, the one he'd received at the start of this infernal journey, and prepared himself. Mist Fang was already in his other hand, ready to be used. But he knew, in some cold, rational part of his mind, that this was different. That this was the end. The first spawn lunged at him. Ash dodged by inches, feeling the brush of mist claws against his cheek. He rolled on the ground, feeling every blow, every impact, every stone digging into his back. He rose just in time to block the second attack. The force of the impact reverberated through his arm, making his bones creak. But he didn't yield. He couldn't yield. He counterattacked with a horizontal slash, but the creature agilely retreated. It was faster than the previous ones. Smarter. Its movements were calculated, almost elegant. To his left, Dren fought two spawn at once. The veteran was a killing machine, his axe tracing deadly arcs that reaped mist and flesh alike. But even he was beginning to show signs of fatigue. His movements lost precision, his breathing grew more labored. The grey-haired woman had found a position against a wall, using her axe to hold three creatures at bay. Her face was a mask of determination, but Ash could see blood flowing from a wound in her side. Too many. There were too many. Ash killed one spawn with a precise strike to its core. Then another. Then a third. But for every one that fell, two more emerged from the mist. His swords moved too, tracing a deadly dance he didn't know he knew. Mist Fang pierced defenses with ease, and the common blade finished them off. Strike, thrust, slash. Strike, thrust, slash. But it wasn't enough. A spawn managed to breach his defense. Its claws tore through his arm, and Ash felt a cold pain, different from anything he'd experienced. It wasn't like a normal wound. It was as if something was sucking out his heat, his energy, his life. He screamed, but didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He drove the sword into the creature's face, and it dissolved with a shriek. But already another took its place. Ash knew, in some cold, rational part of his mind, that this was the end. That there was no hope. That they were going to die here, in this cursed camp, surrounded by mist and monsters. His arms were beginning to falter. His legs barely held him. Blood flowed from his wounded arm, staining the ground red. But he couldn't give up. Not after everything he'd been through. Not after Kale, that 17-year-old kid who had given him bread and advice and died saving him. Not after all those who had fallen along the way, whose names he would never know but whose deaths were etched into his soul. Not after coming this far. I won't die here, he thought, as his sword found the side of another spawn and dissolved it into mist. I won't die here. I won't. A thunderous roar shook the camp. It wasn't a normal sound. It wasn't the cry of a beast or the crash of something falling. It was a roar that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. A sound that made the air tremble, that made the mist itself shudder. Everyone stopped. The spawn stood motionless, their mist forms trembling as if something had disturbed them from the very depths. Dren stopped mid-swing, his axe suspended in the air. The grey-haired woman lowered her weapon, gasping. And Ash. Ash felt something he couldn't explain. Something in the deepest part of his being, in that empty place the void had claimed as its own, began to pulse. And then, he saw it. Chapter 9, Will to Live. It was titanic and absolutely terrifying. Ash had never seen anything like it in his life. Not in the worst nightmares he'd had as a child, not in the horror stories he read online, not even in his most twisted imagination could he have conceived something like this. It was a face. An enormous grey face, like that of a corpse that had been rotting for weeks. The skin, if it could be called that, was stretched tight over the bones, cracked in thousands of places, and from each crack oozed a thick, greyish liquid that slowly vanished upon contact with the mist. The eyes were two empty sockets, dark, deep as abysses. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part were the hands. All around it, as if they were holding the face in place, there were hands. Dozens of hands. Two enormous ones on the sides, one more on the forehead, and between the spaces of their fingers, smaller ones, more numerous, all squeezing, all holding. And between the fingers of those hands, in the gaps left by their joints, there were eyes. Yellow eyes, bright, blinking slowly, observing everything with ancient and malevolent intelligence. Ash felt the terror. Not the normal fear, the kind that quickens your heart and sharpens your senses. No. This was another kind of terror. It was pure, physical, absolute. A terror that penetrated to the bone, that froze the blood, that paralyzed every muscle in the body. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. He could only stare. And as he stared, a mist spawn, one of the many still swarming around him, took advantage of his immobility. The blow hit him square in the side. Ash flew several meters through the air, his body spinning uncontrollably until he crashed against the ground. The impact was brutal. He felt something crack inside him. Ribs? Collarbone? He didn't know, and pain enveloped him like a wave. But the pain was precisely what saved him. The pain broke the spell of terror that had kept him paralyzed. Ash opened his eyes. He didn't know when he had closed them, and struggled to turn on his side, gasping, spitting blood. And then he saw Dren. The veteran was about 20 meters away, fighting three spawn at once. His axe moved with that deadly efficiency Ash had learned to admire, but he was retreating. His movements were slower, his blows less precise. Blood flowed from a dozen minor wounds, and his face was a mask of exhaustion and determination. Dren! Ash shouted, but his voice was barely a hoarse whisper. Dren didn't hear him. Or couldn't respond. A spawn managed to breach his defense. Its claws sank into the veteran's arm, and Dren screamed, a gut-wrenching sound Ash would remember for the rest of his life. But he didn't fall. He kept fighting. Until another spawn struck him from behind. And another. And another. Ash watched Dren fall to his knees. He watched the spawn pounce on him. He saw the blood. So much blood. Gushing, staining the ground, mixing with that grey liquid the creatures left behind. Dren, he shouted again, but this time his voice was stronger. Dren could no longer hear him. The grey-haired woman ran toward him, trying to help, but the spawn surrounded her too. Ash watched her fight, saw her axe tracing desperate arcs, saw how 1, 2, 3 spawn fell before her. But there were too many. There were always too many. She fell too. Her body hit the ground with a dull thud, and the spawn pounced on her. Ash felt something warm on his cheeks. Tears. He was crying. He didn't know when it had started, but tears streamed down his face, mixing with the blood and dust and that damned grey residue that covered everything. He cried for Dren, who had saved him so many times. He cried for the grey-haired woman, whose name he had never known but who had given him his first piece of advice in this hell. He cried for Kale, for the knights, for all those who had died so he could make it this far. He cried for himself. For how powerless he was. For how small he felt in the face of this cruel and merciless world that had given him no respite since the moment he awoke in it. But then, amidst the tears, something changed. The pain was still there. The sadness was still there. The powerlessness too. But beneath all that, somewhere deep he didn't even know existed, something began to burn. No, he thought. I will not die here. It wasn't hope. It wasn't optimism. It wasn't any of those nice things people said in difficult moments. It was something more basic. More primitive. It was will. Will to live. Will not to give up. Will to keep going even when everything was lost. Ash clenched his teeth so hard he felt them creak. He ignored the pain in his side, in his arm, in every part of his body. He ignored the tears that still fell. He ignored the terror the titanic creature still inspired. He grabbed his sword, his memory, his only possession in this world, and used it as support to stand up. His legs trembled. His wounded arm screamed. His breathing was an irregular, painful rattle. But he was standing. The spawn saw him. Several turned toward him, their cold eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ash didn't wait for them to attack. He ran toward them. It wasn't an elegant charge. It wasn't a calculated movement. It was a desperate onslaught, driven by pure adrenaline and that newly discovered will. The first spawn tried to block his path. Ash's sword pierced it before it could react. You have killed an awakened beast, mist spawn. The spell's voice sounded in his mind, but Ash didn't stop to listen. Second spawn. Third. Fourth. His sword moved, his body too, but it was no longer him controlling the movements. It was something else. Something that had been sleeping inside him and that now, faced with the threat of death, had awakened. The spawn fell before him as if made of paper. But there were too many. There were always too many. One managed to wound him in the side. Another in the leg. A third slashed his good arm. Ash kept going. Every step was agony. Every blow cost him superhuman effort. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Stopping meant dying. And he was not going to die. Not here. Not now. Not after everything. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, the last spawn fell. Ash stood, gasping, bleeding, trembling. Around him, the bodies of the creatures slowly vanished, returned to the mist from which they were born. And then, he looked up. The titanic creature was still there. The grey face, the hands holding it, the yellow eyes blinking slowly. But now, Ash could see something he hadn't noticed before. The creature was motionless. It wasn't that it was still waiting. It was that it couldn't move. The hands holding it weren't to support it, but to contain it. And the eyes weren't looking at it. They were looking through it. Ash understood then. This creature wasn't the enemy. It was the prison. Or something like that. He had no time to think. His intuition, that silent voice that had guided him here, spoke to him once more. Now, it said. You have to do it now. Ash didn't ask what. He didn't ask how. He simply knew. The eye. The only yellow eye that shone in the center of that mass of flesh and mist. That was the vulnerable point. The core. The heart of everything. Ash gripped his sword's hilt and began to run. The spawn tried to stop him. They emerged from the mist by the dozen, placing themselves in his path. But Ash was no longer the same one who had entered the camp. Something in him had changed. Something that made them slower, clumsier, easier to dodge. Or perhaps it was him who was faster. He dodged, rolled, leaped. Every movement was perfect, precise, as if he had been practicing for this moment his entire life. The spawn fell in his wake, but he didn't stop to kill them. He had no time. He just ran. Toward the eye. Toward the creature. Toward the end. When he was close enough, when the yellow eye filled his entire field of vision, Ash leaped. But it wasn't enough. The creature was too large. His leap, no matter how high, wouldn't reach. He would fall meters short of his target, and the spawn would devour him, and everything would have been in vain. In that instant, Ash remembered the memory he had obtained. Mist Fang. His left hand, still functional despite the wounds, felt the familiar light weight of the weapon. And without hesitating, without thinking, without allowing himself a second of doubt, Ash threw the sword with all the strength he had left. Mist Fang flew. It was just a sword, an insignificant weapon of the first-level awakened rank, compared to the enormous nightmare creature. But it was all he could do. The blade possessed an enchantment. Ethereal edge, this blade can pierce physical defenses with ease. It pierced through. The sword sank into the yellow eye like butter. And kept going. And going. And going. The eye didn't bleed. It didn't explode. It simply went dark. For an instant, all was silence. Then, the creature roared. It wasn't a normal sound. It was a roar that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. A roar that made the air tremble, that made the mist itself shudder, that made Ash feel as if his soul were about to tear apart. The roar hit him like a wave. Ash was flung backward, his body spinning uncontrollably through the air. He saw the grey sky, the mist, the ground, the sky again. He saw the titanic creature convulse, its hands releasing the face, its eyes going dark one by one. And then he saw the rocks. The impact was devastating. He felt multiple bones break at the same time. His arm, his leg, several ribs, maybe his hip. The pain was so immense, so absolute, that his mind tried to shut down to protect itself. But it didn't shut down. It couldn't. Something kept him conscious. Something forced him to stay there, to keep feeling, to keep existing. And then, the mist found him. It was the same mist from that first time. The one that had appeared in his room. The one that had brought him to this world. The one that had touched him and marked him as child of the void. Ash felt his senses begin to fade. The pain disappeared first. Then the cold. Then the sensation of his own body. His thoughts began to scatter, like leaves carried by the wind. He remembered fragments, Kale's face, Dren's advice, his mother's smile, the day of the accident, the mist in his room. Everything began to fade. His self. That which defined him. That which made him Ash. That too began to fade. And at that moment, in that place between life and death, Ash made a decision. He fought. He didn't know how. He didn't know against what. But he fought. He clung to his memories like a shipwrecked sailor clings to a plank. He remembered his name, Ashfall. He remembered who he was, a young man who wrote fanfics, who collected replica swords, who had been thrown into this world without asking for it. He remembered why he fought, to live. To stay alive. To not end up like all the others. The mist tried to take everything from him. He didn't allow it. He fought and fought and fought, not knowing how much time passed, not knowing if he was winning or losing, not knowing if he even still existed. Until he heard the voice. A familiar voice. Cold. Distant. But also, somehow, warm. You have killed a fallen terror, progenitor of the mist. You have obtained a memory. Ash felt something change. The mist enveloping him began to dissipate. His senses slowly returned, like numb fingers regaining feeling. And then, the voice spoke again. Awaken, Ashfall. Your nightmare has ended. Prepare for evaluation. Chapter 10, Sea of Souls. Preparing for your evaluation. Ash opened his eyes upon hearing the voice of the nightmare spell. Instead of finding himself filled with pain, fear, and despair, he felt calm. Strangely calm. The sensation of being watched and judged, the intuition that had been guiding him somewhere, had vanished. For the first time, he was safe, truly safe. And yet, he still felt his chest tighten and his heart ache. He had won, he had passed the test of the nightmare spell, he had survived his first nightmare. He was just an ordinary human, coming from a peaceful world without terrifying monsters, without the constant danger of death, without any talent other than his strong will to live. To live. That was the only thing he did, the only thing he could do, survive. He wanted to live. He didn't want to die, death scared and terrified him. Ash sighed. His emotions were still chaotic, and it would take him time to assimilate the reality of his current situation. Looking around, he observed fog, but it was thin, covering some areas. The sky was a light grey color, and the atmosphere was similar to cloudy days before rain. Looking down, he saw he was standing on a watery surface. It was water. No, more accurately, he was inside his sea of soul. Ash had only one desire, and that was simply to have a peaceful life without having to fight anything dangerous, or not having to fight at all. He had killed things that were above his level. He still didn't understand how he did it, but he got lucky. He killed a dormant beast, then he killed an awakened beast that took the form of his deceased mother. Then he kept killing, and killing more awakened beasts, and perhaps some awakened monster, and in the end, he killed a fallen terror. A nightmare creature so vast and powerful that the fact that someone like him killed it was unheard of. And he survived the nothingness by clinging to his sense of identity, using his will to live to achieve it. He let out a sigh. You have obtained a memory, Mantle of the Mist. I guess that was the memory I got from killing the terror, Ash murmured to nothing in particular. It was just him and nothing else. As far as he knew, there were 7 ranks. The ranks were the order to ascend: dormant, awakened, ascended, transcendent, supreme, sacred, divine. There were also 7 ranks for nightmare creatures. Dormant, awakened, fallen, corrupted, great, cursed, unholy. Ash knew he had killed a fallen terror, so following logic, he obtained a memory of the 6th level of the ascended rank. Ash waited there in his sea of soul, still assimilating everything that had happened in less than 4 days. Finally, after a while, he heard the voice of the spell. This time it was extremely clear and understandable. Awakened. Your trial is over. In the misty mountains, an unknown awoke as a mercenary in a doomed caravan. Night after night, the caravan was attacked by the spawn of mist, who killed his companions. He saw the young man who saved his life die, the veteran who taught him to fight die, all of them. When only he remained facing the fallen terror, his body broken and without hope, he threw his last weapon directly into the beast's eye. Without strength, the unknown was enveloped by the nothingness, about to be erased. However, the unknown, with his great will to live and his tenacity, overcame the nothingness, surviving it. You have defeated 42 dormant beasts, spawn of mist. You have defeated 35 awakened beasts, spawn of mist. You have defeated 1 fallen terror, progenitor of mist. Your attribute, child of nothingness, is evolving. You have obtained a new attribute, blessing of nothingness. You have achieved the impossible. Final evaluation, glorious. Your need knows no bounds. Sleeper Ashfall, receive your blessing. Well, I guess this is where it all begins, Ash thought, not really feeling happy about it. You have been granted a true name, Dream of Oblivion. Your aspect is ready to evolve. Evolve aspect. Ash blinked upon hearing his true name. Yes, he murmured distractedly. Aspect, latent wraith is evolving. New aspect acquired. Aspect rank, divine. Aspect name, phantom. Ash summoned his runes, finding the lines of text floating before him that only he could see. Aspect, Phantom. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description, your existence is not tied to the physical world. You can slip between the material and the immaterial. Between presence and absence, between being seen, and being forgotten. While others live in the world, you walk the veil that separates it from nothingness. As a phantom, you possess great and strange powers. Innate ability, soul guide. Innate ability description, your intuition guides you towards where you wish to go. As a guide of souls, you can attack the soul of those whose will is not superior to yours, or directly give it forms. Ash read the runes calmly. His head tilted slightly to the side. His innate ability was, at best, a genuine trick ability. Honestly, he didn't know what to expect from it. Attacking the soul was undoubtedly very useful. Although there was the detail of the will. If his enemy's will was superior to his attacks wouldn't damage their soul. This was something he had to keep in mind. Well, it wasn't that it was useless, but rather he simply didn't know how to use it yet and needed to experiment with it to see what might come of it in the end. I hope I have better luck with my trick ability. Maybe creating ghosts sounds pretty cool, he thought with a slight smile. However, Ash's smile faded as he remembered his true name, Dream of Oblivion. He didn't know what it meant, or if it was related to the demon of Oblivion or the forgotten god that the gods imprisoned, whose awakening would mean devouring all existence. Unaware of his thoughts, the spell continued its announcement. The first seal is broken. Awakening latent powers. Ash felt something awaken within him. It was a strange sensation, as if something was touched and began to react. The sensation wasn't painful or unpleasant, instead, it was different, almost euphoric. He couldn't compare it to anything he had felt before. However, he felt an energy coming from his very being. His emotions became clearer, his senses sharper, as if they had been dulled before. Even though he used to wear glasses, his vision now became sharper and clearer than ever. The world filled with new, warmer, more vivid colors. He felt something settle in his chest like a tiny star. Ash sighed and looked up. In the fog-covered sky, a sun appeared. One of a light grey color, radiating a cold and somewhat heavy air, but one that was comfortable for him. This was his first soul core. He still had to acquire 6 more cores to be able to ascend to the Titan class. He wondered how powerful he would become upon becoming a Titan. Naturally, those with divine aspects were cheaters. Their power and strength go beyond the average awakened, being able to fight things above them. An example would be the protagonists, who fought against a saint and killed him while being ascended. They also killed corrupted beasts that saints could kill. Also, the fact that they had hidden tricks. For example, Mordred of Nothingness who could create reflections using his soul cores, or Sunless who acquired the shadows of everything he killed into his soul, or Nephi's who could explode her cores like a thermonuclear bomb. So Ash had hoped that his trick bar would also be great to compensate for his innate ability. Squinting slightly, Ash observed 3 spheres of light orbiting around his soul core. Those should be my memories, he thought. Again, the voice of the spell resonated in his sea of soul. Aspect ability of awakening. Aspect ability acquired. Aspect ability name, guide. Ash blinked. Hey! He quickly invoked his runes again. Name, Ashfall. True name, Dream of Oblivion. Rank, Sleeper. Phantom Core, Dormant. Soul Fragments, 94/1000. This is strange, Ash thought. He had killed 42 dormant beasts and 35 awakened beasts. If he did some calculations, he should obtain a total of 70 phantom fragments since they were 1 rank above him. And if he calculated the terror, which was of the 6th level and fallen, he should get at least. So, the awakened ones give me double, and the fallen ones are similar, getting double what the awakened ones give. So in total, I got 70 fragments for killing 35 awakened beasts, and I got around 26 from killing the fallen terror, giving a total of 94. Satisfied with his calculations, Ash continued examining his runes. Memories, Fang of Mist, Nebulous Bow, Mantle of the Mist. Echoes. Attributes, Nothingness, Soul's Blessing of Nothingness, Spark of Divinity, Shadows. It seems Mark of Divinity evolved into Spark of Divinity. Aspect, Phantom. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect ability, Guide. Aspect ability description, your intuition leads you towards where you wish to go, whether it be a hidden treasure, a person, or an uncertain destiny. What a shitty ability, Ash thought. A new set of runes appeared, and with it came the voice of the spell. All power has a price. You have received a flaw. Your flaw is clemency. Oh no. Chapter 11, Awakened World. Flaw, Clemency. Flaw description, you cannot kill anything that is significantly weaker than you. Well, that's shit. Ash sighed. Reading the description of his flaw made him feel strange. His plans of simply living by killing awakened creatures slowly to get stronger had been shattered into pieces. Of course, there was the option of simply remaining as an awakened. After all, there were thousands of awakened, what difference would one more make? And it's not like he literally couldn't kill. Only God knew that this was indeed a troublesome flaw. If he got stronger, he would have to fight against strong things to kill them. Something he knew well was that holding back was much harder than killing. If he was an awakened, he could fight against any creature of the awakened, fallen, and corrupted rank. But as a master, he could only fight against enemies of the fallen rank. And he wouldn't be able to kill awakened beasts. If he was a transcendent, he would only have to fight against fallen and corrupted creatures. Ash sighed. This flaw would be problematic if he became a supreme. He could only fight against corrupted, great, and cursed things. And God knew if he became a sacred being, he'd at least have to fight against cursed and unholy things. Though it's not like he planned to get that far in life. He was happy simply not having a purpose. He had no interest in joining the circus of the protagonists and their group. They could die and it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Even if he ran into them, he could simply ignore them. Yeah, that's what I'll do, he murmured, feeling more cheerful. Having reached his conclusion, Ash heard the voice of the spell in his mind. Awaken, dream of oblivion. The world spun for Ash, and for one last time, he felt like he was falling, upwards? Or downwards? He really didn't know. Ash opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a ceiling with an aesthetic he couldn't quite describe. Also, the air was different. It felt heavier and more polluted, unlike the pure air of his world or the place where his nightmare had been. Seems like I'm really here. Although he already knew he had been sent, he still held on to the hope that it was just a bad dream and he would wake up lying in his bed, getting ready to go back to writing and deleting stories. After all, he only studied on Saturdays. Ash pushed those thoughts away. This was a new chapter in his life, or what was left of it. He could easily die when he went to the dream realm. Turning his head slightly, he observed that someone was sitting on a cheap plastic chair next to his reinforced medical bed. Sitting there was a woman. To his relief, it wasn't who he thought it might be. The woman had chestnut hair, light cinnamon skin, and brown eyes. Her skin was flawless and smooth. Her general appearance was that of a woman who had just entered adulthood. She wore a well-fitted dark blue uniform. The jacket of her uniform had all its buttons done up. The woman had a slightly bored and somewhat drowsy expression. On her chest were 2 stars. Although Ash didn't know much about the ranks of awakened in the government, he guessed the woman was an awakened. "What are you looking at, kid?" she asked in a calm tone. "Are you an awakened?" "Yes," the awakened responded. The government awakened began to loosen the restraints that kept him immobilized against the bed. "Well, welcome to the land of the living. Congratulations on surviving your first nightmare, Sleeper Ashfall. I'm Vicky, an awakened. But you can call me Vicky. For the last 3 days, I've been on standby because of your nightmare. Let's talk later. First, go take a shower and get your head straight, Vicky advised. Ash sat up in bed and nodded without saying a word. A few minutes passed, and Ash was enjoying the sensation of a hot water shower. As the awakened who received him had said, taking a bath helped him relax and finally assimilate everything that had happened to him in such a short time. From his strange encounter with nothingness, how he somehow ended up in the nightmare spell, then everything he did until finally awakening in his own altered body upon becoming a sleeper. After a while, he turned off the faucet and approached a towel rack. Casually, he caught his reflection in the mirror. The physical changes were notable. His skin, once tanned from the sun he got at his job, had cleared up, leaving a light olive complexion with a healthy appearance. His hair, which used to be unruly and greasy, had become more fluid and silky, falling downwards instead of sticking up, turning the color of ash. His face had also become sharper and more attractive. His brown eyes had become lighter than before, appearing almost golden. Overall, he was handsome, but not as handsome as those cultivator stories he sometimes read. Ash yawned, feeling somewhat sleepy. All right, let's see the runes again. Name, Ashfall. True name, Dream of Oblivion. Rank, Sleeper. Aspect, Phantom. Aspect rank, Divine. Phantom core, Dormant. Soul fragments, 94/1000. Aspect ability, Guide. Aspect ability description: your intuition leads you towards where you wish to go, whether it be a hidden treasure, a person, or an uncertain destiny. Echoes. Memories: Fang of Mist, Nebulous Bow, Mantle of the Mist. Attributes: Nothingness, Soul's Blessing of Nothingness, Spark of Divinity, Shadows. Flaw: Clemency. After looking at the runes, Ash put on a clean police tracksuit and headed to the station's cafeteria. Upon arriving, he saw Vicky waiting for him at a table with 2 trays full of steaming food in front of her. Sitting down, Vicky slid a tray towards him. Eat. Grabbing the tray, he began to eat. After a constant battle where he had to eat just enough without getting full, he was starving. It only took him a few minutes to devour the plate of food and drink the glass of fresh water. Are you done? Yes, he replied with a satisfied smile. Then I'll begin. According to protocol, I'm obligated to inform you of a few things. It's more of a formality. Firstly, about your nightmare. Vicky looked at him for a few moments before continuing. You have the right to receive free psychological counseling. No matter what traumatic experience you've lived through, there's no shame in asking for help. Your mind is as important as your body, it's only fair to keep it healthy. Are you interested? No. Whatever you want. You can also talk to me. Was it very hard? It took me by surprise. It was worse than I expected, but also strangely enlightening. That's a good attitude. I won't pry further. Is there anything else? Well, basically that's it. There are some additional hurdles to overcome, mostly related to your family, but, well, according to your files, I know that doesn't apply here. The only thing left is how you'll face your first journey to the dream realm. You can choose to prepare on your own, or not prepare at all. Just celebrate until the lights go out. You're unlucky because the solstice isn't far off. How long until it? Ash asked, looking at the awakened. About 4 weeks. Ash felt his heart sink. Every sleeper has the right to enroll in the Awakened Academy. It will provide you with accommodation and a wide selection of preparatory classes. At this point in the year, you won't be able to learn much. But it's better than nothing. Vicky remained silent for a few seconds, then added. The most important thing is that you'll meet most of the people who will enter the dream realm, and some might become your lifelong companions. Ash understood what Vicky said, and more than that, even though she didn't say it, the implication that someone might kill him in the dream realm was clear. So, what do you say? Do you want me to take you to the academy? Yes. I want to go to the academy. Ash looked in front of him at the enormous, indestructible red gates of the Awakened Academy. The Awakened Academy, as far as he knew, was a city within a city with accessible facilities. The defenses were state-of-the-art, enough to make even terrors think twice about invading. Ash simply observed and waited for the gates to open. He already had his plan, which was quite simple. Learn to wield a weapon and survive. If he survived and became an awakened, he'd think about what to do next. He had 4 weeks. Ash watched as the snow fell slowly to the ground. It was cold, and it was silent. He liked the cold, it made him feel comfortable. Hearing footsteps, Ash turned his head slightly, seeing a girl a few years older, maybe 2 or 3 years older. She had a distant look on her face, as if she didn't belong to the world. Her eyes were a pristine silver, as was her white hair. And like him, she wore a police tracksuit. On her head, she wore old-fashioned headphones. Ash said nothing. He simply ignored Nephi's of the Immortal Flame clan. As much as possible, he didn't want to get involved with the other divine aspect bearer. His plans were simple: get a house, simply anchor himself in a quiet citadel. Maybe Ravenheart or Bastion sounded good. And when the world went to hell, he'd build a nice house in Bastion to have a pleasant view every day. That was his life plan. A perfect one, if he did say so himself. At least 10 minutes passed. Ash had his hands in the pockets of his hoodie. Hearing a vehicle stop, he turned his head slightly, seeing a short boy using a police tracksuit with a calm, perhaps somewhat cautious face. Ash simply looked forward again. Not my problem, he thought without saying anything, feeling the gaze of the most treacherous protagonist he had ever read about. Finally, another minute passed until the gate began to open. The enormous sheet of reinforced metal descended slowly, creating a long bridge. Ash looked ahead with tired eyes. Honestly, all he wanted was to simply sleep. Once the reinforced sheet had fully descended, creating the bridge, Ash began to walk with calm steps. He had already thought about which classes he would take. First, he would take wilderness survival classes, and then combat classes. Those were the only 2 classes that interested him. Upon entering, Ash headed to the sleeper section of the compound. It only took him a short time to find it. It was in the southern part of the academy, surrounded by training fields and parks. The building was low and modern, constructed with reinforced materials. Like most academy buildings, most of it was hidden underground, leaving only a couple of floors above ground. The building's facade was a pristine white with large windows. Once inside, he noticed the building was spacious and well lit. An academy staff worker waited for them, beginning to guide them to a large hall where there were about 100 young men and women, all sleepers from the same unfortunate event of passing their nightmares that day or days before. Once inside, Ash simply began to walk, observing the curious faces of the gathered, beautiful young people. Some were talking among themselves, others were tense and withdrawn into corners. Ash simply stayed in a corner, silent, with a faint angry look on his face, a technique he learned so that no one would approach him to talk. After half an hour, he was somewhat amused by the mention of the pervert who gained everyone's hatred in record time. Ash simply waited for a while, letting out another slight yawn. He observed as the door opened and a man who resembled a bear stepped onto the stage. He introduced himself as Rock, an awakened. The instructor gave the basic information that he already knew by heart, so he simply didn't pay attention. Instead, he just checked his mobile, or communicator as they generally referred to it. The communicator was an old, ancient model that worked to send him all the information and directions he would need during his stay at the academy. Although Ash was still slightly confused about how he even had documentation and registration with the government to begin with. It was practically impossible. Well, not entirely. After all, this world was governed by fate, and a spell doing something like moving an existence from one world to another wasn't impossible. Feeling a headache coming on, Ash pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. Rock the Awakened had finished his long, roughly 20-minute chat, letting them go to their private rooms to rest. Chapter 12, True Name. For Ash, the world he found himself in was truly strange. Being a person from the 21st century thrown into a world very similar to his own but totally different, set hundreds of years in the future. Although many things remained the same, others varied. For example, the matter of religion. Although there wasn't a specific religion nowadays, in the past many sects and religions of different deities had emerged. However, most dissolved or were eliminated by the unified government when the nightmare spell emerged. Yet even with that, the existence of the six gods was a fact everyone naturally knew. Ash thought this was something the goddess of war, life, and technology had implanted in the minds of humans. He remembered that humans were born from the weak embers of the flame of desire, and that the gods simply left them in their divine realms like pets. Anyway, it's not like he cared. Maybe it was because he had fought against nothingness itself, struggling to survive being erased, that he lost some of his emotions. Or maybe it was the fact of his nightmare that had changed him. He really didn't know, but he felt calmer and with his mind clearer than ever. Even when he looked at his new room in the sleeper complex. It was an entire room for himself alone. There was a bed with a soft mattress, a table, a dressing room, and a bathroom. From what he could smell, everything was new and fresh, with no trace of being previously used. There was even a kind of projection that perfectly mimicked a window showing the nearby park he had seen. His eyes focused on the set of clothes with the Academy emblem. For now, Ash paid no attention to the sets of clothes. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the mirror. Since he had time, he decided to examine all his memories. Summoning the runes with a thought, he observed the floating letters. His intention turned to his memories, scanning the sword first. Memory, Fang of Mist. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory level, I. Memory type, Weapon. Memory description, forged with the essence of a spawn of mist, this weapon retains part of its ethereal nature. It is said that those who wield it can feel the presence of the mist before it appears. Or perhaps it's just the imagination of the dying. Enchantments, Ethereal Edge. Ethereal Edge enchantment description, this blade can pierce physical defenses with ease, as if the mist itself guides it. I see. So that's why I was able to land the killing blow on the terror. I guess that by stabbing the sword into its body and causing continuous damage, and the arrival of the mist counted as me killing it. That's what I call luck. All right. Ash summoned the sword. He observed golden sparks appearing in his hands until he felt the weapon. The sword had the appearance of a longsword, dark grey in color. Its hilt was covered with a kind of material that was comfortable to grip and non-slip. There was also the fact that it was incredibly light, to the point of weighing almost nothing when held. Being an awakened weapon of the first level, it could face creatures of the same rank, even one of a higher rank, as long as he didn't do something crazy that would break it. Ash dismissed the sword and looked at his second memory. Memory, Nebulous Bow. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory level, 2. Memory type, Weapon. Memory description, this bow was forged in the depths of the mist by a hunter. Using it for so long, the bow adopted the properties of the mist, being as silent as it is deadly. Enchantments, Sure Shot Silent. Sure Shot enchantment description, when you fix your gaze on an enemy and shoot an arrow, the arrow will always hit the target with great precision. Silent enchantment description, this enchantment allows you to block sound in a surrounding area when firing. So, 2 passive enchantments. The first makes arrows never miss their target, and the second blocks sound in an area around you. However, I don't have any arrow memories to unleash its maximum potential. Ash analyzed as he summoned the memory. After a few moments, he observed himself holding a grey bough with undulating white limbs resembling mist that covered it completely. Ash dismissed the bough and decided to summon his last memory. Memory, Mantle of the Mist. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory level, 6. Memory type, Armor. Memory description: knowing nothing but the mist, a powerful hunter ventured into its depths to discover its secrets. Over time, he hunted and eliminated many corrupted creatures until he himself was corrupted. Going mad and furious, with his last shred of consciousness, he tore off his thick, hard skin to become a mindless beast. In time, a group of travelers found the skin and with it created armor. Ash blinked reading the description. If he put the three descriptions together, it seemed he had the weapons of the hunter who became corrupted. Was that fallen terror the hunter, he thought, confused. Enchantments: Mist Field, No Madness, Unbreakable, Misty Augmentation, Camouflage, Tally of Nothingness. Ash blinked reading the 6 enchantments the mantle possessed. Without waiting a moment, he read the descriptions of what they did. Mist Field enchantment description: this enchantment generates a field of mist around the user that can be used to attack or escape. No Madness enchantment description: this enchantment allows the user to have a calm mind in moments of crisis, as well as largely blocking any type of mental attacks. Unbreakable enchantment description: as long as the user has an unbreakable will, they will receive an increase in strength. Misty Augmentation enchantment description: while surrounded by mist, you will be stronger. Camouflage enchantment description: this enchantment allows you to blend in well with the environment, going unnoticed if you stay still. Tally of Nothingness, 0/6000. Ash was confused seeing the last enchantment. Could it be similar to the Underworld Mantle, and I have to defeat enemies until I fill the counter and obtain a new attribute? He murmured, confused. Well, it doesn't matter. Ash summoned the memory. He watched curiously as threads of sparks wove together for a few seconds until he felt a different weight enveloping his body like armor. It was made of a soft, light grey fabric with various elements like bracers and pauldrons crafted from the same material. The armor was light and discreet but also possessed a certain hunter's style that didn't restrict his movements and muffled the sound of his movements. Finally, there was a long grey coat that fell down his back, along with a low hood. Wearing the armor, he undeniably felt stronger thanks to the unbreakable enchantment. Dismissing the memory, Ash took a quick shower, changed clothes, and then went to his interview with the administrative staff member. Arriving at the office, he entered where the employee was waiting for him. With a calm and friendly demeanor, the employee began the interview quickly. To summarize, they offered him psychological counseling, which he rejected. Then they asked him questions about his aspect. Would you mind telling me about the type of aspect ability you received, such as combat, sorcery, utility? I received a utility 1, Ash responded honestly. His sleeper ability was just a compass that led him where he wished to go, although it didn't warn him of what would be on the path. All right. Can you tell me what kind of utility ability, please? An exploration 1. From what I could test. The interviewer nodded, noting a few more things. Since the room he was in had a wide variety of enchantments to detect lies, the sleepers would have to speak the truth, but it depended on them how much they wanted to reveal. After that, they asked him a few more questions about details of his nightmare or the monsters he saw. Ash responded enough to fill in details but also kept the details somewhat vague. After the round of questions, the interviewer looked at him. All right. Is there anything else you want to say? Yes, I obtained a true name, he added, watching as the interviewer's eyes widened greatly. A true name? Are you sure? Yes. The interviewer quickly recovered from his initial shock. I see. What is your true name? Dream of Oblivion. Thank you for your time, Mr. Ashfall, the interviewer said, noting a few more things. Ash nodded, standing up and leaving the office. After leaving the office, he headed to the cafeteria. Using his aspect ability, he felt a pull indicating where to go. Following the pull, it only took him a few minutes to reach a large buffet-style cafeteria with a huge amount of food to choose from. Best of all, there were no limits, and he could eat as much as he wanted. Ash took a tray and began to fill it with a variety of different options until he formed a small pile. Walking to an empty table, he began to eat, filling his hungry stomach. After a few minutes and emptying the entire plate, he was truly satisfied. Leaving the tray in a special bin for used trays, he decided to return to his room to sleep early. But not before registering for the classes that interested him, Wilderness Survival and the Combat class. After registering, Ash lay down on the bed and fell asleep instantly. Early in the morning, Ash washed up, put on clothes, and headed to the cafeteria, which was somewhat crowded with other early rising sleepers who were still a bit nervous and anxious, while others were talking. Ash looked around, observing the table where he could be most at peace, the one with the blind seer. Approaching the table, he sat down without saying a word and began to eat. A few minutes later, someone else sat down, the most treacherous protagonist. No one said a word, reaching an understanding of acknowledging each other's existence and nothing more. After finishing his breakfast, a commotion occurred. Many sleepers were gathered around the large screen hanging on the cafeteria wall, their faces full of excitement and amazement. The screen displayed a list of names ranked from strongest to weakest, based on the interview results. Ash looked for a bit, searching for his name on the list, blinking somewhat surprised to see his name in second place, just below Changing Star, and next to it his true name. 1 St. Nephi's true name, Changing Star. 2 Nd Ashfall true name, Dream of Oblivion. 3 Rd Caster of the Han Li clan. Ash simply stood up, took his tray, and then left the cafeteria, taking advantage of the commotion to slip away silently. Ash yawned slightly, using his dormant ability to guide himself towards the Wilderness Survival classroom. I should have had a coffee before coming, he murmured, stopping in front of the classroom after a few minutes of walking. Upon entering, he observed one of the best characters in his opinion. His appearance was undoubtedly that of an elderly man around 50 or 60 years old. Of course, he could be older, considering the spell descended less than 100 years ago, 70 or 80 years at best. "Come in, young man," said Professor Julius. "I am the awakened Julius. You can call me Master Julius. Sit down while the other student arrives." "What's your name?" "Ashfall," he responded, sitting in one of the front seats. "But you can call me Ash." Chapter 13, Classes. A few minutes passed until a new figure entered the classroom, making Julius's face light up even more than before. Apparently, this year he had 2 students, a good streak, considering that some years he had none. So having 2 young people he could teach to survive was a reason to celebrate. "Come in, young man, we were waiting for you," said Julius. The black-haired boy looked inside the room, recognizing the guy he had shared a table with just a few minutes ago. "I'm Julius, an awakened. You can call me Master Julius. This young man here is Ashfall," he said, introducing Ash, who nodded. Ash watched with slight curiosity as the black-haired boy's eyes widened for an instant before recovering his usual expression. "What's your name?" "Sunless," he said, also sitting in the front row, leaving one seat between them. "Ah! What curious names you have! And not to mention ominous." "Very good, after all, we have to deal with ominous things," said Julius. Sorry, Master. Did I arrive too early?" asked Sunless. "Oh, no. You arrived right on time." Sunless frowned slightly. "Are other students arriving late?" "No one else will come apart from you two. Those brutes are only interested in swinging their fists and swords. Very few intelligent ones know the value of knowledge. Tell me, why did you choose this class among all the options?" Ash yawned a bit, ignoring the conversation for a few moments, letting his mind wander about which part of the dream realm he would fall into. His mantle of the mist was useful in any type of situation. As long as he didn't appear a few hundred meters in the air, the fall would kill him instantly, and as long as he didn't run into a fallen monster, much less a corrupted one. After a while, Ash paid attention again when he heard Julius address him. "And you, Ashfall?" "Oh, unlike Sunless, the awakened who supervised me only explained the basics and told me not to die uselessly. So I simply chose the one with the highest survival probability," he explained sincerely. Vicky the Awakened, after explaining basic things, simply left him outside the academy gates and nothing more. It's not that it made him angry or really affected him. That woman was one awakened among thousands of awakened, and he was one sleeper among hundreds of sleepers. Even now, he no longer remembered her face. "I see. It's a good choice you made," said Julius. "Let's move on to your study plan. What other courses are you taking?" "None. For the next 4 weeks, I'll focus completely on wilderness survival." Julius's eyes shone, and then he looked at Ash. "Combat class. But it doesn't start until 4, he replied, checking the schedule on his communicator to be sure. "Excellent. Wonderful, don't worry, my students. In 4 weeks, I'll make you immortal." Ash yawned slightly. Lately, he'd been more sleepy than normal. The classes began in a pleasant way and without too much tension. However, after an hour, Ash felt a slight headache due to the large amount of information Julius was continuously releasing. Due to the time lapse and the different things, Ash had to pay close attention and ask about things that were supposed to be basic knowledge for the current era. His lack of knowledge not only disconcerted Julius but also Sunless, who looked at him strangely every time he asked a general knowledge question. This caused Julius to start assigning him history books to catch up on his lack of basic knowledge. That, added to Julius's knowledge about the runes the spell used to communicate, where Ash discovered he was quite good and understood the runes and their different meanings well. In the end, after about 6 or 7 hours, Julius let them go, with Ash carrying a pile of books he had to read throughout the week. Upon returning to his room, Ash left the books in a corner before simply going to the cafeteria to eat something light without filling himself too much, and heading to his second class, Combat. Using his guide ability, he simply thought of the place he wanted to go, the training dojo, and his ability began to guide him. After taking the elevator with other sleepers, walking a bit, and after a few minutes, he observed the dojo where there was a group of sleepers like him, guided by Rock the Awakened. Ash joined the group of sleepers in silence. The instructor explained that today they would only cover ability tests and their general competencies. After that, they would be placed in groups according to their level. Ash knew he was a novice when it came to combat, so he wasn't going to bother challenging Nephi's and simply lose. Ash watched as the sleepers took turns hitting a measuring machine. After each hit, the machine showed a number. From what he saw, the numbers ranged from 10 to 14 for those who weren't trained, and others who had received training would get 15 or 16 points. Ash thought he would probably get a 12 or 13. Ash observed that it was his turn. Walking to the machine, he threw a punch with all his strength, hitting the plate. The machine trembled for a moment due to the force he had used. After a few beeps, the number 18 was displayed, being the highest counter so far. "I guess that's not bad," he thought, ignoring the impressed looks from the sleepers. Then it was Nephi's turn, who scored a 16, and then Castor, who got a total of 21, being the highest of all. Instructor Rock smiled satisfied. "Not bad. Now we'll move on to the combat part and evaluate your general training level. I need 2 volunteers to start." Changing Star stepped forward, walking to the center of the ring. A few moments later, a tall, extremely muscular sleeper followed her, ready to fight and prove his worth. Rock was standing outside the ring. "The rules are simple. Make your opponent's back touch the ground or throw them out of the ring. Use the abilities and techniques you deem appropriate. Ash watched as the tall, muscular man launched himself forward like a wrecking ball, throwing a high kick. A second later, the tall, muscular man was lying on the ground on his back with a stupefied look on his face. Changing Star hadn't even changed her posture. Ash blinked and tilted his head to the side. He had seen the movement. She simply grabbed his ankle and, using his own momentum, threw him like a sack of potatoes against the ground. That's Aikido, if I'm not mistaken, Ash thought, watching as the bruiser with wounded pride stood up and left the ring. Ash looked at Changing Star, who, upon feeling his gaze, directed her own expressionless and impassive look at him before the next person stepped forward to face her. Ash watched without moving or changing his expression as one after another was defeated with the same ease, the combat not lasting more than a few seconds. In a way, watching this is quite entertaining, Ash thought with a slight smile, watching another sleeper fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes, joining the line of losers. Finally, there were two who hadn't fought yet. The first was the handsome guy with brown hair and green eyes, loved by all the sleepers, Castor, who stepped forward. And the second wasn't worth mentioning, he simply existed quietly, like someone forgettable, although his face was attractive to girls. Well, let's see how this plays out. In the novel, the combat was intense and hard, lasting less than 10 seconds, with Castor winning by using his cheater aspect. Lady Nephi's. Please forgive me in advance, expressed the legacy. A moment later, he disappeared in a blur of speed. Ash watched as Castor became a blur that he could barely distinguish as he moved at great speed, sizing up his opponent to see where to attack. After finding a weak point in less than a second, he delivered a blow at great speed against Nephi's, who moved just enough to avoid the main force of the attack, reducing the impact area to her shoulder, causing her to spin several times. Castor moved again to attack from behind, taking advantage of the brief surprise. Confident, Castor launched his attack at her back. However, Nephi's had anticipated the movement, moving her arm to attack with her elbow. Somehow, Castor managed to avoid the direct attack by a hair's breadth. Ash guessed that although his advantage was speed, it was also his weakness, as he couldn't alter his trajectory so quickly. Ash wondered if perception also increased to be able to move at such speed when using that aspect. Ash watched as Castor tried to trip Nephi's, but she grabbed him, doing the same movement she did with the first sleeper, throwing him to the ground without the legacy being able to react in time. Castor's back hit the synthetic wood floor, resulting in his total defeat. Strange. Castor was supposed to win that exchange, but that changed. Are things changing? Ash thought. Well, it's not like it really affects me. And just like that, he stopped giving importance to that change. Ash heard some murmurs from the sleepers upon learning that Castor had lost. After Castor stood up and thanked her for the fight, the whole exchange was intense. Ash had seen it from start to finish and learned from it, although for the sleepers it didn't last more than about 5 seconds. Next, said Rock the Awakened. Ash looked to both sides, noticing that he was the last one left. Well, this is shit. Ash looked at the instructor. Can I surrender directly? He asked, making the instructor blink, somewhat confused, as did the rest of the sleepers in the room. Why? Asked a sleeper, voicing what everyone was thinking. Ash shrugged, looking at them, and then said in a calm voice. You guys lost, and you know how to fight. What hope do I have of even doing anything? He asked. Besides, she's very strong. He pointed to Nephi's, who remained impassive without saying a word. So, can I skip the fight? Rock shook his head. No. Combat is necessary to know your level, whether you win or lose the encounter, he responded with a serious tone. Well, there goes my get out of jail free card. Ash began to walk until he entered the ring, stopping in front of Changing Star. Well, let's get this over with. Without further hesitation, Ashfall launched himself forward, throwing a punch he had seen Dren use during his nightmare. As expected, Nephi's grabbed his wrist and with a quick movement spun him. His world turned upside down. Freeing himself from the grip, he twisted, landing on his feet about 3 meters away. Looking at Nephi's, who seemed surprised. Well, that was the first second, he thought. Then he thought for half a second about how to attack his opponent, replicating the movement he had seen the veteran woman use to destabilize her enemy's legs. Throwing a low circular kick, Nephi stepped back. However, she didn't expect a second kick to fly directly at her face a moment later, hidden by the first movement. Changing Star leaned back, letting the kick pass within centimeters of her face. Taking advantage of the opening, Nephi's executed a movement that made Ash lose his balance. Ash knew that movement. In fact, he had prepared for it, and could have dodged or moved away. However, instead of doing either of those two options, he simply let himself fall backward, looking at the dojo ceiling. 9 seconds. I managed to last 9 seconds. That's a new record, Ash thought, getting up. He silently nodded to Nephi's before leaving the ring, hearing the murmurs of the sleepers surprised that he had lasted so long against Changing Star. After that, the introductory class had ended with sleepers aching all over, except for Ash, who had no injuries from the brief exchange. Ash headed to the locker room, where he took off his white training suit and began to put on his attire to leave as quickly as possible, but fate was not on his side, as a group began to ask him questions. "Hey, that was incredible," said a sleeper with excitement. "You lied about not knowing how to fight, you lasted longer than everyone," said another sleeper. "The truth is, I just got lucky. She was tired from so many fights," Ashfall responded. "Anyway, Castor was incredible, did you see his aspect?" "I didn't even know what he did," Ash lied. In this type of situation, he could only do one thing, redirect attention to a scapegoat, which was the legacy guy. As he expected, the sleepers changed the subject to cover Castor and flatter him about his cheater aspect and how his battle with Nephi's went. Ash took the opportunity to simply slip silently out of the locker room, beginning to walk towards the elevators. Well, today was undoubtedly a productive day. Now I guess I'll put on some white noise and start reading the books Master Julius lent me, he murmured. Then he sighed. I feel like writing a story and then deleting it, but I won't. I don't want to end up in God knows where this time. I guess I should have tried that cooking and eki anime. Once Ash returned to his room, he sighed and summoned the Fang of Mist. The familiar sword appeared in his hand, and with it, he began to swing it 1,000 times, making sure the movement was correct. After about 2 hours, his body bathed in sweat and his arms tired, he took a shower, read a little, and went to sleep early. Early in the morning, after a hearty breakfast, he continued taking Julius's classes. Chapter 14, Last Day. The days flew by for Ashfall. Between Master Julius's classes, learning the academy style for basic combat, and his own training, it took up all his time. His body was pushed to the limit, both mentally and physically. After his combat, he decided to go to the beginner area where there were others like him starting to train with swords, letting others take the spotlight like Castor, whose training partner was Nephi's. Their fights were intense, attracting the attention of everyone who watched them. Ash generally used that to practice with different weapons to get a general idea of how to use them. He focused on the spear as well as archery. The first time he shot a training arrow, he almost hit the instructor if he hadn't reacted in time. He also focused on hand-to-hand combat to learn more movements and practice them in his free time. Among the different styles, the one that caught his attention the most was the swordsman style for its practicality, but also other styles like lancer and archer, although it would take him time to master these styles. Apart from his physical training, there was the mental training with Julius's classes. Thanks to the books, he learned quite a few basic things about this world, which helped him understand the War of the Dark Era, the devastation, as well as the changes until the unified government was created, as well as the bastions of humanity. They currently inhabited 4 continents, and the total population was 3 billion. Apart from that, he learned to orient himself using cardinal points, reading the stars to guide himself in the dream realm, how to obtain drinking water through a filter with simple, readily available objects, how to obtain salt, how to cook nightmare creature meat to avoid indigestion, how to swim, and above all, the runes. For example, his true name, Dream of Oblivion, could also be read as Dream of Repose or Solace or simply Pain. Depending on the runes, his true name could vary significantly. A change in wording and connotation could mean different names but the same final result. Ash maintained this routine for 4 weeks until inevitably, the day had arrived. The last day, he woke up a little later than usual. Even though he made sure to sleep early, he felt somewhat lethargic and tired. This was because he only had hours until he was thrown into a random place in the dream realm. Ash stood up, reluctantly leaving his soft bed, taking a long hot water shower, changing clothes, then with all the calm he could muster, he headed to the cafeteria full of students. He took his breakfast, sat in a place, ate, and drank hot coffee mixed with chocolate and a drizzle of honey to sweeten everything. After finishing his coffee, Ash visited Master Julius, where he chatted a bit with the old man who gave him some useful advice before moving away and exploring the facilities of the sleeper building as well as the outside to calm his mind. After several hours of simply stopping thinking and enjoying himself, he returned when the sun began to set. He arrived at the lobby of the sleeper center where all the sleepers were gathered. Then they were led outside towards the white buildings where other awakened were leading their own groups of sleepers to the same destination, the Academy's medical center. Rock guided them to a different wing where there were rows of wheelchairs. In each one, there was a person with peaceful expressions on their faces, as if they were hollow inside. The sight made more than one uncomfortable, including Ash. "There's a reason I brought you here. Look carefully and remember. Some of you might know who these people are, for those who don't, they are called hollows." Rock gritted his teeth. Each one of them was once a sleeper or an awakened. Some of them were weak, some strong. Some were even incredibly strong. All of them have perished in the dream realm. If you're lucky, once your spirit is destroyed, your body dies with it. But if you're not, you'll become one of them, empty. So don't die out there. After those words, he guided them to their respective capsules to enter the dream realm until they returned as awakened. Ashfall observed the hermetic sleeping capsule. His eyes didn't show intense or bright emotion, instead, they were calm. "I wonder how they created something like this," he murmured, touching the metal capsule which was open. He knew the capsules would take care of everything, looking after his body while his soul was transported to the dream realm. Ash looked at the room one last time before entering the capsule. It closed completely, and then he simply surrendered to sleep. Welcome to the dream realm, Ashfall. Chapter 15, Choice. Ash landed on his back against a hard surface. Since he hadn't prepared for the fall, he felt a sharp pain shoot through his back. What a way to be thrown into an unknown world. "I think this makes 3 times now," he thought, somewhat amused. Looking around, he saw absolutely nothing. Well, it wasn't that he couldn't see, but rather everything was darkness devoid of light. There were no stars or moon. However, he could see a great amount of black water surrounding the place where he stood. It must be because of the shadow's attribute, Ash thought as he observed his surroundings, noting that he was on some kind of coral plateau spanning a few hundred meters in diameter. "Looks like I'm in the Forgotten Shore," he murmured, beginning to walk as threads of light grey enveloped his body, summoning the mantle of the mist. The grey fabric armor enveloped his body. After lowering the hood, he summoned his sword in case he had to fight any shell scavengers. His steps were silent, and his face was calm, as if he were detached from the world. Ash walked a bit until he made out some figures that he didn't recognize at first. Drawing a little closer, he distinguished golden blonde hair and skin as white as a doll's. It can't be. Seriously, out of all the places I could have landed, did it have to be with Kasha? Wait, then she should be around here. Ash waited for Nephi's to arrive, as was supposed to happen. However, the minutes passed, but no one came. Ash surveyed the entire surface but saw no traces of Changing Star. Ash honestly didn't know what to think or how to act now. Finally, he stopped a few meters away, arms crossed, looking at Kasha. He didn't look at her with perversion or anything beyond quiet contemplation. He knew Kasha's character was complex. A blind seer who, just by uttering a prophecy and making a choice, triggered a whole series of events that would indirectly guide the world. Many hated her, others liked her. She was one of those controversial topics that even before he was sent to this world, people couldn't agree on. He could kill her. In fact, it would be easy. Just one cut, and no one would know what he did. If he eliminated that variable, or killed Sunless, or killed Nephi's, or even if he killed all three, what would happen in the end? Ash sighed. However things were, this wasn't his world. He didn't care about the fate of what happened with it. Whether the sovereigns killed each other and Asterion killed the other two and consumed humanity, he didn't care. After all, if his theory was correct, the path of ascension and profanation were two sides of the same coin. A beast evolves into a monster by acquiring intelligence, then into a demon by gaining consciousness, then becomes a devil by developing powers, then a tyrant by ruling weaker creatures under its domain, then a terror by consuming its domain, and then a titan when it collapses upon itself, reforming into a new being. Or that was the conclusion he had reached after reading the books on the ranks of nightmare creatures and their characteristics. Ash took a step, raising his sword to make his decision. However, he stopped when he looked at the girl. Kasha lay curled up on herself, her shoulders trembling as she tried to contain the sobs escaping her lips. Her pale, delicate hands clutched her own arms as if trying to hold on to something, anything, in the midst of the darkness that enveloped her. She couldn't see, that was her flaw. She had been abandoned and alone, which amplified her fear of death. "Please," she whispered in a broken voice, speaking to no one, because she believed there was no one. "Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to." Her words were lost in a choked whimper as tears rolled down her cheeks. She was a girl, barely a teenager like him, like all those who had been thrown in after being infected by the spell. Her sight was non-existent, leaving her world as nothing but emptiness. Now all she could hope for was to die. To die alone and scared in this hellish place. "Mom!" she sobbed, curling up more. "I'm scared." Ash watched her from the shadows. His sword remained in his hand, the edge gleaming faintly with that light peculiar to awakened weapons. He could end it now. One movement, quick and clean, and Kasha would cease to be a problem. No one would know. Nephi's would arrive, find the body, and everything would follow its course. But then, a memory struck his mind with the force of a hammer. He had cried like that too. He had been 9 years old when it happened. The wrecked car on the lonely highway, the smell of gasoline and blood mixing in the cold night air. His mother, her face pale from blood loss, looking at him with those eyes that tried to smile even though pain consumed her. He, small and helpless, holding her hand while asking for help over and over on the phone that no one answered. The empty road, the minutes that stretched like hours, the sensation of life slipping through his fingers. "Ash, my son." His mother's voice had been barely a whisper. "You're a good boy. Please, don't let the world change you. If you want to help, you don't have to help everyone, just those you believe you can help." She had died in his arms. And he had been left alone, holding her cold body, crying until he had no tears left in the middle of a road that led nowhere. Ash tightened his grip on his sword. His knuckles whitened from the force. His previous thoughts, that cold and distant monologue about worlds he didn't care about, about destinies that weren't his, crashed against the image of that curled-up girl, against the memory of his own crying, against his mother's last words. "Don't let the world change you." But the world had already changed him. It had hardened him, made him pragmatic, forced him to survive. But deep down, in that core that even years of struggle hadn't been able to fully erode, was he still that boy who wanted to help? Kasia sobbed again, a sound so fragile that it seemed anything could break her. "Someone, please," she murmured, knowing no one would come. Ash closed his eyes. The sword trembled slightly in his hand. He could kill her. It would be logical. It would be efficient. Kasia was an unpredictable variable, a catalyst for misfortunes, someone whose visions had triggered wars and deaths. Without her, perhaps the future would be different. Perhaps better. Perhaps worse. But what did the future matter? What did the fate of the sovereigns matter, or of Nephi's, or of Sunless? What mattered was what he decided to do here and now. Not out of obligation. Not out of responsibility or morality imposed by others. But because he wanted to. And at that moment, looking at that scared girl who just wanted her mother, Ash knew he couldn't kill her. Whether for good or ill. Whether he regretted it later, whether he cursed himself for his idiocy. He would help her. Not because he should. But because he wanted to. Ash exhaled slowly. The tension in his body didn't disappear completely, but the edge of his sword lowered slightly. He took a step, this time making his footsteps resonate against the coral surface. He didn't want to scare her more than she already was. Another step. Another one. Kasia tensed at the sound. She stopped sobbing immediately, her small body going rigid, the fear on her blind face transforming into something sharper, more alert. "Who?" Her voice was barely a thread, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Who's there?" Ash continued walking. His steps were slow, deliberately audible. He didn't want to scare her more than she already was. He wanted her to know someone was approaching, that he wouldn't take her by surprise. He stopped about 3 meters away. Close enough for her to hear him, far enough not to invade her space. He watched her for a moment. Her golden hair, damp and disheveled. Her skin white as porcelain, stained with tears and dirt. Her blind eyes, open but seeing nothing, searching in the darkness for a presence she could only imagine. And then, with a voice that he tried to keep neutral but which, without him knowing, held a warmth he hadn't expressed in years, Ash asked. "Why are you crying?" The question hung in the air like a suspended feather. Kasia blinked. Her lips moved without emitting sound. She seemed like a fish out of water, trying to process something she didn't understand. So much time had passed waiting for the worst, waiting for the blow, waiting for abandonment, waiting for death, that a question like this, a question that wasn't an accusation or a mockery, that question simply didn't fit into her understanding of the world. She stammered. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, the sobs returned, though different now. Less from fear, more from something she herself couldn't identify. Relief, perhaps. Confusion. A tiny, terrifying hope struggling to be born in her chest. "Easy," said Ash, and his voice was strangely soft. "I'm not going to hurt you." Kasia shook her head, an erratic and desperate movement. "I don't understand," she said in a low voice. "Everyone else ignores me. They never talk to me or pretend I don't exist. Why you? Why do you want to help me? What do you want from me?" Ash was silent for a moment. Then, unhurriedly, he sat down on the coral, crossing his legs. He brought himself to her level, or even slightly below. A small gesture, almost insignificant, but one that said a lot. "I'm not a threat. I'm here with you. Not above you. I don't want anything from you," he finally responded. "I just heard you crying and well. I asked. But... Kasha bit her lower lip, fighting against tears. But people don't do that. People don't approach me. People avoid me because in their eyes I'll only be a burden, someone who will die. Ash tilted his head, observing her with quiet curiosity. And you? He asked. What do you want? The question seemed to completely disarm her. Kasha opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. Her trembling hands twisted in her lap. I just want. Her voice broke. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be afraid all the time. I don't want to die here, in the darkness, without anyone knowing I existed. The words spilled out like a dam finally giving way. Kasha cried openly now, without trying to hide it, without shame. Ash listened to her. He simply listened. He didn't try to console her with empty words. He didn't promise things he couldn't fulfill. He didn't say everything will be okay because both knew it probably wouldn't be true. He just stayed there, present, a shadow among shadows that had decided, for some reason, not to be indifferent. When Kasha's sobs finally diminished, when her breathing became more calm, Ash spoke again. I don't know what's going to happen, he said with brutal honesty. This place is dangerous. There are things that will want to eat us. And I'm not your savior or your protector. I have my own path, my own reasons for being here. He paused, letting the words settle. But for now, you're not alone. Okay. Kasha lifted her tear-stained face, her blind eyes uselessly searching for the source of that voice that spoke to her without condescension, without fear, without hatred. Why? She asked again, and it was a genuine question, without accusation, only the bewilderment of someone who has learned that kindness always has a hidden price. Why are you doing this? Ash looked at her for a long moment. The wind of the forgotten shore moved his hood, revealing eyes that had seen too much, that had cried too much, that had learned to harden to survive. But that now, facing this blind and alone girl, allowed themselves a moment of vulnerability. Because someone once taught me, he said slowly, that you don't have to help everyone. Only those you believe you can help. He stood up, brushing the coral dust from his tunic. And today, for some reason, I believe I can help you. He extended his hand toward her, palm open, a gesture she couldn't see but somehow, mysteriously, could feel. Come on, said Ash. I don't promise anything. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. But for now, you're not alone. Kasha trembled. And then, with the slowness that spoke of immense fear and a tiny hope that refused to die, she extended her hand. Her fingers found Ash's. They were warm. For the first time in a very, very long time, Kasha didn't feel completely alone in the darkness. And Ash, while holding that small, trembling hand, felt that perhaps, just perhaps, the boy who cried on that empty highway could finally begin to forgive himself for not being able to save his mother. Because he had saved someone. And sometimes, that was enough. Ash wondered if his mother would approve of him doing this, of him helping this person despite everything. Chapter 16, Forgotten Shore. After the girl had calmed down, Ash dismissed his memory and a moment later placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, transferring the memory. Cassie's eyes widened greatly as she heard the voice of the spell in her head. You have received a memory, Mantle of the Mist. Cassie, reading the runes and the rank of the memory, opened her eyes like saucers. It was an armor-type memory of the 6th level of the ascended rank. But why are you giving me your armor? Asked Cassie. And one of such a high level at that. Ash looked at Kasha with a calm expression, ignoring the cold breeze that now struck his bare body. It's temporary. Until I get another armor. Besides, you're vulnerable, at least that armor will help you survive. And what about you? I'll be fine. Now use the memory to cover your body. After saying those words, he marked the end of the discussion. Ash calmly watched as grey threads covered the blind girl's body, and after 1 or 2 seconds, the grey armor formed, adapting to her body. He had used the memory before and knew how comfortable it was, as well as its enchantments and the special enchantment for keeping a calm and rational mind in moments of crisis. Ash then watched as finally the weak threads of light began to emerge, and with it, the dark sea began to slowly recede. Minutes passed until the sound of the water receding grew louder. "What's happening?" asked Kasha curiously. "The sea is receding as the sun rises," he explained. "How is that possible?" asked Cassie. "Who knows? The dream realm is strange, mundane logic doesn't work in this place." Ash decided to change the subject. "How do you feel with the armor?" "It's comfortable," said Kasha. Ash nodded, though of course the blind girl didn't see his assent. "Right," he said as if now remembering something important. Ash observed the girl, who had a slight blush on her face. "I don't know your name." Ash rolled his eyes. "I'm Ashfall, but you can call me Ash," he said calmly. Kasha was surprised. "You're the other student who has a true name?" "Yes." Kasha frowned slightly. "You're also one of the two who used to sit with me in the cafeteria in silence?" "Yes. I'm not much of a talker. So I choose to stay silent most of the time," he explained while observing how the sun had already risen, revealing the great crimson coral. He also noticed some scavengers heading west towards the corpse of the fallen near the night statue. "By the way, my name is Kasha. But you can call me Cassie." "All right." Ash observed that there were some algae left behind by the retreating dark sea. He also watched the shell scavengers. First, he needed armor as well as soul fragments. Ash looked at where he was. There were more than 100 meters between him and the ground, although there were areas where he could descend if he was careful. "Ash," called Cassie. "Why don't we talk about our abilities and memories?" "Well, do you want to start?" asked Ash, moving away from the edge. Cassie nodded eagerly. "Well, I can see people's attributes. Sometimes I also have visions. They could be of the future or the past. Or at least that's what I think, it's only happened to me a couple of times. And my flaw is, well, you already know it," she commented with a slight smile. Apparently, having someone who helped her and comforted her, even if just a little, had considerably improved her mental state. "As for my memories, I have two, a golden rope that can extend, and a bottle of fresh water that's inexhaustible, and a staff that generates wind." "Is it really inexhaustible?" "No, it stops after half an hour, but it refills very quickly," she explained, summoning a beautiful blue crystal bottle. "That's good, we don't have to worry about lack of water." "Well, my attributes are related to mist. And I can see in the dark. As for my memories, well, there's the armor you're wearing, a sword, and a bow. As for my aspect, well, it's a kind of intuition that guides me towards where I want to go." Cassie tilted her head. "How does that work?" "I think of a place, and my aspect guides me. It's like a mental GPS. For example, if we get separated, I can think of you and get to where you are. It also works with more things." Cassie seemed to be thinking about something. "Can you think about where the gate to return to the awakened world is?" Ash thought using his aspect. An instant later, he felt he should go west. "Yes. I can sense where the gate is, but it's far away. And I don't know the exact area where it is." Cassie nodded several times. "How long do you think it will take us to reach the portal?" "That I don't know. If the sea returns when the sun hides, and recedes when it rises, plus the enemies, I'd say 1 or 2 months. If we're lucky and find more sleepers and work together, that time could be reduced." "Do you think there's anyone else?" "I don't know." Ash honestly didn't know. Things were changing. First of all, he was here instead of Nephi's, so there was a chance that Nephi's or Sunny weren't on the Forgotten Shore either, perhaps in another area far from this side of the Dream Realm. If one or both weren't there, then he would have to handle everything. He could obtain the fragments, organize an expedition, gather allies, and more things. Ash felt like he was getting a headache. Why had his life become so difficult? He just wanted to live peacefully, away from all the problems, but now he had to deal with all this. Growl. And at that moment, both his and Cassie's stomachs growled in protest at the lack of food. I am sorry, I couldn't eat anything from nerves before today, she murmured, embarrassed. It's okay, I'm hungry too. I'll go get us something to eat. It should take me about 20 or 30 minutes. Cassie's face paled slightly, a worried look crossed her face. Are you sure? Yes. I'll be fine anyway. Stay here. The armor has an enchantment that allows you to hide your presence as long as you don't move, and if something happens, it has another enchantment to create a mist field. Don't hesitate to use it, understand? Yes, Cassie responded before summoning her yellow rope. Maybe this can help you. Ash took the rope from Cassie's hand. Walking towards the edge of the coral summit where they were, he sighed before tying the rope to a sturdy area and tensioning it, making sure it would support his weight. Throwing the rope, it fell to the ground, stopping about a meter from touching the soil. Grabbing it, he began to descend like a climber. In Julius's classes, he had taught him how to descend from high places and also how to climb them. Stopping on a large coral branch with algae, Ash grabbed them and wove them together, forming an archaic loincloth as well as a bag to store meat. Once down on the ground, he felt the cold mud under the soles of his feet. Looking ahead, he summoned his sword. Ash used his aspect ability, wishing to find a shell scavenger. It only took him a few seconds to locate one. There was one not far in his direction, slowly approaching where he was. Looking east, turning a coral corner, he observed the scavenger, which did the same. Its small eyes immediately filled with rage and hunger as it ran in his direction. Well, let's test my innate ability now. With that thought, Ash ran towards the scavenger. Chapter 17, Soul Attack. Ash watched as the shell scavenger lunged its chitinous pincer forward to tear off his head. However, he used the technique he learned from Dren. Roll. Rolling was essential in any type of fight, especially in battles like this where one false move meant death. Avoiding the first attack, he spun again, dodging the second pincer that descended where he had been a moment before. The pincer dug deeply into the mud, getting stuck for an instant. Taking advantage of that moment, he used his innate ability and activated his sword's enchantment. Without hesitation, he launched an attack at the joint of the right arm that connected it to the torso. Ash felt how his sword cut not only flesh, he felt how he had cut something else, as if it were a veil. He watched as the scavenger's pincer fell to the ground and the creature became weaker than before. Ash took advantage to now cut one of the scavenger's legs. It let out a cry of pain and rage. Ash felt the same sensation. Now I understand. I'm not only attacking its body, I'm also directly attacking its soul, he thought. A smile drew on his face at this new knowledge. This was only one part of his trick ability as a possessor of a divine-ranked aspect. He wondered how many other secrets he would discover about his aspect as he grew stronger. All these thoughts occurred in an instant within his mind. The scavenger spun its pincer, using it like a whip against Ash. Raising his sword, he felt the impact. His body was thrown backward, leaving a line in the still wet mud. Ash looked at the scavenger. It had weakened enormously due to the two previous attacks. One of its pincers was no longer in place, there was only a stump spilling blue blood. Then it was missing one of its cut legs. He calculated that he would only need 2 or 3 more attacks to kill the creature. The awakened beast lunged forward with its remaining pincer. Ash avoided it by jumping to the side, using his sword to strike directly at the chitinous shell. Against all odds, his sword had cut through the creature's thick chitin. also cutting its soul. Moving away, Ash watched as the scavenger collapsed to the ground after he struck it for the third time. Hey! It's already dead! He thought, confused, but the voice of the spell whispered at that moment. You have killed an awakened beast, Shell Scavenger. Your soul grows stronger. You have obtained a memory. Please let it be armor, he prayed internally, summoning the runes of his new memory. What he read made him give a wide smile. The runes read: Memory, Castaway's Mantle. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory level, I. Memory type, Armor. Description: On this forgotten shore, only a cursed oath remains unforgotten. Enchantments, Toughness. Toughness enchantment description: This armor possesses great resistance to cuts and blows. Ash immediately summoned the memory. He watched the grey threads around his skin, and a few moments later, he had a dark blue mantle made of fine fabric. It possessed parts of armor made from a kind of hardened but flexible chitin, along with high boots. Finally, my prayers were answered, he murmured happily. He no longer had to worry about walking around with just an indigenous loincloth. Sighing, he looked at the algae bag. Looking around, he made sure nothing was approaching, so he began to obtain meat from the scavenger. Of course, he also took the shining soul fragment and placed it in the bag. Soul fragments, 96/1000. I got 2 fragments from killing the scavenger, so my assumptions were correct, he thought, satisfied. After taking as much meat as he could, he gathered materials to make a campfire and prepare the meat. Ash made sure he had all the necessary materials. Securing the algae bag, he used the rope to begin climbing. Sometimes he used the coral protrusions to aid his ascent, other times he used the rope. In the end, it took him about 10 minutes of climbing to reach the flat base, where he observed Cassie sitting in a corner with a face full of worry. Climbing up completely, he let out a sigh of relief. He felt his arms burning from the effort and exhaustion of the brief but intense fight. Cassie, said Ash, making the girl look in the direction of his voice with a face full of relief. I'm back. I got us food. Oh, and I got a memory. It's armor. For Cassie, the silence had become her enemy. Since Ash left over the edge of the high coral with the rope she had given him, Cassie had remained motionless in the same place where he had left her. Her hands gripped her own knees, her nails digging into the fabric of the mantle without causing her the slightest pain as she tried to control her breathing. I'm going to look for food, he had said, with that calm voice that didn't seem to get upset by anything. Stay here. Don't move. And she had nodded, as if she could see him, as if her blind eyes could find some comfort in the direction of his voice. But now Ash wasn't there. And the silence was absolute. Cassie had never known a silence like this. In the awakened world, even in the deepest darkness, there were always sounds. The sound of conversations in the cafeteria and in the hallways that she sometimes walked and had memorized to guide herself. Or even when some worker helped her get to her room. But here there was nothing. Only emptiness. Only nothingness stretching infinitely around her, as if the entire world had been swallowed by the mouth of some colossal beast. Calm down, she whispered to herself, hugging herself tighter. Calm down. He said he'd come back. He said that. A roar interrupted her thoughts. Cassie tensed like a cornered animal. Her head turned instinctively toward the direction of the sound, although she couldn't see, although she didn't know what had made that noise. But she had felt it. She had felt it in every fiber of her being, in that primitive instinct that all humans have engraved deep in their DNA. It was a hunter's roar. It was a roar of hunger. And it came from below. No. Cassie whispered, curling up against the coral wall. Please, please. Another roar, closer this time. Or perhaps not closer, perhaps it was just her imagination, but to her ears it sounded as if the beast was right below where she was sitting. As if it could climb. as if it could reach her. And then, silence. Not a peaceful silence. A dense, heavy silence, charged with uncertainty. A silence that didn't know if it meant the beast had killed Ash and was now moving away, or that Ash had killed the beast, or that both lay dead in the darkness, or that. Cassie bit her lip so hard she tasted the metallic flavor of blood. "Please," she whispered into the void, not knowing who she was praying to. "Please, let him be okay. Please, let him come back." The minutes crawled like hours. Cassie began to count. It was the only thing she could do. Count her heartbeats, count her breaths, count anything that gave her a sense of time in the midst of this black eternity. 1, 2, 3. She reached 100. She reached 200. She reached 500. The cold began to seep into her bones. Fear turned into something deeper, denser, more terrifying. And at some point, between heartbeat 630 and 631, Cassie accepted the possibility that Ash wouldn't return. That he had died. That she was alone. That she would die alone, in this place forgotten by the gods, with no one knowing what had become of her. Tears returned to her eyes, hot and salty, sliding down her cheeks as a sob got stuck in her throat. She didn't want to cry. She didn't want to be weak. But she was afraid. She was so afraid that her legs trembled and her hands wouldn't stop shaking and her heart seemed to want to leap out of her chest. More minutes passed. Or perhaps seconds. Cassie could no longer distinguish. Time had become liquid, amorphous, impossible to measure. There was only her and the fear and the darkness and the growing certainty that. A sound. Cassie held her breath. It was a different sound. Not a roar. Not a growl. It was a scraping. Like something climbing. Like something approaching. Her heart stopped for an instant. The beast. The beast had climbed. The beast was coming for her. Cassie wanted to scream, but no sound came from her throat. She wanted to run, but her legs didn't respond. She could only stay there, curled up, trembling, waiting for the impact of the blow that would end her life. "Cassie." The voice arrived like a ray of light in the most absolute darkness. Cassie blinked, incredulous. Was it? Was it him? "Cassie, I'm back." Relief hit her with such force that for a moment she thought she would faint. The air she had been holding escaped her lungs in a trembling sigh, and the tears she had been holding back, flowed freely down her face. Ash was alive. Ash had returned. "I got us food," he said, and his voice sounded tired but calm, as if going down to face a nightmare creature was an everyday thing. "Oh, and I got a memory. It's armor." Cassie wanted to say something. She wanted to ask if he was hurt, she wanted to ask what had happened, she wanted to ask so many things. But the only thing she could do was listen to her own sobs as relief completely overwhelmed her. "Ash," she whispered, and his name tasted like hope in her mouth. I thought that." She couldn't finish the sentence. It wasn't necessary. Ash was silent for a moment. Then, Cassie heard his footsteps approaching. Not too close. Just enough for her to know she wasn't alone. "I'm fine," he said, and although his voice was still calm, there was something in it that Cassie couldn't identify. "The beast is dead. We have meat for several days." Cassie nodded, although she knew he couldn't see it. Then, with a still trembling voice, she asked. Did you get hurt?" Another silence. "Nothing serious," Ash finally responded. "Just some bruises. The new armor will help." Cassie wanted to smile. She wanted to say something funny or nice or comforting. But the only thing she could do was keep crying, crying with relief, crying because she wasn't alone, crying because he had returned. "Thank you," she whispered, although she didn't know exactly why she was saying it. For returning. For fighting. For existing. Ash didn't respond. But Cassie heard the sound of something heavy being deposited on the ground, and then the rustle of someone sitting down not far from her. I'm going to prepare the food, he finally said. You should rest. Cassie nodded again. She leaned against the coral wall, hugging her own knees, listening to the sounds of ash moving around her. The rubbing of wood. The crackle of a spark. The crackling of the fire beginning to burn. And for the first time since she had awakened on the forgotten shore, Cassie felt that perhaps, just perhaps, things could be okay. Ash. She murmured, almost without thinking. I'm glad you came back. The silence that followed was different. It wasn't the empty, terrifying silence from before. It was a warm silence, accompanied, full of presence. I'm glad too, Ash responded, and although his voice was still calm, Cassie swore she could hear a smile in it. Soon, Cassie caught the aroma of meat cooking over the fire. Chapter 18, Encounter with Another Sleeper. Once the meat was ready, Ash used his sword to cut it into pieces, using some algae washed with Cassie's water bottle as plates. After grabbing it, he waited for it to cool down a bit. Cassie, your hand, said Ash, looking at the blonde girl who now wore the castaway's mantle, while he had taken back the mantle of the mist, which would be of great help in battle due to its enchantments. Cassie curiously extended her hand. A moment later, she felt something a bit heavy with a somewhat pleasant aroma. She quickly identified it as the meat from the nightmare creature Ash had hunted and prepared for her. Eat. I'm not the best at making grilled meat, so don't blame me for the flavor. Cassie found herself laughing softly at the comment. Bringing a piece of shredded meat to her mouth, Cassie chewed. The flavor wasn't entirely horrible, but not appetizing either. However, it was edible, and that was what mattered to her. It's not that bad, said Cassie. Ash watched Cassie eat calmly. Making sure the girl didn't need anything else, he grabbed his own piece of meat and began eating. As expected, the flavor was horrible but edible. He ate unhurriedly, observing the distance to the west where his next stop would be the Headless Knight statue. He had thought about it and immediately felt its direction. I wonder if... Swallowing a piece of meat, Ash thought of Sunless, wanting to go to him. A few moments passed. For a moment, he worried that Sunless might be on the other side of the dream realm. In the end, his concerns were unnecessary. He felt him. He was far away, in the direction of the Headless Knight statue. Since it was the first day, he doubted Sunless would move. Besides, tonight he would confirm if Nephi's was on the Forgotten Shore by looking for a campfire, and then 2 fires the next day. There would be a storm. In general, he had exactly 3 days. The shark corpse would last about 5 to 6 days. Half that time, he would only go down to get meat, increase his soul fragment count, and strengthen his companion. Finishing eating, Ash stood up and moved away from the edge of the red coral mound. Cassie, said Ash in his usual calm tone. What's happening? Asked the girl, looking in his direction. I'm going to explore the place to make it more comfortable. All right, said the girl, somewhat drowsy. Sleep for a while. You need to rest. I'll keep watch in case something happens. Cassie nodded, closing her eyes. Ash waited a few minutes, watching as Cassie's breathing became slower and heavier. Letting out a sigh, he fed the campfire to keep it from going out, then stood up and began exploring the area. He found algae which he dried by the fire to create an improvised mattress. At the same time, he took several protrusions and joined them with the resistant algae, forming a kind of tent that he covered with layers of algae on top. Not bad if I say so myself, he said, looking at his creation. I guess those wilderness survival shows were good for something. Ash continued exploring the small crimson island with boredom. After a few hours, he was simply sitting on the edge, calmly observing the crimson coral as the sun slowly began to set. painting the world in orange and pink colors. "Ash," said a voice. Turning his head, he saw Cassie looking for him. "I'm here, Cassie," he said loud enough for the girl to hear him. Standing up, he walked towards the blonde girl and sat down beside her. "I've finished building the camp." "How did you build a camp?" "I learned it in class. It's called wilderness survival. The teacher made sure I could survive many things and taught me useful stuff." Cassie nodded. "How long until nightfall?" "About 3 or 4 hours. We can't leave the campfire lit," he said immediately. "Why not?" "It's just not a very good idea to do it at night." Cassie, though not fully understanding, didn't argue. Ash stood up, letting the meat cook while he quenched his thirst with the endless water bottle. Once the meat was ready, he put out the fire. After giving Cassie her portion, both began to dine in silence. After filling their stomachs, they stayed in silence, simply enjoying each other's presence. When the sun disappeared, the dark sea had returned, flooding the world completely. Ash held Cassie's hand until he guided her to the shelter. The girl lay down, mentally exhausted. A few minutes passed until Ash yawned, but he didn't feel sleepy. Summoning his sword, he began to swing it silently to distract his mind. Occasionally, he looked at Cassie's sleeping face with a strange expression. He still wondered if he had truly made the best decision. What would have happened if he had chosen to kill the blind girl? What would have occurred? What would have changed? Ash didn't know, and that unsettled him a bit. Then he would simply push those thoughts away. Whatever it was, he couldn't turn back now. He had made his choice and planned to take responsibility in the end. After all, it was only until they returned to the awakened world. After that, he doubted he would run into the girl again. "I wonder if I can get the mimic chest and those discarded puppets that Nether left in the obsidian tower," Ash thought. Ash felt how the wind changed as he made his final thrust. He felt something hit his head. Looking up, he observed storm clouds as well as the sound of thunder in the distance. "Looks like the storm has arrived." Dismissing his memory, he decided to go to sleep. After an hour, the rain began, and with it, the sea's activity increased, creating waves that didn't reach where they were. Time passed in silence. At some point, Cassie had woken up from all the noise the storm made. The storm continued throughout the night. Once morning arrived, the storm stopped, and the dark sea had receded. Ash lit the campfire and began to cook the remaining meat they had left. Soon he would have to go down to hunt another scavenger. 2 full days had passed, and he had to move. He could still sense Sunny at the same distance and, at the other end, Changing Star, who seemed to be moving. "Hey Cassie! I'm going to have to go down again to get more food, and also explore a bit." Cassie chewed her meat and then swallowed. "Are you sure about going down again?" she asked with a bit of fear, remembering the previous time. "I'll be fine. I won't die that easily, you know." Cassie looked at him for a few moments. "Be careful." "I will," said Ash, beginning to walk away before stopping. "Cassie," he said, making the girl look at him. "Yes." "No. It's nothing, forget it," Ash said, continuing on his way. Once he reached the edge, he began to descend carefully. Once his legs touched the ground, he observed the remains of the scavenger he had killed 2 days ago. Ash began to walk east from his original position, where Changing Star was. He calculated it would take him at least 10 or 20 minutes to run into her. Ash advanced through the red colors. On his journey, he encountered 2 stray wandering scavengers that he eliminated, reaching 100 soul fragments. After taking the cores as well as large chunks of meat, he continued advancing. Time slowly passed until he finally reached a small clearing without the endless corals. Looking over the coral, he observed the coral mound where Cassie was. Paying attention to the path ahead, he observed someone walking through the mud. The figure's hair was short, silver-colored, and their skin pale. Their beauty was considerable for anyone who saw them. The figure wore a simple tunic, leather sandals, and a blue cloak like ocean waves. Of course, this figure was none other than Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan. Until now, Ash had had one or another encounter with her. Since they had fought against her at the academy, he hadn't faced her again or even given the girl a second glance. Ash mentally calculated his chances of eliminating her, but in the end, he pushed that thought to the deepest part of his mind. Ash observed how Nephi's remained on guard, analyzing him to know if he was a threat to her life, if he had been sent to kill her, or if he was simply a sleeper thrown into this inhospitable place. The scene was quite strange. Both remained in analytical silence. It wasn't that they couldn't speak, but rather that neither was the best when it came to social skills. They stood in silence for almost a minute, staring at each other intently. Finally, it was Nephi's who decided to break the ice. "I know you. You were in my class." "Yes," Ash responded. "My name is Ashfall," he added after a brief pause. Nephi's eyes opened slightly. "You were the other student with a true name besides me." Ash nodded his head. "A pleasure." "Nephi's, right?" he asked. The girl nodded. "Are you alone?" asked Nephi's, her eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion. "No. There's someone else with me, but for certain reasons, she didn't come with me." Nephi's didn't react, or if she did, she hid it quite well. "Before you get the wrong idea, she's alive and safe." "Then why isn't she with you?" "She's blind," he responded instantly, making Nephi's open her eyes. Then she looked at the rough bag made of algae containing scavenger meat. "As you can see, I'm gathering supplies to eat. We have a camp on that coral mound," he said, pointing to the enormous mound a kilometer away. "If you want, you can come with me." Nephi said nothing, clearly weighing her actions, but after a few seconds, she nodded. "Lead the way." Turning around, Ash began to walk back to the coral mound, returning the way he had come. After about 15 minutes of walking, they arrived at the base of the coral mound, where he began to climb until reaching the top. Once Ash reached the top, he set down what he had brought and looked at Cassie, who turned in his direction. "Ash, you're back already?" "Yes. You won't believe it, but I ran into someone else." Cassie's face lit up. "Really?" "Yes," he said, looking at Nephi's, who had finished climbing and was observing her surroundings with curiosity before her eyes landed on the blind, golden-haired girl with a bit of pity on her face. "Who came with you?" asked Cassie. "I'm Nephi's," said the girl simply. Cassie's eyes widened a bit in surprise. "Why, you're the number one in the school ranking," she said with surprise in her voice. "Yes." Changing Star's voice was flat. From the algae bag, Ash took out the 3 soul fragments. "Cassie, take these and consume them." "No," said the girl, confusing Ash. "Why not?" "I can't do it. I feel like it would be abusing your help." "You have to do it after all, you risked yourself to help me." "Don't worry, I can get fragments later. Now just do it." "You need to become strong too," Ash expressed. After a brief back and forth, Cassie consumed the 3 soul fragments. All of this was watched by Nephi's in silence. Ash looked at Cassie. "I'll light the fire," he said, walking towards the tent and grabbing 2 limestone rocks to do so. Cassie looked in the direction where she thought Nephi's was. "I'm Kasha, but you can call me Cassie," she said. Nephi's blinked a few times before nodding, then remembered the girl was blind. "Call me Neph." With that, Changing Star approached the girl, observing as the other sleeper, after a few minutes, lit the campfire, then spread out the pieces of meat to dry in the sun, and then looked towards the west. Chapter 19, Complete Equipment. Once they arrived at the base of the mound, Changing Star watched him climb with practiced ease. After climbing for a few minutes, she reached the flat top. After a quick inspection, she noticed the remains of a campfire, as well as a tent made from algae and coral protrusions for the structure. And then she looked at the small blonde girl, with eyes that seemed to stare intently at her, but then she realized the girl was indeed blind. Ash, after placing the meat to dry after washing off the blood, watched with interest as Cassie and Nephis talked. The former was explaining to Nephis what had happened to her during the 3 days they had been here. Ash looked at the sun. There were still a few hours before nightfall. If he hurried, he could reach the Headless Knight statue in less than 3 hours and return. Using his dormant ability, he sensed Sunless's presence. He was moving constantly without straying too far from the statue. "Cassie," he called, making Cassie fall silent. "What's happening, Ash?" "I'm going down." "Hey? Why would you go down again?" asked the girl. Ash observed how Changing Star also directed a look at him that he couldn't interpret. Ash thought of an excuse, but his mind simply went blank, so he just spoke the truth. "I can sense that there's someone else a few kilometers from here," he responded. "Really?" "Yes." Ash looked at Changing Star, and before she could ask her question, he got ahead of her. "It's my aspect ability. It allows me to guide myself to anything. When I found you, I thought about searching for another human being and found him," he explained. Nephis nodded. "That's a very useful ability." Ash nodded. "Well, I'm off then. I'll be back in a few hours," he said, beginning his descent from the coral mound. Once he reached the bottom, he began walking west, feeling the pull towards the Headless Knight statue. Ash wasn't sure about leaving Cassie alone with Nephis, but it was the best option for now. Nephis wouldn't do anything to Cassie. "Why am I worrying so much?" Ash thought, frowning slightly. These feelings were disconcerting for someone like him who had tried to kill the blind girl less than 3 days ago. Sighing, Ash continued on his way. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any shell scavengers. They all seemed to still be focused on the corpse of the dead creature. Ash continued walking, occasionally turning to avoid wasting time on the corals that blocked the path. After turning a corner, he observed a shell scavenger which immediately pounced on Ash. Summoning his memory, Ash engaged in a brief training session against the creature. His attacks directly damaged the soul of creatures whose will was weaker than his. After a few blows, the scavenger fell to the ground dead. After receiving confirmation of the death from the spell's voice, he extracted the soul fragment and held it in his hand. Leaving the corpse behind, he continued walking at a calm pace. He advanced for another hour until the sun reached its highest point. His intuition told him that Sunless was a few dozen meters away, perhaps 100 or 200, and it was certain that he had seen him with his shadow. Ash advanced, observing a clear opening. After moving forward a bit, he stopped, observing a dark shadow which was in the air staring at him intently. Was it waving? Seriously? Ash thought, rolling his eyes. Ash knew that if he said Sunless' name, it would fill the treacherous boy with suspicion, so he simply acted a little. A shadow? Could it be some kind of creature from this area, he asked himself, loud enough to be heard. Could it be a trap? In his hand, the fang of mist appeared as he stared intently at the shadow with serious eyes. Actually, I'm just scouting ahead to make sure you don't stab me with that sword before you realize I'm human. Ash turned his head toward the direction of the voice, exactly where Sunless was. Sunless? Why are you hiding in the shadows like some kind of weirdo? Ash waited a bit before hearing a response. To protect myself. You're the second best sleeper, you even have a true name. Honestly, I'm a bit scared. Ash rolled his eyes, dismissing the memory. It's okay, you can come out. I won't attack you, said Ash, looking at the shadows of the coral. Ash watched as Sunless came out, limping slightly. So he must have already encountered the injured scavenger, Ash thought. What happened to you? Shell scavenger, was his response. Did you kill it? Yes. Sunless pointed to the bag made of algae and the scavenger meat. Ash said nothing. He analyzed the pale boy, analyzing how in a decade he would become a supreme, becoming one of the strongest of humanity. He supposed it was ironic to a certain extent. He wondered if he told him now how to achieve supremacy and actually did it, would he become supreme or not? That was an interesting doubt to reflect on later. Ashfall, where have you been these 3 days? Asked Sunless, snapping him out of his internal thoughts. On the Red Hill. I landed there along with someone else. Who else? Asked Sunless, his animated voice betraying him for a moment. Kasha. The girl who was last in the ranking. The boy opened his eyes in surprise. The blind girl. Yes. I've been taking care of her these days. It's only today that I'm exploring the place more, he explained. Sunless nodded slightly. It wasn't hard for Ash to know that the boy was having hundreds of thoughts inside that head of his. During the 4 weeks they had been instructed by Professor Julius, every now and then they had to talk and interact with each other for the practices the instructor assigned. This, although it broke the ice between them, wasn't enough for them to be considered friends. At best, the correct term to describe their situation was comrades. What are you thinking about, Sunless? Asked Ash. About, whether I can go with you, he asked. No problem. Really? He asked with some doubt in his voice. Yes. I came to explore and see if I find anyone else. Sunless raised an eyebrow. Did you run into someone else before me? Yes. Nephi's, changing star, Ash revealed, watching as Sunless' eyes opened in surprise. Changing star. Do you know any other with the same true name? Sunless shook his head. No. It's just that I was a bit surprised, that's all. I see. Well, let's go before the sun sets, said Ash as he began walking back, followed by Sunless who stayed a few steps behind, refusing to go ahead out of distrust. Weirdo, everyone's a weirdo, he thought to himself. After changing his destination to the hill. While walking, Ash decided to start a brief chat. Sunless, can I ask you a question? No. He heard the immediate response. Ash said nothing, maintaining silence. For a while, they continued advancing. Ash took the correct turns, reducing the time it took him to go from the coral hill to the night statue. When the sun began to descend, they finally arrived at the coral hill. We're here, we have to climb, said Ash. After climbing for a few minutes, they reached the top. As he climbed, Ash curiously watched how Cassie and Nephi's had exchanged armors. Nephi's looked at him for a moment. Did you find someone else? She asked with her characteristic calm voice. Yes, Ash responded as he watched Sunless reach the top a few moments later. Hello, I'm Sunless, he said with a somewhat nervous smile. Nephi's frowned slightly. The pervert. The smile on the boy's face vanished, replaced by an exasperated expression. Hey! I'm not a pervert, you know. I just, said some things to some girls. It was all a misunderstanding. Nephi's looked at the boy in silence for a few seconds before finally nodding. Then she shifted her gaze to Ash, who was taking a soul fragment from his algae bag and giving it to Cassie. Sunless took that moment to speak. I have fresh meat in my bag. Do you have water? Cassie, who had finally accepted consuming the soul fragment, nodded eagerly. Yes. Then she summoned a blue glass bottle with designs. Sunny approached, carefully taking the bottle. It's a memory I have. It's always full. Sunless gave her an envious look for having such a useful memory. Thanks. The boy began to quench his thirst from the days he hadn't drunk anything. Is it really endless? Not really. If you turn it upside down and let the water flow, it would stop in half an hour. But then it will fill up again very soon. Ash, after placing the meat to dry in the sun, set out pieces of meat to begin preparing it, taking advantage of the few hours of light left before nightfall. Do the scavengers come up here? He heard Sunless ask. No, Ash responded, looking at the danger. In these 3 days, I've only seen 1 or 2. It's as if the whole place were empty, he explained. Nephi's paid attention to the conversation unfolding. That's because they're all gathering near the place I've been spending my time lately. You should have seen it, the structure west of here. Well, actually, it's a statue. Cassie's eyes opened wide. A statue? But to survive, it should be. Sunless responded immediately, not letting her finish. Yes, it's a giant statue of a knight, at least 200 meters tall. It's missing its head, so I hid on top of the neck. Anyway, the day we were sent here, 2 sea creatures fought near the statue. When the water receded, I saw a huge corpse lying there, with hundreds of scavengers slowly tearing it apart. Upon hearing the explanation, Nephi's nodded. That explains the absence of nightmare creatures during the day. How long? How long what? Nephi's fell silent, looking intently at Sunless for a few seconds, making everyone feel somewhat uncomfortable. How long, until they finish devouring the corpse? Oh. 1 more day, 2 at most. Nephi said nothing more, turning away. Ash, after confirming the meat was ready, put out the fire just in time as the sun began to disappear over the horizon. The meat is ready, said Ash, looking at his 3 companions. The 4 sat down and began to eat the meat, occasionally passing the crystal bottle around. After eating, night had returned, bringing the dark night and the dark sea, leaving everything in absolute silence. Ash curiously observed everyone's expressions. Nephi's had a lost, lonely, and scared look, unlike her always calm and stoic face she showed during the day. Cassie had a surprisingly calm expression, apparently having more people with her made her more animated than when it was just the 2 of them. Then he observed Sunless' face, which was calm given the situation. How about we introduce ourselves formally? I'm Cassie. Neph. I'm Sunless. But you can call me Sunny. Finally, it was Ash's turn. I'm Ashfall. But you can call me Ash. A few moments of silence passed until Sunny spoke. Since we're going to depend on each other, should we share our abilities and the memories we have at our disposal? He offered. Ash looked at Sunny in silence, his expression didn't change at all. I'll start, said Sunny, both to show his sincerity and to reveal information about himself in a controlled manner. My attributes give me an affinity with shadows. I also have a slight affiliation with divinity. Finally, I'm prone to finding myself in improbable situations. Ash looked at Cassie, who nodded. You're telling the truth. Not that we doubted your honesty, she said quickly. Sunny cleared his throat to calm his slight nervousness. Really? That's good to know. But, why are you so sure I'm being honest? Cassie shifted a bit at the question. Because of my ability. I can see people's attributes. Sometimes I also receive visions. They could be of the future or the past. That's what I think, it's only happened a couple of times. There were a few moments of silence until Sunny spoke again. That's a good ability. Speaking of my abilities, mine is a shadow that can move at will and explore. It can't affect the material world, but we share sight and hearing. That way I can detect danger before encountering it. The shadow is fast and stealthy, can go anywhere, and is almost impossible to notice. I can also see in the dark. Ash watched with slight amusement in his eyes as Nephi's turned her head in the boy's direction while Cassie paled slightly and raised her hands to cover her chest. Does she know that night vision isn't X-ray vision? Ash thought, slightly amused. Ash stopped paying attention to that point and simply looked west. He could still feel the portal a great distance from his position. After Sunny finished explaining what he had and his abilities, it was Changing Star's turn. She explained her attributes as well as her memories, mentioning that she had two, her sword and the armor she had exchanged with Cassie for greater protection. She also spoke about her healing ability. Then it was Cassie's turn. Is it my turn? My attributes aren't anything special. I guess affinity with revelations and destiny. My ability is like I told you before. It's not very useful. About my memories, I have four: the bottle, a wooden staff that generates wind, a resistant golden rope that can extend several times its original size, and armor. Actually, the armor came from Ash, but I exchanged it for Neff's, which has a very powerful protective amulet, she explained. I used to be a pretty good fencer. Now I can't really fight. Sunny nodded, then looked at Ash. I guess it's my turn now, said Ash, falling silent to organize his thoughts. My attributes give me a strong affinity with mist and nothingness. I also have a slight affiliation with divinity, shadows, and souls. Ash paused. As for my ability, it can guide me towards where I want to go. Like a GPS. There's no limit in terms of distance or towards the place I want to go. Sunny blinked. Is there any limitation on where you want to go, or is it general? He asked. General. An example of this is that I can sense the direction of a gate that would take us back to the awakened world, he responded, making Sunny and Nephi's open their eyes at this. Really? Yes. Although it tells me the direction, it doesn't show the obstacles or dangers along the way. That's a very useful ability, said Sunny honestly, with some envy. Nephi's nodded, sharing the opinion. Anyway, as for my memories, I have three. There's this armor I'm wearing that I obtained in my first nightmare, a sharp sword, and a bow, although I don't use it because I don't have arrows, he finished explaining. After a while, Sunny spoke. All right. That's good. I think we have enough tools to survive, as long as we use them correctly. I guess it's time to sleep. Okay. I'll take the first watch. Actually, my shadow doesn't sleep. It can wake us if something happens. I'll take the first watch, said Nephi's. Ash yawned. For almost 2 days he hadn't been able to sleep, and now he felt the accumulated exhaustion in his body. He simply lay down on his back, listening to the sound of the sea, then closed his eyes and began to sleep. Chapter 20, A Story. Ash only managed to sleep a few hours. He had a nightmare, something strange given that awakened weren't supposed to dream, yet he did, although the dream itself had already slipped from his memory. Sitting on the ground, he closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the waves. His mind began to recall the past month and the great change that had occurred in his life. Though initially he met it with worry and fear, those feelings were replaced by something else: the desire to survive. Even now, that desire remained lit in his soul, refusing to be extinguished. Listening to the sound of breathing, he observed Cassie, who was sleeping soundly. He noticed that Sunny was still awake, apparently on guard duty, letting Nephi sleep. Feeling a gaze, Sunny turned his face toward him before approaching. "Can't you sleep?" asked Sunny. "Not really. I don't need much sleep to rest. If you want, go to sleep." "I'll stay awake until morning," said Ash, looking at Sunny with a calm face. "Ash, can I ask you a question?" "Sure, what do you want to know?" "Why do you carry her?" asked Sunny, making Ash raise an eyebrow. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Cassie, who was still sleeping, a sign that she wasn't listening to this conversation. Then he looked at Nephi's, who, though her eyes were closed, was listening to the chat. "Why do you ask? Wouldn't you do it?" he asked. Sunny was silent for a few moments before responding. "No." Ash didn't react. He had already expected this answer from that boy. "I do it because of a promise," he responded. Sunny's eyes opened for a moment before he spoke with a strange tone. "A promise? Did you know each other before? No. Well, the more accurate answer is that I didn't interact with her until we fell together. And the promise doesn't involve her, it's about someone else. Do you want to hear a story? Sunny cast a curious look for a few moments before nodding, then remembered it was night before speaking. Sure. Once there was a boy, Ash began, leaning his back against the coral wall. He was a selfish boy. Not in a malicious way, understand? He simply didn't like getting involved. He'd see someone in need and think, not my problem. Someone else will handle it. He'd see someone fallen on the street and walk past. He'd see someone carrying something heavy and look the other way. He wasn't bad. He was just comfortable. Others' discomfort wasn't his discomfort, so why should he care? Sunny listened in silence, his eyes faintly shining against the darkness. That boy had a mother, Ash continued, and his voice softened slightly. And his mother was the complete opposite of him. She helped whomever she could. It didn't matter if it was a neighbor who needed their plants cared for, or a stranger on the street asking for directions, or a friend going through a hard time. She was always there. Always willing to give a bit of herself for others. Ash paused, remembering. The boy didn't understand it. It seemed stupid to him to waste energy on people who would probably never return the favor. Why do you bother? He'd ask her. And she would just smile and say, because I can. Because someday, when you need help, you'll want someone else to have thought the same thing. She sounded like a good person, Sunny commented, and there was something in his tone that wasn't entirely mocking. She was, Ash nodded. She was the best person I've ever known. One day, mother and son were traveling. It doesn't matter where. The important thing is that the road was dangerous, hugging a mountain with cliffs and loose rocks. And then it happened. A rock slide. It wasn't big, wasn't an earthquake or a catastrophe. Just some rocks that decided to fall at the worst possible moment. Ash's voice became more measured. The boy's mother was trapped. A large rock not enough to kill her, but enough to immobilize her. She was conscious, she was alive, but she couldn't move. And the boy tried to help her. For the first time in his life, he truly tried to help. He pushed the rock with all his might, but it was too heavy. He screamed for help, but they were in the middle of nowhere. No one heard. Sunny frowned. Beside him, Ash noticed that Nephi's breathing had become even shallower. The boy had to make a decision, Ash continued. He could stay there, with his mother, watching her die slowly. Or he could go for help. His mother told him, go. I'll hold on. Go and ask for help. Ash closed his eyes. The boy ran. He ran like he'd never run in his life. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs trembled. He ran until he reached the nearest town, the place where they lived. And then, he began to ask for help. And, asked Sunny, though his tone suggested he already imagined the answer. No one wanted to help him, Ash said simply. Why would they? He was the selfish boy, the one who always walked past, the one who never lifted a finger for anyone. People looked at him and remembered all the times he had ignored them. And they thought, why should I help him now? Silence settled between them. Even the waves seemed to have quieted. The boy cried, Ash continued. He cried from despair, from helplessness, from rage. He cried because his mother was dying and no one wanted to help him. And in that moment, in the midst of his desperation, someone touched his shoulder. Ash opened his eyes and looked into the darkness beyond the dark sea. It was a man. A man his mother had helped years ago. He hadn't helped with anything big, just lent him money for transportation when he needed it, or something like that. The boy didn't even remember him. But the man did. The man remembered that kind woman who helped him when no one else did. And when he saw the boy crying, he knew something was wrong. The boy told him everything, between sobs. And the man, without hesitation, went to get his friends. And those friends, when they heard who it was about, went to get more people. And so, like a chain, all those the mother had helped in the past, and those helpers had helped, gathered. Ash's voice grew warmer. They returned to the mountain. All together. They moved the rock. They got the mother out. They took her to the hospital. And she lived. Sunny blinked. She lived. She lived, Ash confirmed. When she woke up, she thanked everyone who had helped her. And they told her something the boy never forgot. They said, "It's nothing. We're just returning the favor. You helped us when you could. Today we helped you." The sound of the waves covered them with a calming noise, a cold breeze touched his body, making him sigh for a moment. That night, the boy understood something, Ash said in a low voice. He understood that his mother didn't help others expecting something in return. It wasn't a transaction. She helped because she could, because it was the right thing to do. But what she didn't know was that, by helping, she was sowing seeds. Seeds that, when she needed them most, bloomed in the form of willing hands to save her. Ash looked up and met Sunny's eyes directly. The boy learned that it doesn't matter if you help someone who needs it. It doesn't matter if it's something big or something small. Because that person, eventually, will help someone else. And that other person will help someone else. And so, like ripples in water, help expands. And when you, or someone like you, needs help someday, there will be someone there. Not because they know you, not because they owe you anything. But because someone, at some point, helped someone, and that chain was never broken. The silence that followed was dense, charged with meaning. Sunny took a moment to speak. "That boy, was it you?" Ash didn't respond directly. Instead, he looked away toward Cassie, who was still sleeping peacefully, unaware of the conversation. "My mother told me something before she died," he said finally. "Not that time. Later. Years later. She told me, Ash, my son. You're a good boy. Please, don't let the world change you. If you want to help, you don't have to help everyone. Only those you believe you can help." "Before she died?" asked Sunny, frowning. "But you said she lived." "She lived that time," Ash confirmed, and his voice became graver. "But it wasn't the only time she needed help. And I wasn't always there to give it." No further explanation was needed. Sunny understood. Nephi's, from her apparent sleep, understood too. Ash sighed and stood up. "That's why I help Cassie," he said, looking at the sleeping girl. "Not because I expect anything from her. Not because I think she'll return the favor. But because my mother taught me that helping isn't about receiving. It's about sowing. And because I promised her, my mother, that I wouldn't let the world change me. That I would keep helping those I could, when I could." Sunny observed him in silence for a long moment. "And if she turns out to be a bad person?" he asked finally. "If your actions end up causing more harm than good?" Ash smiled, a sad smile that didn't reach his eyes. "That's no longer up to me. I only sow what grows, is already out of my hands." With that said, he walked a few steps away, sitting at the edge of the coral platform, gazing into the infinite darkness where waves broke against the forgotten shore. Sunny stayed where he was, looking at the ground, lost in his own thoughts. And Nephi's, from her feigned sleep, opened her eyes for an instant. Just an instant. Just to look at Ash's back, silhouetted against the blackness. Hours passed, and Ash simply sat motionless with a thoughtful expression on his face. When the first rays of light emerged, he heard the water stirring, beginning to slowly recede. After about half an hour, the sky began to show the twilight of dawn, causing the water to retreat. Standing up, he lit the campfire, letting the scavenger meat begin to cook. After about 10 minutes, Sunny had woken up, and after another 5, Nephi's opened her eyes. Ash simply greeted them, saying the meat would be ready in a while. After that, they began planning what they would do in the coming days. Based on what you told us about the scavengers gathering in the west, the most logical step would be to start moving east. I've explored it a bit, so we could reach the next elevated point. Of course, north and south are also acceptable, but that wouldn't put as much distance between us and the enemy, said Nephi's. Sunny sighed. Do you have any idea where we are? Will there be a human citadel to the east? Nephi shook her head, then looked at Ash. What do you think? Nephi asked. It's useless. Sunny blinked. It's useless. Ash frowned slightly. What I mean is that our only option is to move west. We're trying to get away from the scavengers, not go toward them, said the black-haired boy. I know that. But you're forgetting my ability. I can sense the portal to the west. If we move now while the scavengers are still occupied, we can reach the statue you mentioned and then keep moving until we reach the portal, he explained. Sunny was about to speak, but at that moment, Cassie opened her eyes fully. Her face was a little pale, she seemed nervous but also excited, an emotion she couldn't control. Nephi looked at Kasia with a somewhat worried expression, asking what was wrong. A vision. I had a vision. Are we in danger? Cassie immediately shook her head negatively. No, that's not it. People. I saw a castle full of people. A wide smile appeared on the blind girl's face. Then she pointed her finger toward the west. I don't know how far it is, but I'm sure it's in that direction. Sunny and Nephi looked at each other, then both looked at Ash, who had a slight, amused smile on his face and an expression that said, I told you so. Silence stretched for a few moments, making Cassie worried. What's wrong? Asked the girl. No, nothing's wrong. It's just that direction is the most difficult of all, and honestly, I don't want to take it. He paused, then added. That's where I came from yesterday. There are many scavengers down there. Cassie's face fell for a moment. Oh. Ash walked to the campfire, checking the meat while vaguely listening to the blind girl's description of the castle. Did you see anything else? Asked Sunny. Yes. I saw Sunny guiding me through the castle gates. That means we'll make it. Ash raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He knew that once they reached the Dark City, Sunny and Kasia would most likely head to the castle while Nephi gathered information in the settlement. As for him, he would probably stay in the city ruins, starting to get more soul fragments until he became a monster and saw what would happen when he got a second soul core. Then we'll go west, Nephi said finally. Breakfast is ready, said Ash as he put out the fire. While the sea receded, the four ate breakfast and then spent time planning the journey. Ash explained more about his ability, saying he could guide them through the labyrinth toward the statue because his ability always led him down the right path, though it didn't warn him about dangers along the way. For this part, Sunny said he would take care of it by sending his shadow ahead to scout for threats. After outlining the plan, they began to prepare. An hour later, once all the water had receded, they abandoned the hill. With the help of the rope, Cassie managed to descend without much difficulty. Ash walked ahead, guiding the way while holding the rope tied to Cassie so the girl could orient herself. She also summoned her wind staff. To the right was Nephi's, and to the left was Sunny, while his shadow was further ahead exploring. Ash let his ability guide him, turning several times to avoid paths that led nowhere. No more than 2 hours passed when Sunny stopped them. Stop! Sunny said, making everyone halt. Nephi's immediately summoned her sword, ready in case they were attacked. What's happening, Sunny? Asked Cassie. There are scavengers on the path ahead, 6 of them. They're moving slowly in our direction, said the boy. Did they finish with the corpse? Nephi's asked seriously. Sunny shook his head. No, I don't think so. But maybe there isn't enough meat for everyone, so some stragglers had no choice but to leave with empty stomachs. Ash looked ahead, then looked at the forking path. If he took it, he could sense they would go around the area, taking more time to reach the statue. He could fight the scavengers, but right now he was weak, and fighting more than two at the same time was too risky. Let's go around them, said Ash. Nephi's nodded, reaching the same conclusion. Without another word, they took the forked path, avoiding the group of scavengers. Ash continued guiding the group along the path and through the crimson coral labyrinth. After half an hour, they had to take another path to avoid another group of scavengers. Because the number of scavengers was increasing, they hadn't even covered half the distance between them and the statue. Currently, they were hidden, waiting for a considerable number of scavengers to pass. We can't continue like this. At this rate, we'll never reach a safe place before sunset. Maybe we should go back. Cassie offered. Tomorrow will be more difficult, Nephi said expressionlessly. Then what should we do? Asked Sunny. Fight, was Nephi's simple response. Sunny looked at Changing Star as if she were crazy. I know you're skilled with the sword, but have you forgotten that each of those things is a rank above us? We won't survive a fight against many. Nephi's nodded at what Sunny said. We'll avoid the larger groups and attack the small ones. If there are 3 or 4, we can defeat them. Fine, said Sunny, not in the mood to argue. Nephi's looked at Ash, who had remained silent during the conversation. Have you studied the carcasses of the scavengers you killed? Yes. Scavengers have 3 weak points on their bodies. The first is the joints. They're flexible and soft, so they can be cut with some difficulty. The second is where their torso connects to the shell. There's a kind of gap. If you can hit that point, you'll cause instant death. There's another, but it's useless since you'd have to destroy the spinal column to kill it. Ash paused, thinking. If more than 3 attack us, Sunny and Nephi's can handle 2 of them, and I'll take the other 2. Are you sure you can handle 2 awakened beasts? Yes. They wouldn't give me much trouble if I'm careful, he explained. Now, if we run into fewer, it'll be easier for us 3. And if, say, there are 10, asked Sunny. I can use Plan C. Plan C? Asked Cassie. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. Sunny rolled his eyes. Cassie let out an amused laugh. And Nephi's, was Nephi's. After the scavengers passed, they continued advancing. However, it wasn't long before 3 scavengers appeared, moving in their direction. Since there was no other path, they had to prepare for the fight. Each of us will take 1. If someone finishes their enemy, help the other, said Ash, summoning his grey sword. Sunny headed to the clearing to ambush a scavenger while Nephi's and Ash dealt with the other 2. After waiting a few seconds, 3 scavengers appeared from around a corner. Their tiny black eyes, full of hunger and madness, fixed on the 2 humans, and without hesitation, they lunged forward with loud shrieks. Ash kept an imperturbable face, watching the scavengers. The first threw its pincer in his direction while the second attacked Nephi's, and the third would take a little longer to reach them. Ash swung his sword, tracing an arc. His sword pierced the hard chitin of the awakened beast. Ash felt the same sensation of cutting the soul of a living being. After executing his first attack, the scavenger shrieked. Its body staggered for a moment, which he took advantage of to make a second cut, severing one of its legs. With the third blow, the scavenger collapsed to the ground. You have killed an awakened beast, Shell Scavenger. Your soul grows stronger. Satisfied, Ash looked at Nephi's, who had been pushed back while blocking the scavenger's attack. The scavenger brought down its second pincer against the girl, but Ash launched an attack at its torso. His sword left a large gash that released blue blood. Due to the attack, the scavenger completely missed its strike, allowing Changing Star to sever the pincer limb by cutting the joint. Ash launched a second attack that caused even more damage to the scavenger's soul. The scavenger weakened, allowing Nephi's to land the decisive blow by cutting the scavenger's face. It collapsed to the ground. The heavy body of the scavenger fell to the ground. Then another body fell. Ash turned his head, seeing Sunny, who had landed on the back of the third injured scavenger, which had been trying to join the fight. Memory? Nephi's asked Ash. No, and you? No, Nephi's responded. Then she headed toward Sunny, who was surprised at having killed a scavenger so easily by attacking the weak point. Ash looked at the scavenger he had killed before going for Cassie, letting Sunny and Nephi's collect the soul fragments. Ash walked toward Cassie, who looked in his direction. Kasha, it's me. The scavengers are dead. Using her staff, the girl moved in his direction. Are you all okay? Yes, we're fine. No one got hurt. Kasha smiled with relief. Good, that's good. Oh, right, the rope. Ash took the rope, calmly guiding the blind girl. Cassie, can you do me a favor? He asked, to which Cassie looked at him. Of course, what can I do? Well, if you have any vision, can you tell me first? He requested. Cassie looked at him strangely for a few moments before nodding. I can do that, though I don't understand why. Just do it. After their brief chat, both returned to the clearing where Nephi's had finished breaking the scavenger's shells. There were 2 other fragments there. Without saying anything, Nephi's gave one to Sunny and then threw another to Ash, who caught it and then gave it to Kasha. Here, consume the fragment, said Ash to Cassie. Why don't you consume it? You need to get stronger, said the girl. Just do it, said Ash, not wanting to argue. Cassie frowned a little before crushing the soul fragment, consuming its essence to saturate her soul core. After all that, the group continued their march, where they had to fight more scavengers, about 10 of them. When it was 1, Ash and Nephi's acted as decoys for Sunny to finish it off with 1 blow. When there were 2, it was more or less the same, except Ash had to fight 1 alone, winning after 4 or 5 continuous attacks on the scavenger's soul to kill it. When there were 3, each would have to deal with 1 scavenger and, upon finishing their fight, help whoever was closest. By the first hour of the afternoon, they had eliminated about 20 scavengers, until finally reaching the base of the night statue. To make the process faster, Ash handed the rope to Nephi's. Once she and Sunny were at the top, they would pull Cassie up while he stayed below to ensure nothing attacked her while they were pulling Cassie up. After Cassie was safely above, Ash began climbing the 200-meter night statue until he reached the base of the neck. After he climbed up, the 4 sat down to rest. Ash observed from atop the neck the shark carcass, which was rapidly disappearing as hundreds of scavengers piled on, devouring its flesh quickly. When afternoon fell, they ate the meat they had dried in the sun, passing around the unlimited water bottle. After eating, Sunny took out all the soul fragments they had obtained from killing the shell scavengers. It was undoubtedly a small pile of about 20 fragments. Without saying anything, Nephi's left 5 soul fragments for each. Ash simply took 2, giving the other 3 to Cassie. Ash crushed 1 fragment while observing the remaining 1 in his hand curiously. He observed the deal between Sunny and Nephi's. He would teach the former how to fight in exchange for all the soul fragments he would obtain in the future until they reached the city Kasha had mentioned. Chapter 21, Vision. So, when do we start? Asked Sunny, looking at Nephi's, who shrugged. Now, Nephi's responded. We'll start with some words. That will be enough for today. Kasha, Ash, you 2 listen as well. Ash looked at Nephi's without moving from the edge of the platform, observing the gigantic corpse in the distance being slowly consumed. Ash only half listened to Changing Star's lengthy explanation about the essence of combat and what combat truly was. about how it was the result of training the mind and body. After her long explanation, she paused. What do you think that essence is? Victory, said Cassie after a minute of silence. Survival, Sunny said shortly after. It's murder, said Ash, making Nephi's nod. Exactly. Sunny looked at Ash with a frown, and Kasia shuddered a little where she stood. Why do you think it's murder? Asked Nephi's. Ash didn't respond immediately, thinking about the answer he could give. In the long history of humanity, murder had always been present to survive, to win, to eat. It's simple. Your opponent wants to kill you, and you want to kill them. In the end, one will die and the other will be the murderer. Everything else, victory, survival, convenience, peace, and anything else is just noise. Nephi's took that moment to resume her lesson. Style doesn't matter. Weapons don't matter. Reason and intention don't matter. The only thing that matters is being the last one standing. In this way, anything you do in combat should be considered as serving only one of two purposes: either you kill your enemy, or you prevent the enemy from killing you. Nephi's lowered her gaze, a shadow covering her face. If you can understand that, you'll have enough clarity to master the mind. After that, night arrived, and with it, the return of the dark sea. Ash was sitting on the cold stone, looking into the darkness, sensing that far to the west were the Crimson Spire and the Dark City, as well as the Soul Tree. After a few hours, Ash decided to sleep. In the early morning, a heart-wrenching scream woke him. Opening his eyes, he stood up, watching as Sunny summoned his blue sword, and Nephi's likewise called her sword, ready for combat with their senses on high alert, searching for signs of threats. Ash walked toward Kasia, who was at the edge of the platform with an expression of horror on her face. Her blonde hair was disheveled, her hands lost in space. Immediately, Ash grabbed the blind girl before she got too close to the platform's edge. Cassie, calm down, you're safe now. Breathe calmly, he said in a soothing voice. Cassie trembled for a few moments before finally beginning to calm down. At that moment, Sunny and Nephi's approached. Do you see anything? Asked Nephi's, looking at Ash. No. She's not hurt, so it must have been a nightmare. This is the first time this has happened to her, he said, helping Cassie sit on the ground. Ash could see a bit of nervousness on Nephi's face. Then she tried to gather her calmest voice possible and asked. Kasia, what happened? Cassie trembled a little. Ash looked at Sunny, who returned his gaze. Let me handle this, he said, making them both look at each other before nodding. Nephi's nodded, moving with Sunny to the other edge of the platform to begin their training. Ash slowly began to stroke Cassie's head. He remembered that his mother sometimes did that with him when he was scared or had a nightmare. While making this gesture, he felt the girl slowly begin to calm down from her harrowing vision from moments ago. After an hour of silence, Kasia was calm enough to speak. Nephi's had her eyes closed, meditating in silence, while Sunny swung his sword 1,000 times. The sun was still rising, causing the dark sea to begin receding. Are you okay now? Why yes, said the girl, still a bit pale. Good, drink some water. Summoning the unlimited water bottle, she drank a little. Shortly after, Ash did the same, leaving the bottle aside. Did you have a nightmare? I don't know, everything is fragmented, but I think it was a vision. Everything is confusing. Ash said nothing, waiting for Cassie to continue. After a minute, Cassie finally spoke again, this time in a low voice. At first I saw an infinite darkness sealed behind 7 seals. Something immense stirred in the darkness. I felt that if I looked at it directly, I would lose my mind. While I watched in terror, the seals broke one after another, until only one remained, and that one also broke. After that, I saw the human castle again. Only this time it was night. A solitary star shone in the black sky. And under its light, the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing through its halls. I saw a corpse in golden armor sitting on a throne, a woman with a spear drowning in a tide of monsters, an archer trying to pierce the sky with his arrows, a great mist swallowing the monsters, leaving nothing but corpses in its wake. Cassie trembled slightly. Ash's eyes opened a little upon noticing that the vision had included him too. At the end, I saw a colossal and terrifying crimson tower. At its base, 7 severed heads guarded 7 locks. And at the top, I don't know, it was strange. A radiant angel and a hungry shadow fighting against the same mist. When I saw the mist bleed, I felt as if something so precious was being torn from me that it can't be described with words. Then I felt so much pain, and rage, that the little sanity I had left seemed to disappear. That's when I woke up, I think. She finished recounting. Ash observed Sunny again, who remained focused on his exercise, and Nephi's didn't react in the slightest, though her skin slightly emitted white flames as she accustomed herself to the pain of her flames. What do you think? That was a vision, Kasha, Ash responded. Although I'm not sure, from what I can assume, we'll reach the city you saw in your dream, something will happen, then we'll reach the Crimson Tower. It's better if you tell Sunny and Nephi's. But don't mention the last part. Can you do that? Cassie frowned slightly, her adorable face scrunching up. Why not the last part? I don't know, but I feel that if you do, we'll all suffer. I'll do it, said Kasha, trusting Ash's words. After their chat, and after a few minutes, Sunny finished his training. Ash passed him the unlimited water bottle, which the boy thanked him for, refreshing his tired body. Everything seems fine now. Did you have a vision? You can tell us about it if you want. Yes. I had a vision, but it's strange and fuzzy, said Cassie. At that moment, Nephi's approached them to listen to Cassie's vision. The girl repeated the same thing, only up to the part about the 7 heads at the tower's base, avoiding mentioning the fight between the angel and the shadow against the mist. An hour later, when they were discussing whether to leave now or wait longer, 2 nightmare creatures arrived, awakened monsters that took transcendent soul fragments from the corpse and moved away. This made them decide to postpone leaving until the next day. During the rest of the day, Ash summoned his bow, examining it, and did the same with his sword, noting that despite all the use he gave it, the sword remained very sharp without a single crack in its blade. During the night, nothing else happened except Sunny performing another 1,000 strikes. When morning arrived and the dark sea receded, they prepared to descend from the statue. Today will be different from before. There will be many more scavengers roaming the labyrinth. It's possible we won't be able to set up an ambush or avoid fighting several of them at the same time. Nephi's looked at Sunny. If something happens, your job is to take Kasha far away. We can retreat through passages too narrow for the scavengers. If we get separated, head to the highest point you can find on your own. Don't wait for me. Understood. Wait, Nephi's, said Ash, making Nephi's look at him. Do you have something to say? She asked with a stoic voice. Yes. This memory has an ability that can generate a mist field about 5 to 10 meters around. If we're surrounded, I can use it to confuse the scavengers and escape without separating. Nephi's nodded. Agreed. Time is pressing, so let's go. After that, Ash was the first to descend about 40 meters, while Nephi's only descended 20 meters, this to help lower Kasha. Fortunately, getting the girl down was easier than getting her up. When the 3 reached the ground, they began walking toward the labyrinth. Ash guiding the way to lead them to the highest point. He knew that within a few hours or days, there would be a strong storm. Chapter 22, Fight. The quartet entered the labyrinth, guided by Ash while Sunny used his shadow as the primary scout. Due to the constant number of scavengers, they had to take detours to create more distance between the horde and themselves. However, they still weren't fast enough to cover sufficient distance. Inevitably, they found themselves surrounded. "What do we do?" asked Sunny. Behind them was a group of scavengers, and ahead, another group blocked the only path they had to continue advancing. "How many are there?" asked Nephi's. "About 7 of them," Sunny responded. "Ash, can you find another path?" "No. If we go back, the group chasing us will catch up, so our only option is to face them." Sunny's face twisted. "Do we execute Plan C?" asked Cassie. Ash made a thoughtful noise. "I think I have an idea," he said, drawing looks from Nephi's and Sunny. "What's your idea?" "I'll deal with them. Remember I mentioned this armor's ability? The one that creates a mist field." "Yes. I'll use it to confuse the scavengers, giving you time to advance. Then I'll find you. We could fight together, you know. There are too many. If there were 5, we could handle them. But right now, I'm the one with the highest chance of doing this," he said while walking forward, summoning his sword. "Well, see you later." With that, Ash activated the mist field enchantment. Sunny and Nephi's watched as, from nowhere, a dense and thick mist began to materialize, enveloping them completely to the point where they couldn't see more than a meter in front of them. The 3 stayed together for several seconds until they saw the mist move away forward and then disappear around a corner. "Let's go," said Nephi's with a somewhat surprised tone. Ash ran forward. His eyes could see through the mist quite clearly, as if it didn't exist. When he reached where the group of scavengers was, he watched as the mist engulfed them, rendering their sight useless. Confused, Ash used this to attack. Moving to the first scavenger, he launched an attack, activating his sword's ethereal edge enchantment. The attack opened a large gash in the first scavenger's side, who let out a loud shriek. The scavenger attacked with its pincer where Ash had been, but instead hit its companion, sending it stumbling backward. A second cut landed squarely on the scavenger, and with the third impact, its body collapsed to the ground. Ash, receiving confirmation of the death, jumped onto the back of another scavenger. Feeling something on its shell, it began to shake, but it was too late. His sword plunged completely into the gap. "You have killed an awakened beast, Shell Scavenger. Your soul grows stronger. You have received an echo." Ash blinked in surprise at obtaining an echo so quickly. Somewhat encouraged, he continued attacking the third scavenger, then the fourth alone, and then the fifth alone, leaving just 2 of them. The scavengers let out loud shrieks, trying to dispel the dense mist, but it was useless. Ash attacked the closest one, cutting one of its legs and part of its soul. Then he did the same with the second, letting it see him intentionally. The scavenger threw its pincer where Ash was, who dodged, letting the pincer hit the other of its kind. Furious, it lunged at its companion, beginning a battle that Ash took advantage of to continue attacking. 6 cuts later, the 7 scavengers lay dead on the ground. "This enchantment is really good, and I feel much stronger. I guess it's because of the misty augmentation." Snapping out of his thoughts, he began cutting into the corpses, extracting the 7 soul fragments. Soul fragments, 134/1000. Not bad at all. I'm less than 20 fragments away from reaching 150. After collecting the fragments, Ash stood still, entering his sea of souls. His sea of souls hadn't changed. The sky with dense mist, a single grey sun giving a sensation of coldness, and the calm surface with the omnipresent mist moving slowly. Looking toward his soul core, he observed the 3 orbs of mist orbiting around the core. Also, a bit farther away, there was a larger one, the echo he had obtained. With a thought, the sphere descended until it was in front of him. Looking inside, he observed the monster within, whose appearance wasn't very different from those he had killed. Ash summoned the runes. Echo, Shell Scavenger. Echo Type, Beast. Echo Core, Awakened. Echo Attributes, Strong, Armored. Description: a cursed soldier of a fallen legion. Ash placed his palm on the echo, but nothing happened. I guess I don't have that ability. Too bad. Ash sighed, then simply left his Sea of Souls. Ash stopped using the mist field enchantment. Slowly, the mist dissipated until no trace remained. Using his guide ability, he sensed his companions, who weren't far from his position. Ash turned around and walked toward the direction where the trio of sleepers was. It only took him about 30 minutes and a turn or two until he ran into them. Around them, there were 2 dead scavengers apparently, they had also fought. Sunny noticed his presence first. Ash approached the 3 with a calm face. Hi. I took care of the group of scavengers, he expressed. Nephi's nodded. Are you hurt? Kasha immediately asked, worried. No. Did you divert them? Asked Nephi's. No, I killed them. Turns out they have poor vision, which drops to 0 in the mist. So I simply made them attack each other, then attacked their weak points. Oh, and I got an echo, he explained. Sunny had a somewhat surprised face. Nephi's pupils widened slightly. Cassie, on the other hand, was more expressive than the other 2. An echo? Really, you got one? Yes. To demonstrate his point, Ash summoned the shell scavenger echo behind him, which remained motionless. We can use it as a mount for Kasha and increase our speed. Nephi's observed the echo with an unreadable look. Then the corner of her lips curled slightly. Well done. Ash raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Is it safe? Asked the blind girl, referring to the echo. Yes. This time Sunny responded. I've been climbing on these creatures quite a bit in the last few days. They're actually quite spacious on top. Especially when they're not trying to kill you. What Sunny said, added Ash. Well, okay. Ash ordered the echo to crouch down, and then they helped Kasha climb onto the echo's back, using the rope as reins for Kasha to hold onto. After ensuring she wouldn't fall, they began to advance. This time their pace was much faster than before, with Ash guiding, Sunny scouting, and Nephi's as vanguard against sudden attacks. Every now and then, they made detours to avoid large groups of scavengers. After a few hours of advancing to get closer to the next elevated point, which was less than 2 kilometers away, the wind suddenly changed, becoming stronger. Cassie stopped them. The 3 turned at the same time, having a bad feeling. What's happening? Asked Sunny. Can you hear something? No. Why? Cassie frowned. Help me down from here. After they helped Cassie down, she placed her ear to the ground and began listening to something. Ash looked up and saw dense clouds beginning to move. Then a drop fell on his face. There, no. Ash murmured. A storm is approaching, and a big one. Upon saying this, Nephi's and Sunny looked at Ash with slight panic on their faces. Quickly, they placed Cassie back on the echo. Sunny, how far to the cliffs? Ash asked. Sunny sent his shadow forward. About 2 kilometers ahead. Do you think we can make it? He asked, looking at Nephi's. If we take the most direct route, maybe. And the monsters? Changing Star looked ahead and clenched her teeth. We'll have to go through them. Hey, what are you waiting for? Start running while you talk, Ash said seriously. As if snapped out of a trance, the 3 began running while the echo followed behind, maintaining speed as Cassie held tightly to the reins. Sunny ran ahead, guiding them along the shortest path to the cliffs with the help of his shadow. Ash ran a step behind Nephi's, observing their surroundings as the rain and wind grew stronger. The trio and the echo ran at maximum speed, reducing the distance between them and their destination. Around them, the scavengers ignored them, more concerned with their own survival than paying attention to a group of humans. Soon, the darkness of the storm enveloped them, and with it, the downpour arrived with greater force, soaking the mud. Ash saw Sunny stumble, but before he could fall, he caught him, and they resumed running forward. After almost a minute of running, when the water reached their ankles, they finally saw a large cliff face perfect for sheltering from the storm. Ash dismissed his echo without hesitation, making Cassie let out a surprised cry before he caught her in his arms. "Get on my back," he said, to which Cassie wrapped her arms around Ash's neck. He tied her with the golden rope, and once sure she wouldn't fall, the girl began to climb. The three climbed as fast as they could. It was a life-or-death situation. A wave hit them, making them hold on tightly. After the wave passed, they continued climbing. Finally, everyone reached the edge of the cliff as the water continued to rise. They had survived. Chapter 23, Monster Slayer. For a few minutes, no one said anything. The rain pounded their bodies fiercely. Every now and then, a lightning bolt illuminated the darkness. Ash set Cassie down on the ground after removing the rope that bound them. Ash looked around but couldn't see anything. The darkness was profound, the wind and rain limiting his vision to just a few meters ahead. After a few minutes, Nephi's asked something he barely heard. Ash watched as a lightning bolt illuminated the sky, revealing the other side of the area where they were. He saw 8 scavengers lying on the ground, motionless. Ash said nothing. After a brief exchange of few words, Sunny stood up and ventured into the shadows of the cliff. A couple of minutes passed in silence until they heard footsteps. Ash looked and noticed the boy had returned. "What's happening?" Ash asked, though he already knew the situation. "There are 8 scavengers around us. But they're all dead. The killer is one of those big monsters we saw, the one with the crimson pattern on its shell and scythes instead of pincers. It's hiding from the storm under a rocky ledge not far from here." A lightning bolt illuminated the entire space, allowing each to see the other's expressions. A strange look, perhaps greed? Or something else shone on Changing Star's face. A look of nervousness was on Cassie's expression. A tense one on Sunny's, and a calm expression was on Ash's. "An awakened monster," said Nephi's. "Yes. So, what do we do?" "Kill it," was Changing Star's simple response. "Are you crazy?" Sunny immediately asked. "I mean, have you thought about this? How are we supposed to kill that monstrosity?" Nephi's breathed slowly, her face becoming one full of decision and firmness. "It's not a matter of thinking about it. We simply have no other choice." Sunny looked at Ash, trying to get help to convince her it was madness. "I agree with Nephi's, Sunny. We can't leave this cliff until sunrise, and the monster can't either. If the sun comes out, it will inevitably see us and could easily kill us, losing our only advantage. If we're going to fight, why leave it for later? Why not attack it now?" Sunny shook his head. "That still doesn't explain how we're going to kill it. That thing took out 8 scavengers like it was nothing. They're not even its opposition. We don't even know its weaknesses. It's just an awakened monster," Nephi said calmly, provoking an incredulous look from Sunny. "What do you mean, just an awakened monster? Have you forgotten that the 4 of us are only sleepers? The fact that we can reliably kill scavengers is already abnormal. But we are abnormal." Sunny didn't know what to say. "You, Ash, and I aren't exactly normal sleepers, right? Don't try to deny it. A normal person couldn't survive in this place." "Well, she has a point," Ash thought inwardly, silently observing the exchange between those two. Ash looked at the sky, another lightning bolt. "I don't like storms." Preparations happened quickly. The 4 formed a plan to kill the Shell Centurion as fast as possible. Using rudimentary traps. Ash had given the 7 soul fragments he got from killing the scavengers, plus the 8 Sunny took from the corpses, totaling 15 soul fragments which Changing Star had consumed to strengthen herself. After a while, Nephi's finished absorbing the soul essence, looked at Sunny, and asked, "Are you ready?" The boy shrugged. "As ready as I can be," Nephi's nodded and looked at Ash, who nodded without saying anything, then looked at the blind girl who tried to put on a brave face. "Go and kill that thing," said Kasha. Nephi smiled slightly, then turned. "Let's go." A few minutes later, Ash was near some rocks where the monster would be lured. His job was to drop the rocks along with the echo he had obtained. Once it was pinned down, they would have to cut off its main method of attack, the scythes. At that moment, he and Nephi's would attack the monster, and Sunny would deliver the finishing blow. Hearing the sound of a bell, he prepared. After a few seconds, he saw Sunny jump over the rope, but the monster didn't. Immediately, the rocks fell onto the hard chitin, breaking apart. Without hesitation, he summoned his echo, which jumped onto the awakened monster. The echo suffered damage from the monster's shell spines. Ash jumped toward the monster. Noticing him, it swung its scythe to cut him in two. Ash swung his sword, stopping the monster's attack for an instant. But that was all he needed. Nephi's landed on the centurion's torso, sinking her sword where its supposed weak point would be. The tip of the sword penetrated the hard chitin, its blade sinking so deeply that only the hilt remained, but nothing happened. The monster shook itself, sending the echo to the side. The monster stood up, its scythes ready to cut Changing Star. Without hesitation, Ash lunged forward, swinging his sword. He felt something hard. It was like trying to cut a thick log with an axe. The awakened monster's soul was strong, stronger than an awakened beast's soul. However, its will was weaker than Ash's, and so he wounded its soul, making the monster let out a loud shriek. Nephi's, without hesitation, left the monster's attack area an instant later. The monster turned, focusing on Ash, who was the greatest threat to its insignificant bestial intelligence. Ash watched as the monster moved its scythe at high speed, forcing him to defend himself. Using his sword, knowing that blocking was useless, he decided to redirect the force of the impact. Upon receiving the attack, his feet left the ground as he was sent flying against a wall, leaving cracks. The monster moved immediately but stopped because Sunny had attacked one of its articulated legs. The monster moved its scythe, hitting Sunny and sending him like a battering ram to the other end. Ash shook his head. The misty mantle had withstood the attack, preventing serious damage. Instead, the blow left him slightly dazed, but he recovered when the monster turned in his direction, its eyes glowing with intense crimson in the darkness. "Hey, stupid echo, ram it," he mentally ordered. Almost immediately, the echo, upon receiving the mental order, lunged forward, ramming the awakened monster with all its strength and fury. The echo began an intense fight against the monster and was quickly losing ground. Ash, now recovering, ran against the monster, landing a second and third attack rapidly, considerably damaging his enemy's soul, which weakened it. However, he knew he would need more than 10 blows to kill it, and time simply wasn't enough. If he were an awakened and had a stronger weapon, killing an awakened monster would be much easier. The monster let out a shriek of fury and rage, cutting off one of the echo's pincers and throwing it far away. Its shell showed cracks from the pincer impacts. Ash landed 2 more blows on the monster before moving away, feeling his hair stand on end. As he jumped back, a lightning bolt struck the monster directly, attracted by the sword embedded in its body acting as a lightning rod. Threads of smoke rose from the monster's cracks as millions of volts of electricity coursed through its body. Once the lightning ended, the monster shook itself, looking at Ash with murderous intent full of madness, fury, and rage. The monster swung its scythe with all its might. Ash raised his sword, which was cut in half, and along with it, the tip of the scythe impacted his armor, sending him flying, making him hit the rock wall again. A wave of pain coursed through his entire body. At that moment, Nephi's grabbed the hilt of her sword. Changing Star twisted her weapon and, with all her Herculean strength, tore off a considerable part of the black chitin. The monster attacked with its scythe, but Changing Star, with a quick and precise movement, cut off the monster's limb. Letting out a shriek, the monster pushed Nephi's away with its remaining scythe. Thanks to the armor she had exchanged with Cassie and its fortitude enchantment, the attack only sent her flying a few meters without serious damage to her body. The monster lunged at Nephi's to kill her when the echo returned, full of wild fury and vengeance, using its remaining pincer, which it plunged deeply into the monster's flesh. With a shriek, the echo tore the monster's torso from its shell, killing it. After casting a proud look at its destroyed enemy, the echo fell to the ground. Ash dismissed the echo, letting it recover in his sea of souls. Ash heard the spell's voice in his mind. You have killed an awakened monster, Shell Centurion. You have received a memory. Your soul grows stronger. Ha! I win, Ash thought, aching. The three of them, in their own ways, were a mess. The one in the best condition was Changing Star, who approached Sunny to heal him with her flames. Ash watched as Nephi's used her flames, suffering from being burned alive. The spectacle only lasted a few seconds. After the light show, the great Changing Star, the one who would be the queen of humanity, staggered and then emptied the contents of her stomach. Well, I didn't expect that. Ash finally moved, feeling his body scream in pain from the direct blows he had received. Your memory has been destroyed. Ash watched as his fang of mist, that sword that had helped him in his battles, dissipated into bright sparks. It was a pleasure fighting by your side, he thought with some sadness. Ash walked toward Sunny, trying to give a smile, but it was only a small, cold smile. Hey, can you stand up? Ash asked. Yes, I think I can walk, Sunny responded, accepting Ash's hand to get up from the ground. Then Ash looked at Nephi's, who was lying on the ground, exhausted from using her aspect. Without saying anything, he lifted her and placed her on his back. Nephi's didn't even have the strength to walk, so she resigned herself to being carried by someone else. When Ash and Sunny returned, they saw Cassie worried. After confirming they were alive, the four stayed together. After the rain ended, they all huddled together, falling asleep instantly while the shadow kept watch. Early the next morning, Ash took the Centurion's meat as well as the 2 soul cores. Ash lit the campfire and, after washing the blue blood from the meat, prepared it. Due to the smell, the remaining 3 woke from their sleep and had a hearty breakfast. After filling their stomachs, Ash simply sat at the edge of the cliff, bored, observing the coral. The sun was high, and there were no signs of another storm soon. They would rest a few more days before continuing their advance west. Their next objective was the Bone Cemetery, where the soul-devouring tree would be, as well as the Shell Demon. Ash thought about the soul-devouring tree and sensed that it was still a great distance away, perhaps 1 or 2 weeks of travel if they maintained a steady pace and nothing happened like today. Ash yawned, then used his ability, sensing Sunny and Nephi's were to the west, apparently chatting. It's not like he really cared. He had noticed the looks they gave each other. Although at this point it wasn't so obvious, to him it was clear that both were beginning to feel that spark that humans call symptoms of falling in love. Thinking about love gave him mixed feelings. He had loved his mother, who was the most important person before she died. He had no siblings or even remembered his father's face. As he recalled, his mother had told him he died in a workplace accident due to negligence by a major company, giving them a considerable amount of money. Ash pushed those thoughts from his mind. He had no time to remember the past, especially when he was focused on surviving. Soul Fragments, 138/1000. Ash dismissed his runes before checking the new memory he had obtained. Memory, Sword of the Seven. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory level, 2. Memory type, Weapon. Memory description, born from the darkness of the world, the 7 brave ones made an oath to return light to the cursed land. Time erased their names and their faces. But on this cursed shore, only the steel remembers. Enchantments, Keen Blood Sacrifice. Keen enchantment description, this sword is always sharp, and its edge never dulls. Blood Sacrifice enchantment description, the more blood spilled by this sword, the stronger and faster the user becomes, even healing their wounds. Ash blinked reading the two enchantments. This was undoubtedly unexpected. In exchange for losing his beloved sword, he obtained a much stronger and more useful one just when he needed it. Ash didn't hesitate to summon his new memory. He watched as sparks of light wove together, and a second later, he held a long sword. The blade was black as night, completely straight, about 115 centimeters long, ending in a sharp point. At the base of the blade was a white engraving of a star, and ascending from it were 6 other similar white stars. The weapon's grip was about 25 centimeters long, and its guard was golden. Overall, his new weapon looked cool, though it was heavier than his previous one. "I like it," Ash murmured, dismissing the memory. Then he looked in the direction of the blind girl. Chapter 24, The Story of the Useless Beaver. Standing up, he headed toward where Kasia was sitting with an expression difficult to explain on her face. "Is something wrong?" he asked, sitting down next to the girl. "I'm sorry," the girl said in a low voice. "What are you sorry for?" Kasia lowered her face. "For being useless." Ash didn't react to this. In fact, to a certain extent, he expected it. Although events had changed, the essence remained, and one of them was that currently the blind girl lacked sufficient determination to face life and her problematic flaw. You're not as useless as you think." Kasia let out a soft laugh. "I'm not," she asked, more amused than sad, her hands clenching tightly. "You're the one who carries me all the time. If I want to walk, I have to be tied to you or Neff. If I want to eat, I have to wait for you to feed me. That's my life now. I can't do the simplest things without help, much less be useful. I'm just a burden." Ash made a thoughtful noise. "Kasia, do you want to hear a story?" Ash asked. Cassie looked in his direction, or where she thought his voice came from. Her face was full of interest. "Yes, what kind of story?" "Well, it's one my mother told me once. It was called The Story of the Useless Beaver, if I remember correctly. Do you want to hear it?" "Yes." "Well, once upon a time." Ash settled his back against the coral wall, letting his gaze drift over the corals that enveloped the forgotten shore. Beside him, Cassie had turned her body slightly, her blind eyes looking in his direction with an attention he could almost physically feel. In a great forest, so vast that no animal had ever managed to traverse it completely, lived a beaver. He wasn't the strongest, nor the fastest, nor the smartest. But he was diligent. Every morning, before the sun kissed the treetops, the beaver was already working. He gnawed logs, dragged branches, reinforced his dam. And when the work was done, he would gather with the other animals. He chatted with the ducks at the pond, shared stories with the rabbits in the meadow, listened to the birds' songs in the branches. He had many friends. Or at least, that's what he believed. Ash paused, listening to the faint murmur of the slightly salty wind left by the dark sea. One day, the wise one of the forest, a deer with silver antlers who had lived more seasons than any animal could remember, gathered all the forest inhabitants in the great clearing. His face was grave, and in his ancient eyes shone a deep sadness. "Listen to me, all of you," said the deer in a voice that resonated like distant thunder. "I have seen in the dreams of the world what is to come. Soon, the rains will arrive as never before. The rivers will overflow, the waters will rise, and this entire forest, all of this that we call home, will be swallowed. There will be no place to hide. There will be no mountain high enough. We will all die." The entire forest fell silent. Then, like a wave, panic spread among the animals. Some cried, others ran without direction, others simply stood paralyzed by terror. It was then that the beaver stepped forward. "Wise one," he said with a trembling but determined voice. "Is there nothing we can do? No way to stop it?" The deer looked at him with compassion and shook his head. I'm sorry, little friend. This is beyond our strength. We can only flee, try to survive elsewhere. It's all we can do. But the beaver didn't give up. I don't want to flee, he said. This is my home. Here I built my dam, here I made my friends, here is my life. I can't abandon it without trying. The other animals looked at him strangely. What are you going to do, beaver? Asked a duck. Can you stop the rain? Can you order the rivers not to overflow? No, responded the beaver. But I can build. I can build the largest dam this forest has ever seen. I can make a wall strong enough to hold back the waters. I can try. Cassie, beside him, had stopped breathing for a moment. Her hands, previously clenched tightly, had relaxed slightly on her lap. Her face was a mask of complete concentration. The animals laughed. Ash continued, without changing the tone of his voice. They laughed with that cruel laugh of those who have already given up. Damn, said a squirrel. Do you think a few logs and branches will stop the fury of the sky? You're a useless beaver, said a fox. Your effort will be for nothing. You'll only tire yourself out and die exhausted before the waters sweep you away. And one by one, the animals walked away. Some fled the forest that very night. Others hid in their burrows to wait for the end. And the beaver was left alone. Ash turned his head slightly, as if he could see through the corals as if they were the imaginary forest of his story. But the beaver began to work. Alone. Without help. Without encouragement. Each day, when the sun barely peeked out, he was already gnawing the largest trees he could find. Each night, when the moon should have illuminated his effort, he dragged the logs to the place where he had decided to build the dam. His paws blistered. His back ached. His teeth, his only tool, wore down until they almost broke. And while he worked, he heard the laughter of the animals passing by in the distance. Look at the useless beaver, they said. He still thinks he can save the forest. How stupid he is. What a waste of time. Ash's voice became softer. There were nights when the beaver, exhausted and hungry, would sit by the river bank and cry. He cried because his strength was running out. He cried because the dam barely reached half of what was needed. He cried because deep in his heart, a little voice whispered that the others were right, that everything was useless, that he should give up and flee like the rest. But then he thought of his home. He thought of the forest where he had grown up. He thought of the ducks that had already left, of the rabbits that no longer came out of their burrows, of the birds that no longer sang. And something inside him refused to accept defeat. So he got up. He shook the dust from his fur. And he went back to work. Day after day. Night after night. Until the dam was finished. Silence settled between them. Cassie had tilted her head, her lips slightly parted, completely absorbed in the story. The day of the rains arrived. Ash continued. The sky darkened as if night had decided to stay forever. And then it began to rain. It didn't rain like it normally rains. Walls of water fell, curtains so dense you couldn't see a step ahead. The rivers grew. The streams overflowed. And from the mountains, a gigantic, unstoppable, furious mass of water descended toward the forest. All the animals that had decided to stay, those who hadn't fled, gathered at the highest point they could find. Hugging each other, trembling with cold and fear, they waited for death. They waited for the water to sweep them away and drown them. And then they saw the dam. Ash made a dramatic pause. The beaver, exhausted, barely able to stand, watched from atop his construction. He saw how the mass of water crashed against the logs. He saw how the wood creaked, threatening to break. He saw how the water desperately searched for a gap, a crack, any weak point to seep through. And for an eternal moment, the beaver believed he had failed. He believed they had all been right. That his effort had been useless. But then, the dam held. Ash's smile was slight, barely a ghost on his lips. The logs he had gnawed with such effort, the branches he had dragged with such pain, the stones he had placed with such precision, all of it formed an unbreakable wall. The water, furious, crashed again and again. But the dam did not yield. Hours passed. The rain subsided. And when the sun finally broke through the clouds, the forest was still there. The trees were still standing. The animals were still alive. The beaver, exhausted, fell to his knees. And then he heard something. First a few, then many, then all. The animals that had previously mocked him, that had called him useless, that had given up without fighting, approached him. And they didn't approach to laugh. They approached with eyes full of tears, with heads bowed, with shame painted on their faces. "Beaver," said the oldest of the deer, the same wise one who had announced the doom. "We were wrong. We called you useless, but you did what none of us dared to try. We are saved because of you." Ash turned toward Cassie. Although she couldn't see him, she felt his gaze. The beaver looked at them all. He looked at the deer, the ducks, the rabbits, the foxes, the squirrels. And he said, "Many of you told me that what I was doing was useless, that it made no sense, and that I should just resign myself to dying. But look! My useless effort saved us all. Perhaps at first I was useless, but I worked harder than anyone, I fought harder than anyone, even when I didn't believe in myself. I'm glad that in the end, my useless effort became something that could save your lives." The animals, hearing the beaver's words, felt ashamed of themselves. And they decided to change. From that day on, they followed their savior. The beaver they once saw as useless, they now saw as their savior. And the forest thrived, stronger than before, because everyone learned that giving up is easy, but fighting, even when all seems lost, is what truly makes the difference. Ash fell silent. The sound of the waves filled the void. Cassie took a moment to speak. When she did, her voice was barely a whisper. "The beaver was like me, wasn't he?" "No," Ash responded softly. "The beaver was like you feel now. But you are not the beaver from the beginning. You are the beaver who keeps working even though everyone else has fled." Cassie bit her lower lip. "But I can't do anything," she said, and in her voice there was a tremor. "I can't see. I can't fight. I can't build dams. I'm just a burden." "Cassie," Ash interrupted her, and his voice was firm but kind. "You have a gift. You can see things no one else can see. You can see the future. You can see the threads of destiny. That, in this world, is more valuable than any sword or any armor. But right now I can't use it," she protested. "I don't know how. I can't control it. I only have confusing visions, fragments I don't understand." "And that's why you're building your dam," said Ash. "Every day you spend here, every moment you try to understand your gift, every time you fail and try again, that's your dam. Others look at you and think you're useless. You yourself think you're useless. But when the moment comes, when the waters of adversity strike hard, your dam will hold. And all those who now doubt you will owe you their lives." Tears welled from Cassie's blind eyes. But this time they weren't tears of sadness or self-pity. They were tears of something deeper, something she couldn't name. "Do you really believe that?" she asked with a broken voice. Ash didn't respond immediately. Instead, he extended a hand and, with the slowness that would allow Cassie to anticipate the movement, gently placed his palm on the girl's shoulder. "I believe it," he said. "And not just me. Nephi's believes it too. And Sonny, even if he'll never admit it. That's why we're here. That's why we carry you. Not out of pity. Because we know that someday, when we need it most, your dam will save us all." Cassie sobbed, but this time a trembling smile drew on her lips. "The useless beaver," she murmured, as if savoring the words. "The useless beaver, Ash repeated with a smile. Who saved an entire forest with his effort? Cassie nodded slowly. Then, with a voice that tried to sound stronger than it really was, she said. Thank you, Ash. You're welcome. Silence returned, but it wasn't an awkward silence. It was a shared silence, warm, like the fire crackling not far away. Ash, said Cassie after a moment. Do you think I can build my dam? Ash withdrew his hand and looked into the darkness. You're already doing it, he responded. You just don't know it yet. Cassie smiled. A small, fragile, but real smile. Ash stood up. Well, I'll go train with my new memory. See you in a while, said Ash, standing up to walk away, but was stopped by Cassie. Ash, said the girl. Can you promise me something? Kasha asked. Ash tilted his head slightly, trying to guess what Kasha would say about her vision. What would that be? Can you be selfish for once? No matter what. Ash fell silent, looking at the blind girl, thinking of a response. All right. That was all he said, turning around and walking away silently. In the afternoon, Ash continued practicing with his sword, his face always unchanging as he watched the sunset while his sword rose and fell constantly. Once he reached 2000, Ash stopped, feeling his arms like lead and his muscles sore. Although the damage he had received in his battle against the Centurion wasn't fatal, it made his whole body ache. Sighing, he lowered his sword before dismissing the memory and then returning to where the others were. He watched as Nephi's guided Sunny in sword handling, then his eyes fixed on the blind girl who seemed thoughtful. For a moment, his grey eyes turned cold like two ice floes, full of absolute indifference, before he closed his eyes and sighed. It's only a few months, he thought to himself. In a few months, he would return to the awakened world, and after that, he could do what he wanted and have a peaceful life as an awakened far from problems. A few days later, everyone was fully recovered. Ash, out of boredom, practiced with his sword, or tried to discover more about his aspect, then simply watched Sunny train or talk with Cassie, who had become much more animated after he told her the story. Nephi simply meditated in silence, beginning to get used to the pain of her aspect, while he chatted a little but most of the time stayed in his own space, looking west or occasionally at the scavengers passing by on the ground below without paying attention. The next morning, they devoured the remaining meat and abandoned the cliff. After a few days, Ash was sitting on the shell of his echo next to Cassie, a somewhat bored look on his face. The sound of shells shattering was heard clearly, courtesy of Changing Star, who was smashing scavenger shells to get their soul fragments. After dozens of battles, the group got used to the rhythm of constant confrontations. After 2 weeks of moving quickly, they left most of the coral labyrinth behind and slowly approached the area of massive bones. In fact, Ash calculated they were just a few hours away. Ash let out a slight yawn while ordering his echo to stop devouring the corpse of a centurion that had been following them for the last few days. After the battle at the cliff, Ash had a better understanding of his innate ability. Although he could directly attack souls, there was something that influenced it, the quality of the memory and its rank. Although his will was strong and firm, his physique was only that of a sleeper, and there were things that, although he could affect, he couldn't kill. An example of this was the centurion. The soul of an awakened monster was larger and stronger than the soul of an awakened beast. To kill a monster, he would need to land 3 times the attacks it would take him to finish off an awakened beast. "What are you thinking about, Ash?" asked Kasha. "Nothing in particular, just thinking about what I'll do when I become an awakened." "And what will you do?" I guess I'll go to a quiet citadel, and I think that's it." Cassie blinked. "You'll just do that? Won't you do anything else?" "No. Just a comfortable life, a house in a quiet place, and maybe buy a real plant to take care of. That would be a perfect life." "That sounds more like the life of a grumpy old man," said Sunny, approaching. What do you know? A lot, Sunny responded. Why live a boring life when you can simply get rich, eat delicious food until you're a fat guy that everyone envies? I thought your dream was to open a cafe? Restaurant? Ash asked, not very sure. It's both. If you want, I can hire you as the cashier. Yeah, that's never going to happen. That's what you say now. Just wait a few years when you have no money and I'm rich. Anyway, get off that echo of yours and help extract the venom sacs. Ash, without saying anything, got off the echo and joined Sunny in collecting the venom sacs from the millipedes. Once they finished, Nephi's, Sunny, and Ash were at the top of elevated terrain, observing in the distance the bone ridge and the flat hill they had come from. What do you think? Do we go back or go to the bone ridge? Asked Sunny. We'll advance toward the bone ridge, Nephi's expressed. I have no problem with that, said Ash. Agreed. Ash gave the echo an order to start moving while Sunny sent his shadow forward. After some time traveling, they had finally arrived at the bone ridge. Ash observed the enormous skeletons of bones protruding from the ground, rising hundreds of meters high. After walking for a while, with the sun setting, they ventured inside one of the enormous skeletons to spend the night. Once they removed the bags from the echo's body, Ash dismissed it, leaving much more space than before. Ash and Sunny moved away, leaving the duo of girls alone to clean themselves. Lying down on the white bone, Ash closed his eyes, entering his sea of souls. Upon entering, he observed that everything was exactly the same without any change. He had his same 3 memories and the echo. Ash walked and explored his sea of souls for a while but found nothing interesting, so he summoned his runes. Name, Ashfall. True name, Dream of Oblivion. Rank, Sleeper. Aspect, Phantom. Aspect rank, Divine. Phantom core, Dormant. Soul fragments, 182/1000. Aspect ability, Guide. Echoes, Shell Scavenger. Memories, Sword of the Seven Nebulous Bow Mantle of the Mist. Attributes, Nothingness Soul's Blessing of Nothingness Spark of Divinity Shadows. Flaw, Clemency. I'm close to reaching 200 fragments. Maybe with those fruits from the soul tree I can complete the 18 fragments I'm missing. Leaving his sea of souls, Ash simply lay down, feeling the breeze caressing his skin while his eyes rested on the top of the vertebral column. After a while, it was his turn to wash up, which he took advantage of to remove all the blood, dirt, and bad odor from his body. After doing so, he returned to the others, where Nephi's cooked the centurion meat they had killed earlier. After dinner, the dark sea arrived where Ash simply lay down. It was his turn for the last watch. Each watch was 2 hours of work so that everyone would have 4 hours of sleep until morning. When it was his turn, he relieved Nephi's. After about 2 hours, the sea began to recede, a sign that day had arrived. Ash, who was holding a piece of bone he had extracted out of boredom, threw it into the retreating dark sea. Good morning, said Sunny, waking up. Good morning, he responded in his usual tone. Shortly after, Nephi's got up. Did anything happen? Asked Changing Star. No. Nothing out of the usual, he responded. Nephi's nodded. Although lately she had been learning how to express herself better, it was quite difficult for her, and it was curious to see the stoic Changing Star smile like a normal human being. Ash shuddered a little, remembering a macabre smile Nephi's gave the last time she tried to smile. Even Sunny felt a bit of fear. After breakfast, Ash let Sunny and Nephi's discuss their next move while he simply remained silent, thinking about how to kill a tree. After watching the duo climb up through the crack, he stayed with Cassie chatting for a while until they came down. What did you find? He asked, already knowing the answer. A tree, said Sunny. A tree? Yes, it's in the direction we need to go, though there's something strange about that place, but I don't know what it is. Ash made a thoughtful noise. Well, if you don't know, I don't either. And what will we do? Asked Cassie. Move forward. What else? Said Nephi's, beginning to descend the vertebral column of the skeleton. Once everyone was on the ground, Ash sighed. Why do I feel like things are going to get very ugly, he thought, looking toward the grey sky of the forgotten shore. Chapter 25, Confusion. The black water whispered as it was cut by something that should not float. Ash exhaled, and the air scraped his throat like crushed glass. He looked back. The burning silhouette shrank in the distance, a memory that no longer belonged to him. When he turned his gaze forward, the wind struck the blue cloak turned sail, and the scythe trembled slightly against the current. Beneath his gaze, bodies. Sunny lay motionless, his torso opened by something that no longer bled. His face contorted even in unconsciousness. The shadow, that extension of himself, watched Ash with an expression no being of darkness should be able to make, gratitude and accusation fused into one. Don't look at me like that. The shadow pointed to Changing Star. Nephi's was breathing, but her armor, the fisherman's tunic, was soaked in red blood from both. Her flames had closed the worst of it, but the marks remained. Ash ran a hand through the water, letting the cold carry something away. When he touched his face, his fingers found the jagged edge of a burn that had cost him his right eye. Not the left, the right. Or what remained of it. His body was an open map. Cuts that still oozed. Bones that remembered impacts. Weakness lapped at his edges like a black tide. Finally, Cassie. Of the three, she seemed to be doing best. She was simply sleeping. Time stretched like a wounded muscle. After several minutes or maybe seconds, the black water didn't allow for measurement. Cassie opened her eyes. Her blind pupils found Ash with impossible precision. She stood without a word. The embrace took him by surprise. The fabric of her armor dampened where her face buried itself. Cassie's body trembled with small spasms, as if trying to contain something much larger than herself. When she spoke, it was a broken whisper against his chest. Thank you, thank you. Ash blinked, because his remaining eye still worked and felt that something didn't fit. Her words floated in the air like leaves finding no ground. Why are you thanking me? His voice sounded strange even to him. If it weren't for your warning, this would have been worse. We're even. He was going to stroke her hair, but his hand stopped. His fingers still dripped something dark that the water hadn't washed away. Cassie didn't respond. She simply sat beside him as he continued steering the improvised vessel. A groan broke the watery silence. Sunny opened his eyes. He blinked. Recognized the sky, the boat, his companions. Then he tried to move and discovered the bindings. Why? He began, but pain cut his sentence short. He blinked again, faster. Why am I tied up? And why am I? He looked down. The wound on his chest was a pale abyss that didn't bleed. I did it. The golden rope dissolved with a thought. Sunny slowly sat up, grimacing, and then his eyes met Ash's. He froze mid-motion. His friend's face, what should be his face, was marked by a burn that claimed the right half. The eye, or the space where the eye should be, was a socket sealed by twisted flesh. Fresh cuts crossed his arms, his neck, the little visible of his torso under soaked bandages. His skin had that waxy tone that only comes from blood no longer inside the body. What happened to you? Sunny's voice came out higher than intended. Ash looked at him with his remaining eye. Don't you remember? Remember? Sunny frowned, searching a memory that suddenly felt full of holes. We were heading toward the tree. That's all. I see. Cassie. Sunny turned to her. The blind girl slowly shook her head. Fragments. Only fragments. Nephi sat up with a strangled gasp. Her inner flames extinguished with difficulty, leaving behind the tremor of one who has emptied their reserves. She opened her eyes and froze. She looked at Ash. The burn. The cuts. The way his right eye simply wasn't there. She knew those marks. She had seen them before, on other bodies. On her own. Only one person or something left them like that. What happened? Her voice was a taut thread. Ash coughed into his hand. When he pulled his fingers away, there was something dark and thick on them. Do you have energy to heal me a bit, Neff? She nodded, though the movement cost her. She clenched her teeth as fire sprang from her, painful and warm at the same time. Ash felt flesh closing, the deepest cuts beginning to seal. The burning on his face diminished until it became a hot memory. But the hollow where the eye should be remained the same. Nephi stopped, pale, on the verge of fainting. It's enough, said Ash. The eye can wait. Sunny watched him with a mixture of concern and something else, something he couldn't name. Ash. Do you want to tell us what the hell happened? Ash looked back. The thing, the tree, or whatever it was no longer visible. They'd have hours before the horizon brought them something worse. It's not a pretty story, he finally said. I guess it all started when we finished the plan to attack the carapace demon. He paused. Or so he believed. His own memories also had blurry edges. But he didn't say that. He simply began to speak, as the demon carapace boat cut through the black water toward nowhere, carrying 4 people who weren't sure how they had arrived there or what they had really left behind. Then his gaze returned to the 3, still feeling the phantom pain in his body. For that, we need to go back about 2 or 3 weeks. So we're going to kill that demon? Sunny asked, looking at Nephi's as if she were crazy, which in a certain way was true. You're really insane. It's an awakened demon we're talking about, remember? Have you forgotten we're only sleepers? Sunny looked at Ash, who had a calm expression on his face. We have to kill it. We don't have other options, Ash said after a few moments. Sunny sighed. Actually, you both said that last time before fighting the carapace centurion, Ash said. Yes. Exactly. And how did that end? We almost died. You survived, didn't you? Nephi's asked, looking at Sunny. Sunny made a bewildered face before finally speaking again. That's not the point. Sunny said with an exasperated tone. At that moment, Cassie placed her hand on Nephi's shoulder. Neph. That's not very nice to say. Changing Star realized her words had caused a misunderstanding before expressing herself better. What I meant was, in the end, we won, didn't we? It was a risk we had to take, and it was worth it. We've become stronger since then. But that thing is huge. It's so tall you won't even be able to hit it with your sword. What are we going to do? Politely asked the bastard to come down to our level, he asked sarcastically. Actually, I think that would be a good idea, Ash said, taking that moment to join the conversation instead of just listening like he did most of the time. Sunny and Nephi's gave him blank stares, even Cassie. This isn't time for jokes, Ash. Ash opened his mouth before thinking a bit and speaking. What I mean is, let's just bring him down to our level in terms of strength. And how would we do that? Changing Star asked. Ash smiled weakly, his eyes shining with a somewhat amused look mixed with madness. Nephi's, do you remember when you lit a campfire? Ash asked, making Nephi's tense for a moment as she recalled her terrible experience and mistake. Yes. Sunny frowned, not understanding anything. What do you have in mind? We don't have to fight, and let something else do it for us. If we set it on fire, when night comes, some kind of horror will come from the dark sea, eliminate or damage the demon so much that we can kill it without too many problems. Or that's my plan. Do you think it'll work? Cassie asked. Maybe. It's the only thing I can think of right now. Maybe something else will occur to me later, he replied, shrugging. Even if we do this crazy plan, how exactly will we execute it without dying? Sunny asked. You all think about it. Even though it's smarter than a monster, it can be fooled, Ash said. That night they stayed inside the skeleton of the dead Leviathan. It was the safest camp they'd had besides the Coral Hill. Ash lay down, thoughtful about his options for fighting the carapace demon. His real concern wasn't the demon, but rather the terror that guarded it. He remembered it was an awakened terror, but that could change now. Significant changes had occurred, so the possibility that the tree was a fallen terror was high. If it was an awakened terror, he could convince them to form a boat and leave for the Dark City that very night and get away from the terror. But if it was a fallen terror, its mental powers would slowly overcome his defenses, making him lose sight of his main objective. He couldn't kill it because the soul of a terror was much more powerful and greater than his, and its will stronger. To manage that, he at least needed to be awakened and have 3 complete soul cores and other things like memory and discovering more of its aspect. Sighing, he closed his eyes and began to sleep. Near the following morning, he was awakened by Cassie, who shook his shoulder carefully. Opening his eyes, Ash looked at Cassie staring fixedly at him. What's happening? I had 2 visions. One about the carapace demon and another about the 4 of us, she said, making Ash raise an eyebrow. Getting up, he sat down. Soon Sunny and Nephi's approached, listening to the blind girl's vision. Chapter 26, Light of Death. Are the visions from the past or the future? Nephi's asked. Both. I think, Cassie said, then paused. Or that's what I believe. Nephi's looked at Cassie before asking her what she had seen in her vision. Ash listened to the first vision, and it was the same as expected, so there was nothing he didn't already know. Once Cassie had finished her first vision of the past, Nephi's looked at Ash. We'll use your plan, Nephi said. Agreed, Ash said with a calm tone. And what about the second vision? Sunny asked. Cassie wrinkled her face. It's confusing, Cassie said. The 4 of us were floating on something big and terrifying and rough. We were all injured and exhausted while the thing we were on carried us west. I think it's related to you somehow killing the carapace demon and something happening then, Cassie said. Sunny frowned. Something big and terrifying and rough, he murmured, trying to ponder the meaning of it. Maybe it's an abomination, Ash suggested. That's most likely, Nephi said. Ash smiled slightly. I think, no, I have an idea that will allow us to avoid the carapace demon without having to face it. And what would that be? Fog. I'll use my armor's enchantment to create a large fog field. Taking advantage of the demon being confused, we can use it to climb the tree and then burn the abomination when the sun sets. Cassie opened her eyes. That could work, the girl said. What's the maximum range of the enchantment? Nephi's asked. About 100 meters when I checked it. Nephi's nodded, then looked at the sea that had practically disappeared. Let's make our preparations, Changing Star said. Once they descended from the Titanic corpse, they hunted some enormous centipedes to extract the highly flammable venom. Since Ash wasn't the best at pottery, it was Sunny's job to create clay vessels to store the venom. After having 3 vessels, Ash placed them in a bag made of black seaweed, along with a torch. In the end, it only took them until the first half of the day, finishing when the sun was at its highest point. Nephi's approached, observing the 3 objects. Will this be enough? Nephi's asked. Yes. We just need the venom to spread as much as possible over its body, then turn it into a campfire and let some unknown horror do the rest. After filling their stomachs enough and mentally preparing themselves, the 4 moved. Using the golden rope, they secured it. Since Ash was the only one who could see through the fog, he would be the one to guide them, avoiding the carapace demon. When dusk began to end, Ash looked at the golden rope, then at Cassie who held what they needed. All right, I'll do it now. After saying that, he activated the fog field enchantment. Immediately, a dense fog began to fill an area 100 meters around. The fog was so thick that it allowed absolutely no visibility and so tall that even the carapace demon was completely engulfed. Sunny and Nephi's couldn't see more than a meter ahead of them. Their senses were blocked by the fog, even Sunny using his shadow's eyes couldn't see through it. Ash began to walk, his eyes easily seeing through the dense fog as if it didn't exist. He advanced in silence, the fog following him. Slowly, the fog approached the foot of the ash hill, erasing the world behind it. At the top of the ash mound, the carapace demon stirred and rose from the grey sand. Its shiny armor gleamed, reflecting the light of the setting sun. Encased in brilliant metal, with a crown of horns adorning its head, the demon looked fearsome. The demon looked toward the foot of the hill as the fog slowly approached. Immediately, 2 scarlet embers ignited in the depths of its demonic eyes. Instantly, a piercing shriek of fury and rage came from its mouth. Its scythes clashed, creating powerful sound waves and wind, trying to push away the fog that remained firm and advancing. Realizing this, the demon lunged forward with devastating fury to fight whatever was inside the fog. However, despite its overwhelming speed, titanic strength, and unbridled fury, it could do nothing. Rather, inside the fog, there was absolutely nothing to attack, nothing to satisfy its devastating fury and limitless hatred. Inside the fog, Ash didn't look back, avoiding the abomination sensing his presence. They were close to reaching the tree, and the demon was still running back and forth, unleashing shrieks of unbridled fury, searching for its enemy. "Ash, what's happening?" Cassie asked. "Nothing, let's keep moving forward." "This won't stop it for long," Ash said as he reached the base of the enormous soul tree, immediately discarding the rope. "All right, now climb the tree," he ordered, feeling the ground tremble under the weight of the demon still searching in the dense fog. Ash handed the rope to Nephi's, who climbed quickly until she reached the lower branches, then threw the rope down. Sunny tied it to Cassie, who held the seaweed bag. Once the girl was safely on the branch, Sunny and Ash began to climb quickly until they joined the others, just as the fog began to dissipate not before a gust of wind sent a large amount of ash flying, catching the demon's attention. It focused on the sudden rising of the grey sand, ignoring the existence of the humans who had fooled it without being noticed. The 4 crouched on the branch while the demon let out a roar of fury upon noticing the footprints that hadn't been erased. The demon ran, beginning to cover the entire space of the ash mound. A few minutes later, the sun began to slowly set. "It's still impressive that we fooled an awakened demon so easily," Sunny said. "Yes, it was incredible," Cassie said cheerfully. Ash just lay face down, letting out a sigh he didn't know what contained. His plan had worked, and best of all, he still possessed his echo. Once night had completely fallen, it was time to execute the second half of their plan. Changing Star stood up. "Let's begin." "Agreed." Ash took the bottles with the venom, placing them side by side, then took out the improvised torch made of bone and seaweed. In the night, he passed the torch to Sunny, who passed it to Nephi's. Ash watched as Nephi's lit the torch with fire, and with it, the demon's attention immediately focused on the light and the 3 figures. The furious carapace demon appeared from nowhere, looking at the 3 insignificant humans on the sacred tree. The demon approached, trying to cut them with its scythe but couldn't reach them. Grabbing the 3 jars, Ash threw them at the abomination. The creature reacted, cutting the jars without hesitation, causing the contents to spread, falling over a large part of its steel-covered body. Guided by sound, Nephi's threw the torch with all her strength. After a second, it struck the demon's chest squarely. Quickly, the flames spread throughout the monster's body. Because of the fire, the monster had become a bright flash that would attract the terrors from the depths of the dark sea. Ash watched in silence as the carapace demon began to writhe on the ground, trying to smother the flames on its body without any success. Almost a minute passed until Ash felt an incredibly familiar sensation. He observed the dark sea, seeing the white fog from nowhere that began to slowly spread. Ash could feel its call, its desire to erase everything that existed and leave it in its purest state of absolute non-existence. The carapace demon stopped trying to put out the fire, instead, it watched the fog slowly approaching the shore. A cold, murderous resolve drew itself on its demonic face. Ash saw how the fog covered the island's surface and with it heard the beating of wings. His eyes began to search through the fog to see what had emerged, but before he could, a hand covered his eyes. "Don't open your eyes. No matter what happens, don't open them," Cassie said with a tense voice. Ash closed his eyes, trusting only his hearing. "Don't look, don't look, don't look." The voice became more distorted and less human, coming from somewhere Ash couldn't locate. The voice began as a whisper before becoming a scream of fury and unbridled madness. "Don't look! Don't look! Don't look!" Then there was total silence until Ash heard something in his ear. It was an unknown voice full of madness, fury, and heartbreaking sadness. "You, smell of oblivion." Ash froze. He felt a primal fear settle into his soul, as if something ancient, and devastating, was watching him. That same sensation of being watched during his transfer to this world and his first nightmare returned with more intensity than ever. An invisible pressure made him tremble, unable to move. "Oblivion, oblivion, you have it scent, you have it, you." The voice continued whispering with hundreds of voices at the same time. "I see, we see, so, it's you. It's you. It's you. It's you. It's you. Oblivion." With that last furious scream, Ash fell to the ground. He felt his terror increase, he was frozen, his heart feeling as if it were about to burst inside him. "Answer me, son of nothing. Answer." Ash remained silent. And then the voice said nothing. A second passed, perhaps an eternity. Ash could only breathe while holding on tightly, his fingers digging into the branches, keeping his eyes forcefully closed, not opening them. The same voice returned, but this time instead of being hundreds of different voices, it was just one soft and calm voice that made Ash tremble, but not from fear, from calm, as if something had covered him, making his fear and terror vanish as if they had never existed. "Not yet, you're not ready yet," was what he heard. Hearing those words, his heart ached, but he also felt happy and nostalgic. When the sensation disappeared, a tremor shook the entire island as the carapace demon clashed its scythes in a metallic noise, creating clean air that allowed him to see. A few moments later, another tremor shook the island as the demon collided with the unknown horror that had emerged from the depths of the dark sea. Ash could only breathe deeply, calming himself. His armor's enchantment activated, slowly beginning to calm all his emotions. After what seemed an eternity, Ash finally opened his eyes as the sun began to rise, and with it, the dark sea slowly retreated completely. Ash tried to stand but couldn't, his legs failed him, his body still trembled, and he was pale. Ash felt helpless in this state, he would only be a burden rather than a help. "Ash." Hearing his name, he observed Nephi's and Sunny, who had worried faces seeing his condition. "What happened?" Nephi's asked. I don't know." His voice stammered with lingering traces of fear from his experience hours ago. "Are you injured?" Sunny asked. "No," he said, moving toward them. "I think I'll just be a nuisance if I go down." "I'll stay up here," he said as Cassie passed him the unlimited water bottle, which he used to quench his thirst. Nephi's nodded in agreement. Ash looked at Sunny, passing him the echo. "Use it," was what he said. Sunny nodded. "All right," he said, approaching Nephi's. After a few moments, the duo began to descend the tree to fight the weakened carapace demon that was crawling back to the ash mound. "Ash," Cassie said. "What happened to you? Why are you so scared?" the blind girl asked, turning her face toward him. Ash hesitated for a moment, remembering that still made him tremble. He had heard a voice. One so incredibly familiar that it evoked a huge amount of emotions inside him, and yet he couldn't remember. He didn't know the tone of the voice, nor its words. He had forgotten it. I think I forgot, Ash said, confused. Chapter 27, Burial Mound. Ash reflected in silence as he listened to the sound of the battle below without really paying attention. At some point, he saw how Sunny summoned the scavenger echo to escape certain death and create an opening so Nephi's could kill the demon more easily. But because of this move, the echo had been destroyed, which was a shame since he liked the silly echo. Finally, the battle had ended. The demon was dead, and Sunny and Nephi's were alive but exhausted. Hey, you two, come down, the demon is dead. Ash heard Sunny's voice. Can you go down alone? Ash asked, looking at Cassie, who nodded her head. Ash watched as Cassie descended cautiously with the help of the rope, under Ash's watchful gaze. A few dozen seconds passed until the girl reached the ground safely. Ash also descended using the rope. His condition had improved notably, but he was still weak, and it would take him at least a day to return to normal. Ash guided Cassie towards where Sunny was. The girl asked him if he was injured, which he denied. Ash observed the corpse of the carapace demon. It was a shame the demon had lost, but someone weak didn't deserve to protect the sacred tree. Ash frowned. Where did that thought come from? And why did he feel the urge to protect that terror? Oh, why did that thought come? Ash sighed. His eyes landed on the soul tree. Bastard, you're trying to control my mind. Well, go ahead and try if you can. Ash thought, his eyes gleaming with barely contained malice. Ash walked in silence, circling the corpse of the carapace demon, observing Changing Star, who was beaten and somewhat bruised from the fight. Hi, Nephi's, Ash greeted. Sorry I couldn't be of help in this fight. Changing Star nodded. It doesn't matter, she said in her usual stoic tone. After a brief pause, she asked. What happened to you when that mist appeared? I don't know. But it affected me too much. It's hard to explain, said Ash. Nephi seemed confused by the strange answer but then simply set it aside. Need help getting up? Yes. Ash helped Nephi to her feet and over to where Sunny and Cassie were waiting. After they all sat down a little away from the corpse, Sunny began to recount the short but intense confrontation against the carapace demon. Ash looked at the demon's corpse. Want to eat demon meat? He asked. Cassie shook her head. I'm not sure about that. Why? Asked Sunny, looking hungrily at the corpse of the thing that had almost killed him. Well, it just seems weird to eat the meat of an intelligent creature. Even if it was evil. I hadn't thought about it before, but now, it just doesn't seem right, I guess. The group fell silent. Ash simply didn't care, eating monsters regardless of their rank or intelligence was fine with him. I'm sorry. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's how I feel. You, Nev, and Ash don't have to do the same. Sunny shook his head. No, you might be right. I understand, more or less. It's just that we didn't bring any provisions with us, so we won't be able to eat anything unless we go hunting. Cassie sighed, then her face lit up as she remembered something. What about the fruits of the great tree? I bet they're... No. Ash interrupted Cassie with a cold voice, causing the other three to look at him. Why not? Asked Cassie. Those fruits give me a bad feeling. Something is wrong with this place, and I don't know what it is yet, he said calmly. Of course, he could tell them directly that they were slowly starting to be influenced by the terror, but Ash needed Sunny to consume the Weaver's lineage. I think the same as Ash, said Sunny, frowning. You're being paranoid, aren't you? A tree is a tree. In fact, I think it's a wonderful example of how life can prevail against all odds, even in this terrible place. I'm willing to bet its fruits are wonderful. Ash and Sunny are right, Cass. There are too many strange things about that tree, eating its fruits would be too risky. Ash remained silent, saying nothing. He felt the terror's influence increasing over those three and slowly over him as well, although his mental barriers blocked a large part of the influence, and much of it was aimed at him. Ash looked at Sunny. By the way, Sunny, what happened to the echo? Sunny froze, then looked away, remaining silent for about 2 seconds before responding. It was destroyed in the fight. I had to use it to survive and secure a hit for Nephi's. It's okay. Although it's a shame because we won't be able to move as fast as before. Yet. It's a shame. Did you lose your sword too? Asked Nephi's, looking at Sunny, who nodded. Ash yawned, listening only superficially as he watched Nephi's hand over the midnight fragment. After Sunny analyzed his new weapon, they moved their camp near the tree, away from the dead demon. Ash watched as, after a few hours, everyone fell into a sleep, except Cassie, who struggled not to succumb to the terror's influence. Ash, Cassie said, half asleep, her voice somewhat desperate. Relax, Cassie, I know. Leave the rest to me, Ash said, looking at Kasha. Tell Sunny to go exploring, the girl said, falling asleep. Ash sighed, watching the needle messengers circling above the crown of the soul tree. Getting to his feet, he summoned the seventh sword and attacked the tree. However, as he suspected, it didn't even cause a scratch, either to the wood or the terror's soul. Its soul was powerful and too taut, it felt like cutting a large rock with a rotten branch. I guess I won't kill you for now, but I will eventually, he said, looking at the tree, which remained impassive. Ash simply sat on the ground, watching the crest of bones from dead leviathans in the distance. Closing his eyes, he entered his soul sea. Upon entering, he observed that everything was in chaos. His soul was weak. The water below, always calm, was agitated. The grey clouds had darkened, and the omnipresent mist had become denser than before. Whatever that was last night, it wanted to tear my soul into a million pieces, Ash murmured. Lifting his gaze, he observed his soul core, which had some cracks that were slowly repairing themselves. Letting out a sigh, Ash left his soul sea. Opening his eyes, he simply breathed in the fresh air and ignored the terror's attempt to influence and control him. Chapter 28, Ash's Vacation. Ash began to explore the burial mound out of boredom. The mound was large, rising about 300 meters above the ground, such that during the night, the mound became an island in the middle of the sea. Ash searched among the roots and ashes but didn't find any transcendent soul shards, which was a shame. The Carapace Centurions offered beast soul cores to the Carapace demon, which accepted them. If this had continued for thousands of years, there would be hundreds of transcendent fragments. However, despite his search, he found none. Frowning, Ash kept searching for a while longer without success. Looking toward the sky, he watched as one of the needle messengers approached, staying away from the terror's influence. Ash walked to the western part of the burial mound, seeing the enormous crater that stretched for hundreds and hundreds of kilometers. He easily calculated that the forgotten shore was about the size of China and Russia combined, and that was just an estimate of its size. I wonder if... Ash closed his eyes, searching for any nightmare seeds. Slowly, his eyes opened wide. A smile spread across his face. He had discovered another aspect of his ability. Not only could he locate people, but it was everything. If he knew something and thought about that something, his ability would detect it within seconds. He could feel the nightmare seeds, each one incredibly far away. There were dozens of them, of different ranks. One that was much more intense was in the center of that massive crater. If he had to guess, it should be a fourth-class seed, one destined to turn any awakened directly into a supreme if they challenged it. For a moment, Ash thought about going and challenging the seed, but then he stopped. These were not his thoughts. Turning his face, he observed the terror still pushing against his mental defenses to make him make two decisions. The first was to fall under the effect of its power, and the second was to drive him out of its territory by influencing his thoughts. "It'll take more than that to make me back down, bastard," he murmured with disdain. Returning to where the others were, he decided to wake them. Bending down, he tapped Sunny's head a little. Sunny stirred before opening his eyes, somewhat confused. "What's wrong?" the boy asked. "I need you to see this." "A threat?" "No. But it's necessary for you to see it." Due to the movement, Changing Star opened her eyes, asking a silent question. "It's those things from the other time," Ash said, pausing. "You know, what came after we killed the Centurion. However, they're not approaching, they just fly in the distance." Nephi stood up in silence. Ash led Sunny and Nephi to an area where they could clearly see the black dot in the sky, the beast that refused to approach where they were. "How long has it been flying?" "About 10 minutes. But it's not coming closer," Ash said, watching as the black dot approached before rising and moving away again. Nephi looked at the winged creature before speaking. "Last time, it didn't seem very interested in hunting live prey. Maybe it mainly feeds on carrion, and that's why it was only interested in the carapace demon's corpse." After she said that, they heard footsteps and saw that it was Cassie. "What if we're too weak and small to satisfy it? After all, it never came for the bodies of the scavengers we had killed." As if eating mere beasts was beneath it, she offered. "That time, it came for the Centurion's flesh. But it also took a few scavenger corpses before leaving. So it would be too optimistic to think this abomination wouldn't try to devour us if given the chance." Nephi reflected for a moment before speaking. "You're right. The best thing is to stay away from the carapace demon for now and hide when it decides to land." Ash nodded, as did the rest, before looking at Cassie. "Cassie, can I borrow your staff?" Cassie blinked. "Why?" "I want to look for something. And it would take me too long because of the ashes." "What exactly are you looking for?" asked Nephi. "Soul shards. We saw how the Centurion brought soul shards to the carapace demon, and since they can't consume them, I think they must be hidden somewhere around here. So I'm going to look for them to pass the time." "All right," said Cassie, transferring the memory. "Thanks. Oh, and I need you to see this." "It's on the other side of this place," Ash said, walking toward where he had been observing the crater earlier. The three followed Ash for a few minutes until they reached the western side, letting them see the end of their path due to the enormous titanic crater. At that moment, the sun began to descend, and they watched as the dark sea emerged from the crater, beginning to spread across the entire forgotten shore. Once the four had returned, they went back to the base of the tree, where Ash sat on one of the branches protruding from the ground. "It doesn't make sense, it just doesn't," Cassie murmured worriedly. "How can it be? There must be another place that rises above sea level over there." Sunny, who seemed equally angry or annoyed, nodded. "No, there's no other elevation. It's just that crater stretching as far as the eye can see. It extends everywhere except the east," he explained. "Ash, can't you tell if there's another path?" "Only through the crater and the east. But if we take the east, it would take us months to go around the crater and reach the castle." Hearing their guide's words, the three felt somewhat frustrated. Finally, after a few seconds, Nephi broke the silence. "Let's try to think of something tomorrow. In the worst case, we'll have to go around all of this." Ash, as always, stood guard, fighting against the terror's influence in its brainwashing. Walking to the carapace demon's corpse, he summoned the rope and measured its body, studying its carcass to see what kind of sturdy boat he could create. After a few hours, he changed guard duty and went to sleep until the next morning. The next morning, the atmosphere was gloomy. No one seemed to want to talk or do anything, staring aimlessly at the ground or the leaves of the great tree. Finally, the one who broke the silence was Nephi, who decided to climb to the top of the tree for a better view. After changing star left, Ash stood up, summoning his sword. "Want to train with me, Sunny?" "Sure, why not?" The duo moved away from Cassie enough not to hurt her and to have room to move. Ash analyzed Sunny's posture, looking for an opening. Although he was still far from being a master of sword combat, it was clear he was no novice. The same went for himself. "The rules are simple," said Ash. "If your enemy falls to the ground, you win." Sunny nodded, an expression full of seriousness adorning his face as his shadow wrapped around his body, strengthening him. "All right, let's begin." Neither of them moved, analyzing their opponent. Ash decided to move first. Running forward, he launched a diagonal slash, which Sunny blocked with his sword, exerting pressure to match Ash's strength. Both struggled, sparks flying from their swords. Stepping back, Ash began to launch quick, precise cuts against his opponent, who blocked them with difficulty. Sunny swung the midnight fragment against Ash, who stopped the sword with his forearm. The fabric of his armor completely blocked the attack and any damage to his hand. Sunny's eyes widened, then he positioned his sword to block a kick that sent him stumbling back. "Where did you get that armor?" "From my first nightmare, where else?" he replied, lunging into the attack again. The battle continued for about half an hour or so until both were tired, ending up exhausted. "I win," said Ash in a flat tone. "You're wrong, I did." "Did you fall first?" "Yes." "Then I win," said Ash, closing his eyes, then standing up. "I'm going to sleep for a while." Murmuring that, Ash headed to the camp where he simply fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, a few hours had passed. When he came out, the sun was setting. He looked around for a moment at the other three. Cassie, Nephi's, and Sunny were eating the soul fruits of the terror. Ash approached with an indifferent face. Nephi's looked up, giving him a relaxed smile. "Hi." Chapter 29, Ash's Vacation 2. "What do you mean, hi? What the hell are you doing?" he asked, annoyed. The three looked at each other. "Why are you angry?" Ash looked at Nephi's. "Why did you change your mind?" Changing Star blinked. "Did I change my mind? About what?" "The fruit. We agreed we wouldn't take or eat the fruit." "Did we? Why?" Ash sighed. "The terror's influence is taking hold of them. They're already starting to be a nuisance. It's better to leave before it starts affecting." Ash crushed those thoughts without mercy. A look of undisguised hatred was directed at the soul tree. "Ash, are you upset because we started eating without you?" asked Cassie. At that moment, Ash felt his stomach growl loudly, demanding food. "Yes," he finally said. "Don't worry, Neph brought one for each of us." Ash took the large fruit and bit into it. Its flavor was undoubtedly quite good and sweet. He wanted to eat more and more to keep feeling the sweetness of the juice. "Your soul grows stronger." "I see, so that's how it works." Ash took another bite. "Your soul grows stronger." Upon taking the third bite, he didn't hear that he received any more soul fragments. Apparently, the fruits only gave him 2 fragments per fruit. Soul fragments, 186/1000. "I just absorbed a soul fragment," said Nephi's. "You too," said Sunny. "You too as well?" asked Ash, already knowing the answer. "It seems that by eating the fruit, we receive a soul fragment," said Cassie, going back to eating her half-finished fruit. Late in the afternoon, when the sun was already setting, everyone prepared to sleep. Ash let out a yawn. Filling his stomach with fruit after going hungry made him want to sleep and truly rest well. After using the large, soft leaves as mattresses, they decided to go to sleep, but not before Cassie spoke. "Hey Ash, why don't you tell a story?" asked Cassie. Ash looked at Cassie. "Now? Yeah, your stories are really great," said the girl. It's true, said Sunny. Well, all right, I'll tell you a bedtime story. Ash sat down with a thoughtful face before looking around and finding a short story. Well, this is the story of the little paradise. Once upon a time, there were 4 people, he began. 4 people who loved to explore the waters. They weren't expert sailors, nor experienced fishermen. Just 4 adventurous souls who loved feeling the sea breeze on their faces and discovering what lay beyond the horizon. Ash's voice flowed slowly, hypnotically, like the distant murmur of waves. One day, they embarked on a journey like so many others. The sky was clear, the sea calm, everything seemed perfect. But the sea, like life, is fickle. A storm broke out without warning. The winds howled like hungry beasts. The waves, giants of furious water, struck their small vessel again and again. They fought with all their strength, but in the end, the ship was wrecked. By pure miracle, the 4 managed to cling to some pieces of wood and survived. Ash paused, listening to the rustle of the branches in the wind. Days passed adrift. Days without fresh water, without food, without hope. The sun scorched them during the day, the cold froze them at night. Their lips cracked, their strength waned, and in their hearts, despair began to take root like a weed. They spoke less and less, because speaking used energy they didn't have. They just floated, waiting for the end. And then, when they had lost all hope, when their eyes could barely stay open, they saw land. Ash's voice softened. An island. Small, but beautiful. Beaches of white sand that shone as if made of stardust. Palm trees that swayed gracefully, offering their generous shade. Waters so clear they could see colorful fish swimming freely. With the last of their remaining strength, the 4 castaways reached the shore and dragged themselves onto the dry sand. And there, exhausted, they fainted. When they woke up, a figure was watching them. It was a crab. But not just any crab. It was enormous, the size of a large dog, with a shell that seemed carved from onyx and kind eyes that shone with intelligence. "Welcome, travelers," said the crab in a deep, soothing voice. "I am the guardian of this island. Do not fear. Here, you will be safe." Cassie, who had closed her eyes, opened them again, her ears attentive to every word. The 4 castaways didn't know what to think. A talking crab. A perfect island in the middle of nowhere. It was too good to be true. But the crab continued, "On this island, you will lack nothing. Food, shelter, tranquility. You can stay as long as you wish. Just relax. Enjoy. There are no dangers here." The 4 looked at each other. The most distrustful of them, a man with a sharp gaze and a cautious heart, frowned. "And what do you expect in return for such generosity?" he asked. The crab smiled, or at least it seemed to, because it's hard to smile with a pair of claws. "Nothing," it replied. "Just that you be happy. That is enough for me." Ash smiled slightly. The first few days, the 4 castaways were cautious. They explored every corner of the island, looking for traps, hidden dangers, any sign that it was all a sham. But they found nothing. The island was exactly what it seemed, a paradise. The food was delicious, juicy fruits and fish so fresh they almost leaped from the water into their hands. The nights were magical, with stars lighting up the sky like they had never seen. And the crab, always present, always kind, watched over them like a father would watch over his children. Little by little, day after day, the 4 castaways got used to it. Worries dissipated. Fear vanished. Distrust, that constant companion of those who have suffered, began to fall asleep. Why worry? The island gave them everything. The crab protected them. They could spend the rest of their lives there, in peace, without problems, without anguish. But one of them, the most distrustful, the one who had asked at the beginning what the crab expected in return, couldn't sleep well at night. Something bothered him. Something whispered to him that not everything was as it seemed. So one day, while the other three enjoyed the beach, he decided to explore once more. But this time, he wasn't looking for beauty. He was looking for answers. Ash lowered his voice, creating an atmosphere of mystery. He walked for hours. He ventured into the thicket, climbed cliffs, followed paths that seemed to lead nowhere. And then, in the most remote part of the island, behind a waterfall that roared like a sleeping dragon, he found a cave. A dark, damp cave that smelled of something he couldn't identify. He entered. He walked in the darkness, guided by a hunch. And at the back, on the farthest wall, he found something. It wasn't treasure. It wasn't a monster. It was a crack. A small crack in the rock through which a different beam of light filtered. A light that didn't come from the island's sun. Intrigued, the man peered through. And what he saw on the other side chilled his blood. Ash paused, letting Sunny, Cassie, and Nephi's hold their breath as they listened to the story. After a few seconds, he continued. He saw the truth. He saw that the island was not a paradise. It was a prison. A prison built with dreams and lies. He saw that the kind guardian crab was not what it seemed. He saw corpses. Hundreds of corpses, the remains of all those who had fallen into the trap before them. He saw how the island fed on its victims, how it enveloped them in an illusion of happiness while slowly consuming them. The man recoiled, horrified. He ran out of the cave, fell, got up, kept running. When he reached the beach, his three companions looked at him strangely. He was pale, trembling, his eyes wide. "We have to leave," he told them. "This island is not what it seems. It's deceiving us. The crab wants to devour us." The three laughed. "You're crazy," they said. "Look around you. Does this look like a trap to you? We have food, we have peace, we are safe. What more could we ask for?" The man tried to explain, but they wouldn't listen. The island had woven its spell too well. They were trapped in the illusion. Then the man had an idea. "Let's take a trip," he proposed. "Let's explore the surroundings of the island. Just for a day. If you don't find anything wrong, we'll come back and I'll never mention the subject again." The three hesitated, but in the end, they agreed. After all, what harm could a little boat ride do? The man led them to a place he had found in his explorations, a small boat hidden among the rocks, almost forgotten, but still in condition to sail. The four got on and moved away from the island. They rowed and rowed, getting further and further away. And then, when the island was barely a dot on the horizon, it happened. Ash made a dramatic pause. The island changed. The illusion vanished like dew under the sun. Where there had once been palm trees and white sand, now there was only black, twisted rock. Where there had once been crystal clear waters, now there was a putrid sea, full of remains and rot. And on the shore, the kind guardian crab, transformed. It grew, deformed, became a nightmare monster, with enormous claws and eyes full of ancestral hunger. And all around it, hundreds of corpses, the remains of all those who had fallen into its trap, lay piled up like offerings to a forgotten god. The three companions screamed in horror. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The paradise they had lived in was a lie. The kind guardian was a predator. And they had been about to become its next victims. The man who had discovered the truth looked at them and said, "No place that appears perfect and too safe is truly safe. Sometimes, the places we believe are the safest are the most dangerous. Because they lull us to sleep, they make us lower our guard, they make us forget that in this world, everything has a price." Silence settled over the group. The fire crackled softly. The waves broke in the distance. "What happened next?" asked Nephi's, breaking the silence. Her voice was calm, but there was something in it, a gleam of genuine interest that she rarely showed. Ash smiled. The four castaways rode without rest for days. They didn't look back, they didn't stop to rest, they didn't allow themselves to doubt. When they finally reached dry land, when they felt the sand of a real beach under their feet, they fell to their knees and cried. They had escaped. They had survived. And they swore, with all their hearts, that they would never, ever go near that island again. They returned to their homes, to their lives, and although nightmares haunted them for a while, over the years they learned to live with the memory. But they never forgot the lesson: perfection is a lie, an absolute security, a deadly trap. Cassie sat up slightly on her leaves. That story, she murmured. Does it have any special meaning? Ash looked at her for a moment. Then he looked away into the darkness surrounding them. Just a bedtime story, he replied softly. Nothing more. Sunny snorted. Sure. And I'm a fallen demon. Are you, by any chance? Asked Ash with a raised eyebrow. Sunny didn't respond, but Ash could almost see the grimace on his face in the darkness. Nephi's, for her part, remained silent. But her eyes, those eyes that always seemed to be looking beyond the obvious, rested on Ash for an instant before closing. Good night, said Ash, lying back on his leaves. Good night, replied Cassie, also lying down. Good night, said Sunny, though his tone suggested he wouldn't sleep deeply. Chapter 30, Ash's Vacation 3. In the morning, Ash woke up later than usual. When he opened his eyes, the sun had already fully risen and had been in the sky for a while. The scene that greeted him was pleasant. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing the smell of fallen leaves. Then he simply looked at the tree. Fuck you. You must know by now that it's impossible for you to influence me, Ash said, looking at the tree with hatred. Hey, you're finally awake. It's almost noon, said Sunny. Really? Yeah, we thought you'd fallen into a coma or something. He must have been too tired yesterday. Besides, it's not like we're going to do anything. That's true. Here, Sunny threw a fruit to Ash, who caught it and ate it, gaining 2 soul fragments. Ash stood up. So, what are we doing today? He asked. But at that moment, Cassie, who had approached with Nephi's, spoke. Nothing. We're on Ash's vacation, remember? So we're just going to rest and relax. I think that wasn't the plan. Cassie frowned. No plans, Ash. Planning, scheming, or plotting is not allowed. Just sit down and enjoy the day. Okay. Faced with Cassie's serious, reprimanding voice, Ash could only sigh. All right, he replied. So how about we look for soul fragments? Sounds like something interesting, said Sunny, but I'm resting, you see. And you, Nephi's? Pass. Well, I guess I'll do it alone. Ash walked away towards the eastern part where the carapace demon had been, starting to dig. Ash summoned the staff, beginning to dispel the meters of ash that were there to search for soul fragments and consume them. After several hours and digging for about 30 meters, he found nothing. After getting out, he brushed the ash from his clothes and hair and returned to the others. After eating a soul fruit, he watched the sunset, chatted a bit, and went to sleep. Thus, a few days passed, where Ash eventually discovered the reason for the lack of fragments. The tree used them as fertilizer to create the soul fruits. With that discovery, he told the rest, who didn't give it much importance. The 4 would stay up late and sleep in. Thus the days passed. Sometimes, when they were bored, they played simple games, other times they trained or stayed in silence, or simply each stayed alone with their thoughts. Nephi's on the western area of the island, Ash sitting on one of the roots with a lazy expression, Sunny staying in another place, and Cassie at the camp most of the time, sleeping or thinking about things she didn't want to know. Ash watched the sunrise while eating a fruit. Your soul grows stronger. Your soul grows stronger. Soul Fragments, 278/1000. Well, that makes 2 weeks, Ash thought, sitting on the root of the soul tree. I guess that was enough rest. I've taken everything I could from this place. Now just. Getting down from the root, Ash walked towards where Sunny was, who had a somewhat confused expression, struggling to understand things. Hey, Sunny. Do you want to join me on an exploration to find the juiciest fruit, and whoever gets the best one wins? Sunny frowned. What's the reward? This. Ash showed a transcendent soul fragment he had found that hadn't been absorbed as nutrients for the soul tree. Sunny's eyes lit up before he nodded. All right. When do we start? Now. Ash began to climb, with Sunny following him. At some point, he let Sunny continue climbing, then went down. He would be out for a few hours until he obtained Weaver's lineage. Ash then walked towards where the Carapace demon's corpse was, which he had finished studying. Days before, they had taken the soul fragments, and Ash gave his to Cassie out of habit. Summoning the Seventh Sword, he began to butcher the corpse, separating the steel plates as well as the spinal column with the head to create a mast. The process was slow and disgusting. When the sun passed noon and began to descend in the afternoon, he knew he didn't have much time. Finally, he had done it. He had created a terrifying boat made from the corpse of an awakened demon. Of course, he had to use the golden rope to hold everything together. He only lacked the sail, which he could use Cassie's cloak for, and propel the boat with the wind staff. Ash blinked and then sighed, knowing what was coming. It seems I'll have to take them by force. Ash looked at the transcendent fragment and crushed it. He felt his body become stronger and faster. Looking at his counter, he saw it increase to 300. Ash calmly walked, dragging the heavy bone boat towards the western area, leaving it at the edge and tying it up. This took him almost 2 hours to accomplish. After making sure it was well tied, Ash, what are you doing? Oh, I made a boat. I was thinking of sailing far away from here. Leaving the sacred tree, asked Nephi's. Yes. As far as I can. It's dangerous, you know. Nephi's blinked. For a moment, there was lucidity before her eyes became dull. Changing Star said nothing more. Ash returned, seeing Sunny come down with a confused expression on his face. Sunny, by any chance, do you have something called blood weave? Sunny fought against his speech impediment but responded. Yes. Good. That's good, he said, moving away from Sunny, watching as Nephi's approached with a dark expression. Her hair created shadows on her face while a sword appeared in her hand. Ash moved away until he was about 15 meters away. Hey, what are you doing? He asked seriously. Ash, did you think I wouldn't notice? Asked Nephi's. Did you think I didn't know you were trying to kill me? Ash raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Stop talking. I know you were sent by them. Who sent you? Which domain do you belong to? Ash sighed. Seriously, this stupid tree implanted suspicions in Nephi's that I was a spy sent to kill her, Ash thought. This is starting to feel like a cliché. Neph, what do you mean? Ash is an assassin. He planned to kill us when we let our guard down. Sunny frowned, his eyes becoming cautious under the influence of the soul-devouring tree. Ash had expected this. The tree realized it couldn't control or influence him, and since he posed a threat, it decided to eliminate the threat before it became a problem. To do this, it heightened Sunny's suspicions and Nephi's hatred and suspicions so that they would see him as a threat to their lives. Ash summoned the Seventh Sword. There was still an hour before nightfall. He would have to incapacitate Sunny and Nephi's, grab Cassie, and leave when night came. That had been his plan from the start. They could have left a week ago when the influence was weak, but he was still weak then, and his soul was recovering. But now that he had all his strength back, Ash was sure this would be a troublesome battle. You're being controlled. Snap out of it. We're not being controlled. We're sane. You're a threat that must be eliminated. Alright, fine. I won't kill you, but I'll leave you injured enough that it'll take you a few hours to wake up. So don't come complaining later. We'll see about that. Sunny ordered his shadow to wrap around his body while Changing Star prepared herself. You know, it's a beautiful day out there. Birds are singing. Flowers are blooming. On days like these, kids like you should be burning in hell. Ash said these words as he raised his sword. His eyes turned cold and calm in the face of what was about to happen. Changing Star lunged forward with Sunny following slightly behind. Ash simply activated the mist field enchantment, enveloping the entire burial mound in a dense, impenetrable white fog. Swinging the sword, Changing Star only cut through air, frowning as her senses were on maximum alert. Chapter 31, Mist Field. Ash kept his distance, his eyes easily piercing through the mist as he observed Changing Star remaining on guard. At the same time, a bit further away, Sunny was also on guard, his eyes trying to discern something in the fog to figure out where an attack might come from. Ash sighed. Why can nothing ever be simple, he thought, feeling a twinge of frustration. First, he had stumbled upon the blind girl and made the decision not to kill her, to let her live simply because he wanted to. Had he truly made the choice not to kill the girl? Or had something influenced him to discard the idea of killing her? Something like fate, perhaps? Ash could only tilt his head. Whatever it was, he simply pushed it to the back of his mind. After all, he was only 16 years old in a dangerous world filled with creatures that wanted to kill him. Again, my thoughts drift to where I don't want them to go. Ash thought, his gaze, filled with hatred, fixed on the terror. He was sure that thing was a fallen terror, not an awakened one. Now, how can I stop these two? Ash pondered. He could speak Sunny's true name, but he preferred not to. He simply didn't want to be tied to anyone, and the advantages wouldn't be beneficial for him. He already knew things and secrets about this world and didn't want to get more involved than he already was. Anyway, Sunny wasn't the problem. The main problem was Nephi's, this world's version of Mary Sue Strong, determined, with a personality divided into 3 parts: goal, obstacle, and result. Those 3 simple words would serve to describe Changing Star in general. Ash waited a little, and then a little longer, until he finally decided to go for the weakest link. Running as fast as he could, he lunged at Sunny, who somehow moved his sword just in time to avoid a fatal wound to his body. Hi, Ash greeted with a cold smile. Sunny scowled. Do you really plan to kill us? Sunny asked, beginning an intense sword fight where their weapons clashed with metallic ringing and sparks flew. Ash deflected Sunny's attack with his sword, landing a punch to his face that sent him flying a few meters. He had gathered many more fragments than Sunny and Nephi's, making him currently much stronger. Hey, Sunny, nothing personal. Let's talk about this when you're yourself again. Sunny was about to say something but saw Ash disappear into the mist. A moment later, Nephi's arrived where he was, frowning. Behind you, Sunny said breathlessly. Nephi's turned at the exact moment. Her sword rose, catching Ash's blade as it descended to decapitate her. The impact sent shockwaves through her arms. Well anticipated, Ash murmured, with no trace of surprise. You're predictable when you attack from behind, she replied, pushing her sword upward to break contact. And then it truly began. They became grey blurs against the white of the mist. Sword against sword, wool against wool. Nephi's attacked with the precision of someone who had trained her whole life for war: clean cuts, lethal thrusts, a lethal choreography. Ash responded with something wilder, more instinctive, but equally effective. Ting! Clang! Shing! Whoosh! Sparks flew like miniature fireworks. Their feet kicked up small clouds of dust with every movement. Ash felt the edge of her sword graze his side, cutting the cloth but not the armor beneath. He responded with a downward strike she blocked, but the force made her step back. Sunny saw his opportunity. He lunged from the side, his black tachi describing a deadly diagonal arc. The steel impacted against Ash's back and rebounded uselessly against the fabric of his armor. Sunny's face twisted in disbelief. His sword was of the third tier, capable of cutting through fallen beasts like butter. If he couldn't even scratch that armor, it's a whole rank higher. Ash didn't even bother to look at him. His attention was completely on Nephi's. He spun on himself, his sword tracing an arc she dodged by millimeters, but not enough. The tip of his blade found a weak point in her armor, just under the armpit, and sank in. Nephi's held her breath as the cold steel penetrated her flesh. The wound wasn't deep, but it bled profusely. Ash withdrew his sword and stepped back, dissolving into the mist. "Damn it," Sunny hissed, running toward Nephi's. "Are you?" She was already moving. Pale flames burst from her body, curling around the wound. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air as her face contorted in pain. The wound smoked, closed, healed. But Ash had already seen enough. His voice emerged from the mist, projecting from all directions at once. "Come on, don't be foolish. I don't want to kill you, understand? You're being controlled by the soul tree. That thing is clouding your minds because it fears I'll destroy it." "Silence," Nephi's voice cut through the air like a blade. "I can see it in your eyes," Ash continued, ignoring her. "Or well, in yours, Sunny. Changing stars have always been a bit unsettling, so it's hard to tell." Sunny clenched his jaw, his fists trembling. "Control? Soul tree?" Ash's words resonated in his head, but something pushed them back, as if his own mind rejected them. "You're the one who's confused," he replied, his voice tense. You what?" Ash's voice sounded tired. "Going to kill me? Going to protect that thing? Because let me tell you, when night falls, and that terror finds a better replacement as a guardian, it will eliminate you and use your souls to create those fruits." There was a tense moment of silence. Nephi's advanced a step, her silver sword gleaming as it was fed by her flames. "We don't need your protection." Changing Star's voice was firm and calm, remaining unperturbed. Ash sighed. A long, heavy sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Fine. I guess I'll stop holding back then." The mist before them shifted. Ash emerged walking slowly, his sword resting on his shoulder. His expression was neutral, but his yellow eyes shone with a dangerous and imposing light. "Night will fall soon," he said, as if commenting on the weather. "And it's best we leave as soon as possible." "So?" He stopped 10 meters from them. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. "I guess in the end, it is personal." Sunny swallowed hard, adjusting his stance. Beside him, Nephi's did the same, her inner flames faintly glowing beneath her skin. Chapter 32, Mist Dance. Silence erupted into motion. Ash launched himself forward like an arrow, his sword tracing a deadly arc straight toward Nephi's. She didn't retreat, she never retreated, instead raising her blade to meet his in the air. Clang! The impact sent shockwaves through both their arms, but neither yielded. Ash spun on his heel, using the momentum to deliver a low kick that Nephi's leaped over with feline agility. While airborne, her sword descended in a diagonal cut that Ash deflected with the edge of his blade. Sunny appeared from his left. The black tachi whistled as it cut through the air, aiming for his exposed neck. Ash leaned back, feeling the wind of the blade pass millimeters above his throat, and responded with a quick thrust toward Sunny's abdomen. The dark-haired boy twisted his body, the blade grazing his side. Coordinated, Ash thought, stepping back to readjust his stance. Damn coordinated. Nephi's gave him no respite. She advanced with a series of quick cuts high, low, middle, each forcing Ash to move his sword at a different angle. White flames began to faintly glow on her blade, a palpable heat radiating from the metal. Ash blocked the last attack and pushed forward, sending Nephi stumbling back. In that instant, Sunny was already moving to cover the space she'd left, his Tachi seeking gaps in Ash's defense. Tink! Clang! Shing! 3 weapons danced in the mist, a frenetic rhythm of metal against metal. The fighters' feet kicked up small clouds of dust, their breaths beginning to quicken. Ash deflected a blow from Sunny and responded with a cut the other dodged by centimeters, but the tip of his sword managed to open a shallow cut on his arm. Sunny hissed through his teeth but didn't stop. Now, he shouted. Nephi's was already moving. She attacked from Ash's blind side, her sword imbued with white flames tracing a perfect arc toward his ribs. Ash turned just in time, blocking the strike, but the heat of the flames burned his forearm through the sleeve. Damn! He retreated 3 quick steps, creating distance. He watched as Nephi's and Sunny repositioned themselves, their stances mirroring each other. They had fought together for quite some time against scavengers, and it showed. Each movement of one anticipated the other's, each attack covered their partner's weaknesses. Ash smiled, despite the pain in his arm. Good. This is better. He lunged again, but this time with a different approach. Instead of facing Nephi's directly, he veered toward Sunny. The boy raised his Tachi to block, but Ash didn't complete the attack. Instead, he twisted his body and delivered a low kick that connected with Sunny's knee. Not enough to break anything, but enough to throw him off balance. Sunny staggered, his guard dropping for a fraction of a second. Ash seized the opportunity. His sword whistled in an ascending diagonal cut, the steel finding Sunny's chest right where his armor ended. The blade sank into flesh, tracing a diagonal line from his right hip to his left shoulder. Blood gushed forth, hot and red. Sunny gasped, his eyes widening with shock and pain. He staggered back, one hand pressing the wound, but blood seeped through his fingers. The wound was considerable, not fatal if treated quickly, but debilitating. Sunny! Nephi's voice cut through the air, but it wasn't panic. It was something else. Perhaps anger? Ash turned toward her, his sword ready for the next exchange. But Nephi's was already airborne. She had jumped while he was distracted, her body transformed into a projectile of steel and flames. Her sword descended directly toward him, imbued with a white radiance so bright it hurt to look at. Ash raised his sword to block. The clash was deafening. But it wasn't the force of the impact that mattered. It was the heat. The white flames exploded at the point of contact, a torrent of pure energy enveloping both blades. Ash felt how the heat devoured the air around him, how his eyebrows curled, how the skin on his face began to blister. And then, Nephi's blade slid through. It didn't break his block, it pierced through it. Her sword, empowered by the flames, cut through his as if it were butter and continued its upward trajectory. Straight toward his face. Ash tried to turn, to move his head away, but it was too late. The burning edge found his right eye. The pain was indescribable. Not just the cut. The white flames burrowed into the cavity, burning, devouring, destroying. Ash felt his eye vaporize, the skin of his cheekbone and forehead charring, the heat spreading through his skull like liquid poison. He screamed. He couldn't help it. A roar of agony that echoed in the mist, a mix of surprise, pain, and something akin to the most primal fury. Nephi's landed before him, her sword smoking, her expression impassive. Ash staggered back, a hand over his face. When he pulled it away, he saw blood and burnt tissue on his fingers. He blinked with his left eye, the only one he had left, and the world reconfigured itself before him. Depth. Perspective. Everything slightly different. He looked at Nephi's with his remaining eye. The pain was immense. But behind it, something else began to burn. You took my eye. Sunny was on the ground, clutching his chest, but his eyes, one of them, at least, were fixed on him with a mix of satisfaction and alertness. Nephi's had returned to her guard stance, her sword ready, the flames dancing faintly but present on her blade. 5 seconds had passed since the attack. Ash took a deep breath. The air entered, burning his lungs, but he ignored it. Good, he said, his voice hoarse, broken. Now it's definitely personal. The mist swirled around him as the three prepared for the next assault. Less than 2 minutes had passed since the fight began. Chapter 33, Anger. Rarely in his life had Ash felt such pure fury as the one burning in his chest right now. Why, he thought, his single eye fixed on Changing Star's figure. Why can nothing ever be simple? It wasn't just the eye. It wasn't just the pain throbbing in his empty socket like a malignant heartbeat. It was everything. It was arriving in this damn world without asking for it. It was surviving day after day without a moment's rest. It was knowing secrets he shouldn't know, carrying weight he never asked to bear. It was that every time he tried to take a simple path, the universe made sure to complicate it. And now this. 2 people who weren't even his enemies, forced to attack him by a damn plant. His right eye, reduced to nothing by the flames of a girl who in other circumstances would probably be a valuable ally. I can't catch a single damn break. He thought angrily. The rage grew in his chest, hot and dense, but it wasn't blind rage. It was cold. Calculating. The kind of fury that makes you commit actions coldly without caring about future consequences. Nephi's remained on guard, her sword ready, her expression as inscrutable as ever. The white flames on her blade had diminished, but they still glowed faintly, hungry. A few meters behind her, Sunny was trying to get up, one hand pressing the diagonal wound on his chest. The blood had stopped flowing, refusing to leave his body. The bastard must have used his shadow to reinforce his armor, but it was obvious that every movement cost him. Ash lowered his gaze to his own sword. The steel was bitten, almost broken in half just above the guard. One more blow and it would shatter. But he wouldn't have the chance to deliver that blow, because even as he watched, small cracks began to spread across the blade like spider webs. Crack! The sword disintegrated in his hand. Metal fragments fell towards the sand, but before they touched the ground, they vanished into luminous sparks that danced for an instant in the air before being absorbed into his own chest. He felt the familiar pull, the warm heat in his core, as the remains of his weapon traveled to his soul sea to repair themselves. It'll take a while to repair, he thought, looking at his 2 enemies. Sunny raised an eyebrow at the phenomenon, his expression a mix of curiosity and alarm. What? Ash didn't respond. Instead, he flexed his fingers. Opened them. Closed them. He felt the tension in his muscles, the electricity running through his arms, the cold fury settling into his bones like an animal finally finding its den. His left eye fixed on Nephi's. Then on Sunny. Then on Nephi's again. And without saying a word, he lunged forward. The mist parted in his wake. Nephi's reacted instantly, her sword rising to meet him. She expected another clash of steel, another measured exchange of blows. But Ash had no steel. He only had his body, and at that moment, his body was enough. Her first cut whistled past his ear. Ash didn't dodge by reflex, he dodged because he knew where she was going to strike before she moved her arm. His left hand caught Nephi's wrist in the air, just as she tried to retract the weapon for the next attack. His fingers closed like a vice. Nephi's frowned, pulling to free herself, but he didn't yield. Instead, he pulled her towards him while his knee rose, aiming for her stomach. She twisted her hips just in time, turning a solid blow into a mere graze, and responded with a headbutt that connected with his chin. Ash's head snapped back, stars dancing in his peripheral vision. But he didn't let go. Nice try, he murmured, his voice hoarse. His right fist traveled towards her side, finding the space just where the chitin plates of her armor ended. The impact was solid, wet. Nephi's expelled air, her fingers opening by reflex. The sword fell to the sand. But she was already moving, using the momentum to spin and deliver a roundhouse kick that caught him in the shoulder. Ash stepped back, feeling the impact even through his armor. Sunny arrived from his left in silence, a second before the black Tachi sliced through the air where his neck had been. Ash leaned back, feeling the wind of the blade pass grazing his Adam's apple, and when Sunny passed by him, his elbow found the back of the boy's neck. Sunny fell forward, rolling on the sand, but his training spoke louder than the pain. He turned the fall into a fluid motion that brought him to his knees, his sword ready. Nephi's had already recovered her weapon. The two stood back to back for an instant, their eyes one loaded with hatred, the other with cold determination fixed on him. Ash felt his lips curl into something that wasn't quite a smile, more like a beast's grimace. So this is what it's like to fight the dynamic duo. Truly annoying. He lunged again. This time he didn't go directly towards them. He ran in a wide arc, using the mist as cover, his steps silent on the sand. He saw how both turned to keep him in their field of vision, how their postures instinctively adjusted to cover each other's blind angles. Coordinated. Damn, they're so coordinated. But Ash had spent a long time observing them. He knew their rhythms, their habits, the way Sunny always moved a step ahead when Nephi's attacked, the way she covered his right flank even before he needed protection. And he knew their weaknesses. He emerged from the mist directly in front of Sunny. The boy reacted with the speed of a survivor. His Tachi came up to block, his body retreating to gain distance, but Ash didn't take the bait. Instead of attacking, he ducked, his legs sweeping Sunny's in a low move that sent him to the ground. Damn! Sunny hit the sand, but was already rolling to get up when Ash reached him. A kick to the ribs. A knee to the thigh. A blow to the shoulder that spun him around. Each impact didn't just hurt, something else traveled through the contact, a heavy intention seeking not his body but something deeper. Sunny gasped when the last blow connected, his expression clouding for an instant, as if he'd forgotten how to breathe. That instant was enough. Ash turned just as Nephi's arrived, her sword once again imbued with white flames. The heat was suffocating, oppressive, but Ash didn't retreat. He stepped into the attack, feeling how the flames licked his armor, how the smell of burnt hair filled his nostrils. His hand caught her wrist again. This time, when she tried to free herself, he moved with her instead of resisting. They spun together, a strange dance of strength and fierce determination, until he was behind her, his arm around her neck. "Does it hurt?" he whispered against her ear. Nephi's responded with an elbow backward that found his rib. Ash felt something give way inside him, a sharp pain that stole his breath, but he didn't loosen his grip. His other arm wrapped around her waist, his fingers digging into the flesh just where the armor ended, and squeezed. She arched her back, a sound escaping her lips, not a scream, never a scream, but something close. Sunny was getting up, his Tachi ready, but hesitated. Nephi's and Ash were too close, their bodies entangled in a struggle that was both physical and primal. A misdirected attack might hit Nephi's instead of Ash. That hesitation cost him. Ash suddenly released Nephi's, pushing her towards Sunny. She collided with him, both staggering, and when they looked up, Ash was already upon them. There was no mercy in his blows. No hesitation or doubt. His fists found flesh again and again, shoulders, ribs, arms raised to protect faces. Each impact sent waves of something more than pain through his enemies. He could see it in their eyes, in the way their movements became slower, clumsier. As if a part of them was depleting, consuming from within. Sunny fell to his knees first. His Tachi lay in the sand a meter away, too far to reach. His chest rose and fell with effort, the diagonal wound reopened without spilling blood. But more than the wound on his chest, it was his gaze that had changed. It was glassy, absent, as if he were looking at something only he could see. Nephi's was still standing. But barely. Her sword trembled in her hand. Blood dripped from a cut above her eyebrow, sliding down her face and falling from her chin. Her posture, always perfect, had crumbled, shoulders slumped, knees slightly bent, not from strategy but from necessity. Her white eyes met Ash's. And for a moment, just a moment, he saw something in them that wasn't determination. Wasn't pride. Wasn't that damn impassive mask she wore like a second skin. Tiredness. Ash stopped. His chest expanded and contracted rhythmically, each breath a controlled effort. Blood dried on multiple minor cuts scattered across his body, none deep, thanks to his armor, but enough to drain energy. The skin around his empty socket was a map of burns and damaged tissue. But he remained standing. Nephi's too. Barely. Waiting. Ash raised his fist. One more blow and it would all end. And so he did. Ash slammed his fist into Changing Star's face. His blow affected her soul directly, sending her into the world of unconsciousness. Ash looked at Sunny, who was crawling towards his Tachi. Ash kicked the Tachi away, then, under Sunny's gaze, kicked his head hard. The boy's body collapsed limply to the ground. The black sword disappeared in sparks, as did Changing Star's sword. Ash deactivated the mist enchantment. The mist disappeared just as it had arrived, leaving him exhausted. Falling to sit on the sand, Ash grimaced, full of pain. His battle, though it had lasted less than 5 full minutes, had resulted in a large number of wounds all over his body, and the loss of an eye, plus several broken or damaged bones. Ash looked at the shadow that had stopped strengthening its master, a judging look in its white eyes. "Don't look at me like that. Be grateful I didn't kill them," said Ash. Then, with an annoyed grunt, he got to his feet, dragging first Nephi's like a sack of potatoes through the sand to where the boat was, then did the same with Sunny. Finally, he reached where Cassie was. She yelled at him, but he really didn't listen and simply knocked her out. He didn't have time to convince the girl when she was under the influence of the fallen terror. Placing the 3 in the boat, he watched the last rays of light as the dark sea filled the crater, beginning to spread. Ash made a bonfire, leaving a trail of leaves to the trunk. Once night fell, he abandoned the burial mound. Using Cassie's blue cloak and the wooden staff, as well as a scythe as a steering oar, he moved away from that burial mound, vowing to make that terror suffer. Ash watched how the soul tree became a huge bonfire, then looked the other way, refusing to look at the ghostly mist, not wanting another encounter with the unknown thing that wanted to shatter his soul, especially as tired, exhausted, and weakened as he was. It wouldn't be until some time later, once far from the effect of the fallen terror, that the 3 would wake up as themselves once more.